afternoon to all that is tuning in. We are here for an amazing weekend, which we are literally looking forward to. It has been a long-awaited event here for the Midwest Esports Invitational here. And again, it's one that is going to be 2 days, action-packed, full of just competitive play in this collegiate scene. I am Rich Red here along with Tiny Shiny and Time to Light, who is going to be casting throughout today and also tomorrow. And really, we get to talk about just this event as a whole. And how are you both feeling? We'll start with you, Tiny.
It's absolutely wonderful to be here at the Scrims Esports Center in DuPage. All of these teams have spent seasons practicing and getting ready for this event, and the fact that we are here to talk about it and give them that time to shine is always one of the best things in collegiate esports.
Absolutely.
I'm honestly just loving the fact that there's so many teams here, and honestly,
Right.
colleges with both teams showing up. We've got Overwatch and then Valorant later. We've got both games tomorrow as well. I want to see how some colleges may show up in both titles as well.
Yeah. I mean, again, there's a lot of the names that we're going to talk to further along the broadcast, but we really want to talk about the format and what our expectations are going into this weekend. Since it is a two-day event, we do have specifically each of the game titles fighting for that first, second, and third prize, of course, at the $1,100 for that first place, second being $600, and third being $300, where in the Overwatch sector of it, it's going to be best of 3 over the course of today all the way through tomorrow, leading up to the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5. Whereas with the Valorant portion, which we'll have later in the day, Time will be joining us on that as well, as long as Danny Dunzo, who will be on the desk at that segment, will have it be best of 1s leading up to the grand finals, which is that best of 3. So there is just so much to be played here, a lot of competition, as we mentioned. And you were talking a little bit about it too, Tom, just all these schools coming from these multitude of different regions within the Midwest of itself. We can take a look at actually the group phasing itself and how we're going to be doing that for today. It will be a Group A segment and a Group B segment of the schools that we want to really start to dive into and talk more so about. Specifically when it comes to Group A, we'll start with, and Tiny, we know a big name in this group specifically. I think that we can touch on Time as well. All of us really know this name out the gate.
Let's just say that it's fitting that they're currently on top of the Group A right now. Redbird Esports are coming into this with probably one of the scariest rosters you could have. I mean, you have pro talent, you have top-level contenders talent. Like, there's really not much more that you can ask from this squad. They have this long history of success. Maybe last semester they didn't find it as much, but coming back for this spring 2024, they're back and looking better than ever.
Absolutely. I mean, even to some of the other, universities or colleges that are a part of this as well in that Group A. We had DuPage, which is another one of the only collegiate colleges that is community. They have 26,000 plus students in that, one of the largest in the country that's actually looking to compete in this and be able to challenge some of these names like Redbirds. But we can also look at the other side in Group B, which does still have some names that we've seen historically, even previously when it came to the Battle for Midwest. We also had Lakeside Showdown, some names, and again, Time, ones that I think you would like to highlight as well.
Yeah, Marquette University, a team I'm very familiar with. They participate in multiple leagues across the board. Illinois Wesleyan, also a team you can see in multiple different facets of the collegiate sphere as a whole. St. Xavier and a couple co-college or teams that I'm somewhat new to as more smaller colleges really getting into the bigger part of collegiate esports. I'm looking forward to how they play today, because in the Overwatch sphere you can make a big name for yourself even in some of these more regional tournaments like the Midwest Esports Invitational.
Well, and when you have a prize pool like this and also being backed specifically by the DuPage Sports Commission, they do have right there, as you can see it, yes indeed, that they've been really wanting to focus on being able to bring this type of event for so many schools, and we have them coming from all over, as I mentioned, the Midwest going to compete. And when you have that vast array of schools with different skill levels and competitional history and LAN experiences, half of them, I would say, this is, for some of the players, a first LAN experience. And that also, just to the students' credit, is an opportunity for them that they otherwise wouldn't have without this event weekend.
Yeah. And there are other schools outside of at least the Overwatch sphere as well. We're going to talk about Valorant a little bit more tomorrow. But the far reaches of the Midwest, as far as eastern Ohio, as far west as Missouri, even further, depending on the schools. You have Columbia College here. You even have Michigan State. These teams are very far away from one another, and yet they're all coming together in Chicago, or Lyle, if we're getting to this semantics.
Yeah, right. But it's true. And, overall, as we've taken a look at it, the other dynamic most specifically with these groups that we're looking at is what we just recently saw with patch changes. I mean, there has been wild anticipation to this, because we have talked to coaches, we've looked at some of the information, the different types of compositions that can be brought to this, but the patch note that recently just happened and the most recent update just on Wednesday is quite significant. Tiny, we were talking about that even before the broadcast, of really trying to understand what we might truly see.
The thing is with that is we genuinely don't know. There's so many options on the board for these teams. This patch is so brand new that a lot of these collegiate squads, like, they'll look to the highest level of talent, but it hasn't started yet. We still have a little bit longer before that happens. So it's all of this, like, piecing together what is most comfortable versus what is actually good with those changes. We're going to see a lot of that hit scan, a lot of brawl teams that are in today's competition in many different forms. Maybe a bit of dive thrown in there. We're going to get the whole kitchen sink in there today. And that is what we are here for, that variety of competition, which just adds another level of Overwatch that we can kind of dive into.
Well, and even just like the thrillingness of, having them compete just from their own respective regions of the Midwest. But because anything really can happen, the ability to adapt on the fly for this weekend is going to be so substantial. Because even like you had mentioned when it comes to some of the professional players, like when you look at some of the other regions like APAC, every scrim that they're doing, it is of every different composition. They are trying everything because they want to find what is most viable in a competitive meta. And that's something to see unfold from the collegiate sphere, which we really get to dive into, is going to be exciting.
Yeah, and the competitive meta has been moving so much over the last couple months, again, because of the most, we'll say, 2 recent patches, and so much more has become viable. I remember when Overwatch 2 came out, it was the exact same composition for everybody and their mother. Nobody changed anything. It was Sojourn as your hit scan. You changed nothing on your support line. There's no reason to. If it works and it's functional, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That was the general school of thought. Now there's a lot more options. Counters are much more viable, and because of some of the most recent changes with the DPS drop-off or the debuff that you get, I think there's a lot more that's going to come through here, especially with some of the skill disparities in some of these games. We could see a ball a lot more than we would otherwise if there's a game that we'll say a team thinks they're going to guarantee as a 2-0, because remember, Illinois State's here.
Yeah.
And basically everybody's playing for second. I'm kidding, but you get the idea.
Well, and again, it's because of their long-standing history, and you had touched on it even earlier. I mean, when we talk about multiple individuals being brought up to the Overwatch League at the time previously in years, and then also being able to still have that type of leadership from a university and being able to acquire that talent consistently and allow them to perform in this manner. The other exciting part of it is yes, we are touting them as this #1 team, which we've seen so successful. If there is ever a place that you're going to go to try and be able to battle against the best within a Midwest region of a scholastic institution like that, all of these schools recognize and know ISU, and that's where they're like, this is a place for us to learn with other schools, but then also understand that we can find ourselves competing in some kind of organization that allows them to still have fulfillment through that.
Like, even asking the coaches, too, is they're like,
Yeah.
we know that Illinois State's here. We know that
do.
they're good.
They
We
do.
will acknowledge that. But they're using it as a learning opportunity, even if they're like, okay, we're not going to just come out here and then blow them out of the water 3-0. I mean, if you do, cool, I would love to see it, but it's highly unlikely for that to actually happen. So they want to use that opportunity to learn about a lot of these other teams that are here, because many of these schools haven't even played each other before. They're not familiar with what kind of game that they're going to end up playing, and I think that adds that extra level of adaptation that we're going to have to see those weekends. The teams that are the most flexible are going to be the ones that come out on top.
Well, and with that, mention of adaptation and building further, the other thing too, and you were talking about this time, because we were looking at the round robin staging and where it is going to be those 4 matches that we look to have, again, the best of 3, is the actual pool and the process they're going to go through of those best of 3.
Yeah, so you have best of 3s all the way through the group stage for specifically Overwatch, and there are 6 teams per group. There is a 5th game that is scheduled if it needs to happen. If it were to happen, the teams are going to talk about it, and if it needs to happen, they will play it afterwards. That is not a guarantee. It could just not happen. They may not need it, so keep that in mind. But for each individual game, your map types will change. Most of the time, if you have a map type or you have a map pool, you'll play Control, Escort, Hybrid, or Control, Flashpoint, Hybrid, every time in that order. That's not the case this time around. To start things off today, at least, in round 1, we have Nepal. That's your first map. Control is map 1. But when you move into map 2, at least into the second round of things, you start with Suravasa. There's so many different opportunities, and it's a different map pool, but it's a completely different map type, where teams may have a much better opportunity in best of 3 starting with Flashpoint and just completely avoiding Control, because some teams just suck at Control. It's completely understandable. I do too. It's okay.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that at one point or another we have really just wanted to block that out of our memory bank when it comes to a map of Control.
Please bring back 2-point capture.
Okay, see, this is where I think we disagree a little bit. But with that being said, and knowing
They're
what
like,
we're
no.
going to, right, we're just done with that. Just done with that conversation.
No thanks.
Close. So, but with what we've got coming up here, as we mentioned, we have these best of threes, which we're going to be bringing up to you shortly. We are going to head to a short break, but it's been an awesome opportunity, again, to really dive into what we have going in for the Overwatch portion first, where then later we will touch back again for those specifically in the Valorant sector, where we will be bringing those best of ones. So don't go anywhere, friends. We're really looking forward to get this Overwatch segment underway, and we'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody, as we have had just a little break there, making sure that we guarantee that the teams are getting into this next match. Again, I am Rich right here along with Tiny Shiny, as we will be entering to one of the round-robin matches that we talked about earlier. Again, these are best of 3 that we are having for this Overwatch segment before transitioning into the Valorant portion of it. And realistically, I think this is going to be a good one.
I can agree with that as well. When we look at all of our Group A teams outside of ISU, there's a lot of these matches that have the potential to run relatively close. So when we're going to look back at these groups, our 2 teams that will be in our upcoming matchup are going to be the College of DuPage taking on the University of Minnesota.
Yeah, and again, with one of the big key factors we talked about towards the beginning portion of the desk is DuPage specifically, again, being the only real community college in this with such a vast amount of students participating into it. To be able to actually see a community college compete among some of these other 4U universities is I think, something that's really exciting, because there's a lot anchoring onto that, because these are the students that are getting their education and then looking to move on to a 4-year university. So they have that opportunity of competitive play within that space and then can utilize that to convert into actually a 4-year university like we have with ISU or any really of the other ones that are going into this Midwest region.
Yeah, and with the College of DuPage specifically, right? I mean, they're a young program. This is their first year, I want to say, that they've been competing within Overwatch. This isn't a new environment for them, though. Scrim Center has been their home of a ton of tournaments that they've partaken in over the past semesters. And you got to turn to the other side, though. University of Minnesota, 4 out of their 5 players have been on the team since 2022. And especially when we're in this new patch, this new meta where so many things are up in the air of what's being played, a lot of that fallback can come to team synergy, and that's going to be one of their biggest strengths for Minnesota in this tournament.
Well, and we talk a little bit too about like the home field advantage and other sport dynamics, and you mentioning that specifically where they have been here. This is a place of comfort for them, where even when we talk about specifically like ISU, where they have to drive and travel to different locations to compete, even to them that can be sometimes stressful when you're not in your custom environment. You don't have the same type of feel, or what some people would say is land jitters that we've talked about in many occasions, where those type of psychological environmental differences can actually wear on the play, as we do get to take a look at the map that we're going to enter in for this best of 3, starting on Oasis.
Yes, we'll be starting out on Oasis, a map where it's interesting in regard that you can have several different compositions. University, that one you're going to tend to see more brawl. Unless you want to pull out a Winston, it's not out of the picture, but the brawl is usually where you're going to land. City Center. I want to see a Wrecking Ball just for funsies. Get the hamster out there. Let him stretch his little legs, have some tracers running around, and it allows them to have this variance in style to try out these different things against their opponent. This is likely the first time that these 2 teams are seeing each other within competition, so getting that understanding of their patterns, their strategies, is going to be big here.
Well, and the other thing, too, is since we've been talking to the coaches and getting information, because realistically they're having to learn on the fly going into an event like this, that there's a lot of discussion about, poke compositions and rush compositions as well, Sigma being a hot topic. Of course, there's the discussion when we talk about the support line with the Zen changes that had recently come through, even with the minor adjustment and tweak that recently just happened this weekend as well. There was a building component on top of that adjustment, and really trying to see how that can work in the compositions, and at this point, if it's something that's still viable for them.
And you've had so many of those micro adjustments. I mean, it's been, what, not even 2 weeks since the new patch, which is the single biggest patch in Overwatch history, mind you, and then just more adjustments on top of that. Like, you are scrambling to get these ideas cooking and figuring out what is going to work best. A lot of those competitions have been a test to lead them up to this point. And now it does appear we will be starting out on University for our round number 1 here. The map that tends to lean more towards these brawl styles, which these teams seem to like.
And again, with that brawl aspect, there's a lot of discussion too. Even Junker Queen really being a option in some of this, which you can already see that we're going to have Pizza Pirates look to potentially bring out into this composition as we wait for that final selection. So really excited to see if we get to actually have that JQ into this, because the value that it can bring with the Jagged Blade, where you can really get somebody out of position, find someone vulnerable, and put them into an unfortunate position that they're just going to be completely capitalized on.
Especially when you're running it against what DuPage seemed to think in the Ramattra, the ability to displace and kind of disengage with either that speed amp or the Commanding Shout. Big game of cooldowns here to kick us off. Of course, it will be the Pizza Pirates getting to that objective first, but you do not want to be in a small room with a Mei or a Ramattra. Wise Kite on out, allowing this tip damage to come through as Zihungi already in a lot of trouble. Huge immortality to keep them on their feet. And this is where Vin can choose to re-engage with the rest of the team. They're playing off those cooldowns and are managing to zone DuPage out for a small period of time before they come back in. It's a matter of who messes up the timing first, and in this case, it is the Junker Queen back up against the wall. Couple pummels putting him down to the dirt.
I mean, that was such a great ebb and flow between the both of them to try and find a weak point. And Vid was so close to getting out of that position, but having that Mei wall there to completely zone and lock them into that corner had no real escape, and the Commanding Shout was already expended so early on that re-engagement, it wasn't nearly as opportunistic to survive through it as they re-engage it again.
They're going to go through, but they're walking straight into an Matrix. Kaiser built that up so quickly here, so DuPage had plenty of space to work with, and with all poor fellow is trying to isolate these players. Huya was left out on their own, will manage to get back to the team, but not in one piece. I mean, look how much space DuPage Esports are taking right now. The Pizza Pirates are scattered and split, and eventually will be sent back to spawn.
Yeah, DuPage is really having an understanding of this. In addition to not only just the understanding of how this is playing out, but they have the ultimate economy. They were able to expend both of those support ultimates into this to guarantee that they take the advantage, because Pizza Pirates are really just playing at the disadvantage. They have not been able to accumulate those ultimates that they can actually have to counteract the way that DuPage is playing. And DuPage still has two significant ones, Annihilation and the Blizzard, as they enter again.
And like, that's all you do. You pop the Annihilation, and that Commanding Shout is turning into just straight up paper walking in. This Junker Queen, while it is fitting for the idea of a tempo here, they're committing extra ultimates. When you're down your tank, you're down your ability to push, and this is something DuPage would be happy to take. And the only advantage they have now after these ultimates expire is they have a tank, and Zihungi has to stay alive, help his team stabilize, and hope they can get more players back soon.
Akua brought a lot of value in with their tactical buys. They're able to really turn the tide despite them having the Annihilation and the Blizzard really zoning and encapsulating Pizza Pirates here from Minnesota in that underpass, but they were able to weather the storm. Now they've got the Rampage, they've got a couple ultimates to their name, because there was a lot utilized. It's really only going to be now this Deadeye that they have to use more so for zoning, and they're going to shoot to try and get this sound barrier to have a type of tempo control for DuPage on the engagement.
It's on to Dusk. Little bit behind Salami Boy in terms of that charge, which is something that Minnesota can use to their advantage, or at least that they wanted to do. The Rampage negated by Isuzu. That's why you bring the explosives into the play. Boom goes two. And that'll be a full wipe for Minnesota.
Yeah, boom goes the dynamite for sure with that full spawn. That's just a clever play. And again, there's just so much chaos that's happening in that archway. And the Rampage, even though it might not have gotten as much value initially, the fact that you're still getting it onto Zihungi, denying that survivability from that tank positioning. And at that point, also, the Suzu was already used moments earlier, so they don't have it to get themselves out in the clear as they re-engage again to hopefully swap it back.
I mean, it's a nice Mei wall, forces the shout out of Vind in a very passive manner. But now Zihungi is very, very deep. The team has to trade it out, but what can you do? Tolfir is tearing the backline to pieces. All the while, the Pizza Pirates have managed to keep this fight an even trade, and now an even advantage one, because of what this Tracer has been able to accomplish.
They really have started to download the methodology and the way that DuPage is playing. Granted, now you do have almost 4 ultimates to go against Fellow, close to gaining that Blizzard as well, so there is a lot that they're going to have to match against this. But the good thing is that you're going to have Minnesota, specifically with both support ultimates available, and leaning into having another Pulse Bomb, which we've already seen from Cold, be able to get a double.
Right now, Pizza Pirates at advantage in the ultimates, but not exactly in the timing. It's Cold Beer to come up big. The sound barrier wasn't even an option for DuPage. Now they're going to have to fight this down, hoping this zoning ultimate, yes, it will get them the point back over, but they're down both their supports. Cold Beer is hunting them in the backline. You can't even get any value out of the Blizzard. You have too many down. The damage is completely obliterated. DuPage, what a comeback that they've had, but Minnesota are looking clean to take University right on back.
I mean, the biggest part of that is, again, we saw it from the very initial neutral that happened. It's that Pizza Pirates have really understood this dynamic of entering and disengaging, and also doing it so more formidably around the architecture. In this last fight, it is a perfect explanation of what they did earlier. DuPage leads in with the area of effect. They use the Deadeye so that they're going to zone them back, and nobody's caught out. Pizza Pirates at this point are free to just leave that point, give the few percentage up, and not really feel too worried, because they are able to come back in with the ultimate economy that's still being reserved and having a bankable that they can try and then attest back with, and ultimately giving them that better advantage to take that first round.
It's where that shot calling, that team synergy comes into play. You're relying on each individual to work together and engage and disengage accordingly. They showcased that wonderfully on the first round of attack, but now, Rich, they're playing it into a whole different ballgame.
No pun intended, right? As we're going to see the little hammy himself swing around towards this position, taking the high ground. And again, they want to have that advantage because this is a massive dive team. Everyone on this page needs to find it, but they actually get a poke out right anyways.
And that's probably the most valuable target you could get out of the major healing, and everyone else is just going to fall over like dominoes. DuPage really don't have a choice but to kind of roll their way on out. Pizza Pirates looking to get first cap.
Things get a little bit perplexing here, as you do have DuPage looking to go back. The staggers is not ideal, as you do have Zhungi looking to get back closely. His fellow, and just chilling on a bush for now. Why not? Cool. You've got time to regroup, but I think they are solely aware of this, and realistically, it's still Zhungi left out of the open.
You don't die there. You can't die as the tank. DuPage needs you for that engage, and it's basically just a whole nother fight won for Minnesota.
That's okay.
Fellow
just having a good old time. Just like, guys, I'm waiting. I'm waiting to enter in onto this. We have to figure out. And my curious part is the dive seems a little bit dysfunctional here from DuPage, something like they're trying to make work, and it's just not yet, I think, as refined.
No, and it's arguably one of the most difficult comps to pull together as a team, timing this pile drives. And when one of your players gets picked off like this, you're relying on dual Cuticle Hat to go in on those dives. You don't have that tool. Suddenly, the whole machine can't operate, and you have to reset.
And it also makes me just wonder, too, about like the communication aspect of this. Is do they have, and have they had enough time with this patch and adjustment to be able to feel confidently for this engage? They're already surpassing this 50% marker, and I keep a watchful eye once again on Cold with that pulse bomb.
Has managed to find at least one target with it every time, but like, what do? There hasn't been a single 5v5 fight that we've seen since this initial engage, Rich, and that is brutal for a team like DuPage that they want to move fast, they want to go quick, but you can't take the fights at all.
And now, approaching this ever close last 30%, the time dwindles, as hopefully they're able to gain something. They've got almost a minefield and the Dragon Blade up, and the Sojourn swap could be enough, and that's a nice pick early, though.
DuPage, this is the way to get themselves back on the tempo. It is evened out, though. Minnesota have been holding on to a plethora of ultimates right now. First one out, Sound Barrier on the board. The minefield not meaning too much unless you're Vind stuck in the middle. DuPage, this is their chance to get that flipped back over. They want to do it with the least amount of resources expended as possible, but that's not going to happen easily. Pizza Pirates very much think this is a winnable battle. Pulse bomb on out. It hits the tank, which Zhungi takes that like a champ. DuPage, both support ultimates is enough to push them over the edge, and let's flip it over at 99%.
I mean, everything was thrown into that engagement from Minnesota. They wanted to just keep
the
lifeline. Okay, that happens. So, yeah, Sammy Boy, or Salami Boy is definitely having a field day right now on this. But
I want to point it out, too, that on the notes, it was said Salami Boy is crazy on the Lucio. We're seeing it right now. But what can you really do if your teammates are just getting sliced in half? Well, maybe Vind has the answer. Rampage into the back, easily cleansed on through. But DuPage, I mean, they're still losing players. Even if they're negating all of the ultimates that are out, their dive, it's scattered. It's not coordinated enough to pin down one player, and it's coming back to bite them here.
I mean, and they're already at the 99%. They're guaranteed that if they just get this slow coverage and take down the remaining few, they're not going to have a full 5 in this moment. And they can let Zhungi get away as that's the overtime dwindling.
Zhungi has to stall this out for as long as possible. If you can get Cuticle Hat with an overclock back, perhaps there's a chance. I mean, they go down so late in that fight. The overtime respawns seem like they last eons, and the Pizza Pirates happy and healthy as ever, knowing that the map of Oasis is almost theirs to take. Kaiser, last one to fall. Is there anything less that DuPage has to say? There is not. Pizza Pirates cleanly handling Oasis.
Somebody sure sharpened their blade, as you saw in the kill feed towards the end of it. That was a lot of jagged blade kills. So we know that they have done their due diligence and have the grindstone ready at this, as we do see still the play of the game coming out by Zhungi, even though there was not the victory for them. The Wrecking Ball, again, still something that you touched on even before going into this, and the viability and usage of having this, but it just feels a little disjointed that when we move away from this map of control, I think it's going to be really important to see how they transition and go to that specifically and what their map choice is going to be. Is it going to lean into maybe bringing a little bit more of this Wrecking Ball that's beneficial to them in the architecture or the way that they use that? Because the tactical skill that's required when it comes to a Wrecking Ball player and to play proficiently, it's very high in a skill ceiling.
Again, it's arguably one of the hardest compositions that you can pull as a team. But a big reason for that is because it's very difficult to counteract. If you have a team that's all on the same page with your pile drives, you have the tracer going in on the follow-up, then you're essentially unstoppable. But because there were so few occasions they were actually able to execute these dives, they just kind of kept running in circles, were lost, and by the time they figured out how to properly execute it, was too late. Your opponents had 99%. So when you mention those future map types, which I believe are going to Flashpoint for our next map, which has a lot of opportunity for this to come through, it's just a matter of, do you really think you can manage to pull it off as a team against Minnesota, who's been tearing them apart from the inside?
And it's a lot to do with just their tempo. There has been so many coaches and teams that have really said it's green means go right now in the current state of what we've seen in the change of patch notes and the way that they've been playing compositionally. And being able to have that type of on-command rush type style, there is that setup required for the Wrecking Ball. And maybe not as much because it's a little more on-demand with the Winston because you can initiate more quickly in that aspect. But with the Wrecking Ball, you have to truly understand the technical part of it and the timing, which you've touched on. And with the Tracer, it really has to be critical in the way that they communicate this. Whereas when you see on the other end of it, Cold able to get a pulse bomb on 2 separate fight occasions just in the back amongst the chaos that's happening. Granted, that was with the Ramatra, but it's still getting massive value. When the Tracer is unchecked in that point, they can just really run rampant in the back.
And that's really what we saw throughout that map, is Cold played an integral part to Minnesota's success. Never was really in the front line because they were just there like, hey, look at me, I'm tearing you apart, and managed to pick up 2 to 3 players, which is incredible for a Tracer, and that's why they're taking that split approach. They're not, it's hard for their opponents to figure out, like, do we look at the Tracer? Do we look at the front line? Like, you're going to lose people regardless. You just need to pick which battle you're taking, and so far it doesn't seem they're on the same page with
that. And Vid's also just getting so much assistance from the support line. Like, they are really, really enabling this Junker Queen to gain the maximum value that's available to them, because the commanding shout rotation and knowing when that Suzu was available, or even just the coverage of the movement speed from the Lucio, everything is really on point right now, and you can tell that the reason why the Junker Queen is working is because they've ran this consistently.
And you know, it's that big part of that synergy. I keep bringing that up again, but it's just so impressive to me how the Pizza Pirates are always like pulling forwards and back. Like, they have this perfect balance of push and pull that gets them winning fights, even if they last longer. Like, the longer it goes, the better it is for them. And a map that is very important with that kind of tempo is Escort. I apologize, I was mistaken. So we are going to Escort for map number 2.
Changing it up on you. We want to keep you on your toes as well.
Yeah, keeping everyone on it. Exactly.
But I mean, and also even further when it comes to, you know, that ebb and flow like you're mentioning, that's where you really talk about the understanding of like this macro play. Like, we talk so much about like the micro play and how like these little nuanceical things, but also just understanding the fundamental factors of how to communicate with your team, understanding and how they can move as a singular unit. It's not just that independent cogwheel amongst the mechanism, is what we really see a lot of teams do well in competition like this, and being able to have that fundamental understanding and then carry it over into their games. And when you're going to be competing against teams like ISU, who we know so heavily, you have to have such a well-rounded understanding of those fundamentals, because that allows you to be able to perform at a higher pace.
And we're going to see that even more, especially if we stick with this ball composition, is what happens when a cog is removed from the occasion. Can the machine continue to operate? Do we need to get a factory reset on it? Like, what really needs to happen? And those are the kind of decisions that you need to make instantly. You're losing time, you're losing percentage, and eventually the map, if you're not careful with how quickly you're actively communicating with each other. And a map such as Dorado, where positioning is the name of the game, is going to highlight that.
Yeah, and this is one we talk a lot about too, especially when it comes towards that later phase. I mean, realistically, even in the initial part of it, you have so many elevated high ground positions that you can utilize to anchor yourself on if they want to go into more of a hit scan type of realm, where there is discussion of seeing, you know, Widow in the case, or even the Ashe being brought into this, because when you find in a couple of those choke points a clever dynamite or something of that nature to try and stop that momentum forward, it can generate not only the ultimate so quickly, but also just get that chip damage across the board on who is going to be moving through those chokes. We do get to take a look at the composition, at least defensively here, and know exactly what they're going to bring to the table, which is Zhongi more so on this Diva, and going to couple it now with that final selection of the Genji. So they're looking for still heavy movement and to dive onto things while still residing with this opportunity of that one-shot hit mechanic from the Sojourn that can be brought in.
And, you know, we didn't really talk too much about the D.Va and the potential compositions that come up, because she's very much of a, it's gonna work or it's not pick. And like, you're coming out assuming that Vind is on the Winston, which, lucky for you, you won the lottery, essentially. Vind is on that. So D.Va can do pretty well with kind of moving the monkey away from your team, understanding that Kaiser and Dawn to Dusk will be in a bit of trouble here. Dive up early just to displace the high ground, but D.Va has these boosters online. You can move from building to building, and this makes this map incredibly challenging to move through.
Salami Boy's really been punishing as well with these boosts. We've already seen eliminations in that previous control map, but now also really still being able to zone and manage that high ground position to deny the accessibility by Zhongi is really important to them as the dive comes in quickly by Vin.
Yeah, this is speed movement, and look at this. Pizza Pirates haven't really done anything to threaten DuPage's life. They're just backing up. I mean, we're basically knocking on the gates of this objective. You need to engage sometimes. Zhongi recognizes that, goes in. You lose the Moira on the side of the attackers. It's a great pickoff. Are they able to steamroll it more? Vind is playing on limited time, decides to take the aggressive initiative, which is just what Minnesota had to do in that moment. Once again, their decision-making and ability to close out these fights is impressive.
I mean, the challenge, too, is when you lose the Moira, you have so much healing that is lost when they got the early pick. But despite that, there was still really great target calling coming out from Minnesota because they were able to turn it, despite them only having Salami Boy on the Lucio for that utility in AoE healing, which still proportionally is not nearly as much as the Moira brings to the table. And look at how far forward they're playing to gain that extra space.
And this is just coming down to the idea of the Pizza Pirates know where they need to be on this map, and they know where DuPage wants to be. They're going to get there first and prevent them from going in these spots. And like, look at that. There's another boot from Salami Boy. The Winston has to dive back up. Is so low. Gitsugi's alive. No. Akuya with the final dash, looking for a couple more. Sound Barrier, though, will be in his way. While that might be the back off, DuPage are going to have to press that S key themselves. They are down several, and staggers here would be brutal.
Yeah, giving ground is absolutely necessary for DuPage. They have unfortunately found themselves in two. I just let a cold stick. No, that's fine. You know, I saw him alone. I'm just gonna keep it as payload. You don't really need my tracer play. At pulse bomb, I'll hold for later. As Akua needs to be very careful up on this high ground.
Yeah, it might be the tickle cannon, but that thing hurts if you stay in the range for too long. And Akuya starting to find that out. Zhongi breaks free from the chokehold, but where's the team to back them up? Eventually, Kaiser will manage to meet, but no, the sticky comes through, manages to stay alive for a tiny bit longer. Nowhere near enough, though, to put any sort of dampener on the Pizza Pirates' success. Rich, they're looking straight down the second point gap.
Yeah, and with this now going to be accumulated, it will be a massive time bank for Minnesota to work with, aggressing forward. Vin just, again, continuing to punish any that still remain.
This is brutal. I mean, you're walking to the third point with 5 minutes. You're continuing to pick up these eliminations, and not even to mention the ultimate economy right now.
Yeah, and that's, again, going to amass here shortly, with going to be all 4 of them. But DuPage, that's really their only lifeline here. They need to rely on this Coalescence, Primal, and Blade to turn this around.
You have options, but the execution, I mean, what's going to happen? Slimy Boy's been holding on to this sound barrier since seemingly the first objective, and you need to take some sort of initiative. DuPage have been on the back seats now. They're the ones jumping in, looking for the players. There's a sound barrier out early that could open the door for Fellow later on if they manage to stay alive. But no, they go down to Akuya, who removes the blade from the sheath first and puts 2 down to the grave. DuPage Esports, this was their chance to turn it around, and suddenly it's gone.
There's just so much organized chaos here. Like, Minnesota really understands that when things get a little bit tricky and they're not potentially going to be able to win the fight, they know how to draw back, reevaluate, and then re-engage. And DuPage can't quite find that same pace to be able to counteract against it. And now they're opting to have to make the swap back to the D.Va in this desperate moment to put onto it and also compete with 4 minutes in the time bank.
This is a difficult chance for DuPage Esports. They'll have these damage ults and the sound barrier to sustain it longer, but you need to hit your mark, and that is just the target you need to find. Cupcake is down. So is the majority of that healing. The first time that we're going to see Minnesota on the back and the losing foot. No, you got to get back on the payload, Fellow. Making it a close call. Thankfully, no C9s yet today.
Yeah, Salami Boy saying, I really, really want a Charlie Niner, and I want to be the one to bring it on the broadcast. As we've got now 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Again, this is a great position, though, to be able to defend against the oppression. As now you've got Pete Pirates looking to find an avenue in with 2 ultimates to their name.
And this pulse bomb accuracy from Cold Beer has been impeccable. Looks for it, but no, Suki read it like a book. Oh, that must be one tasty pulse bomb. And you're going to have to hope that keeps you full because you're down your Reaper. We were also banking on to win this fight. DuPage, they're falling apart despite an incredible play to open it up. Minnesota have once again taken the fight to their opponents, forcing the reaction side, and it seems this will be their last opportunity to react. The Death Blossom, too little, too late.
Hail Mary when it comes to that self-destruct and the Death Blossom, but unfortunately cannot buy any more time, and there is still a lot of time in the bank despite them. Again, just about like a minute and a few seconds under for them to be able to have that swap of sides if you do see completion now by DuPage. But again, the biggest thing here, you touched on it a couple of times when it comes to Minnesota, that they're really being able to find these extremely great angles, and even with it readable with that tracer towards the end of it, with the consumption on the Diva. That's great. Like, you really did read it. But when you then put resources into that and try to counteract the tracer, hyper-focus onto it, you instantly have a get-out-of-jail-free card when it comes to the recall. So you're back to full, and then you re-engage it, where Pizza Pirates have been evaluating, hey, we're going to kind of put you as a sacrificial lamb. That's totally fine. And then we're going to now come back in and take the advantage when you have the Blade, which finds massive value on the support line into the back, which they've not been as key to focusing on. And again, it's also just how quickly Pizza Party's been generating these ultimates, because it's the tracking that's going to be challenging. And I'm so looking forward to seeing what the actual locked-in composition is going to be from DuPage, and if they bring something like this out, because now you talk again, there's so many different angles that you can take with the Wrecking Ball, but execution, as we've both emphasized, is the key factor here for its success. And going against Pizza Pirates, who've played so proficiently right now, I'm not sure if it's enough.
And to add to that point, who realistically are you trying to dive once this comes out? There's no Soldier, there's no Sojourn, and even the Moira perhaps is your best option once that Fade is gone. And this is a great challenge that DuPage Esports are electing to take up with the hope to ideally dislodge their opponents. You need to get Zihungi in a spot where they can perform these roll-throughs and pile drives, hopefully get a DPS to go, but you know, you lose your Genji right off the bat. Any setup you had before, completely negated.
Puts them back into spawn for now. Curious if they opt to make any adjustments, or they just look for the top up. Not quite yet broken, so we way away from this Wrecking Ball composition. And again, still managing the high ground here. And you said it perfectly, when the fact that they don't really have a dive target. You can see that at this point, Zihungi does not quite yet have the best target. They're looking to push back, and a great boot comes in to try and give some assistance, but they can't quite get an execution.
No, I mean, even Salami Boy got so low, has the efficient mechanics, had the healing, but that's the target they wanted to find. The pile drive, the tracer execution. Picture perfect. Now you got to do it again before the Pizza Pirates tear your team apart. It is an even trade. Oh, I would say that if you had a Genji on the board. Colbeer and Akuya are the deadly duo that DuPage Esports has been unable to break through thus far.
And now almost half the time bank dwindled completely before even really reaching this archway. They've not been able to get to that point and they're consistently having to anchor around this corner. And there's so many different angles at which that Pizza Party can play off of. They're consistently residing close with the Genji Lucio for that extra movement speed. This angle that you're going to have from Zihungi is a nice one to try and engage, but again, they're so spread out, you really have to actually guarantee that you get the elimination when you go in.
I mean, they did force the Fade out of Cupcake on the high ground, and while they get so incredibly low, they're on their feet, and Vin manages to grab both of the supports in the backline, and this is just what the Pizza Pirates are doing. They're waiting for DuPage Esports to go in. They find the vulnerable underbelly and just drive their spear through.
If there's ever a moment that they would look to try and make a change, it has to be sometime soon, because you're at that 2-minute marker. It's either do or die, where you have to use this minefield and the ultimate economy that you're leaning into. Dawn going to be so close to the Soundberry, which they can use again as a tempo control, where they want to look for an engagement or potentially just try and get that Kitsune rush to also find value. But everyone for Pizza Party could just disengage.
You have the minefield on the high ground. Everyone's out except for Cupcake. The Fade didn't come up in time. It's going to be a devastating blow. DuPage, best opportunity they've had thus far on the attack. The Pizza Pirates are willing to take a backseat for now, get their Moira in the fight before anything else happens. DuPage, they need to act now before they go down. It is the trade for Akuya, the Kitsune rush, hoping to push them forwards. A little bit of extra health on the board. Don Deduct sitting on a sound barrier that we're not going to see anytime soon, Rich.
That Primal Rage securing everything right now.
Bomb.
And here's the thing, though, is that you only had to commit Vin's Primal Rage. That's it. So you've got 60 seconds now where you have 4 ultimates to completely hold this defensive line near that fountain. And DuPage has such a mountain to climb with what they contributed previously.
DuPage, they're looking for a miracle right now. The sound barrier can only accomplish so much in this regard. You need to have an execution of a dive, get the Genji back in the mix, and that blade has to be massive. Akuya, though, first one to pull it out, and again, it was way too long. Pizza Pirates, all right, you're not going to do anything, fine. We're going to take the fight to you. That's 3, down to the final blows of Vinden. They still held on to that blade. The sound barrier is gone, and now your chances even slimmer.
I mean, the good thing is at least you forced out those ultimates. It's the really only Cupcake is the one that you have to keep an eye on. That Coalescence is going to be so important for them to be able to get that throughput healing necessary, as now with DuPage specifically having this last opportunity to try and engage it. They're going to go in with the blade, though. Got to keep an eye on it.
Glad. Gonna pop it out now, looking for a target. Finds the dash. Cupcake fades right out, and the blade is started as soon as it ends. It's overtime now. DuPage need to get themselves on the objective as soon as possible, yet their numbers are dwindling. The Pizza Pirates have showcased near perfection on this dive defense, Rich. One of the most challenging things to pull off with such a composition, and yet they do it here to take the round robin 2-0.
Quick work, I would say. Still a worthy effort, an attempt coming out by DuPage, as they have managed to actually get, play the games. Can't discredit them for that part of it. But realistically, and again, this is why it's so nice in the round-robin stages to be able to get and understand the types of competition that you're facing off against, and also really being able to see when so many culminate from this Midwest region, that you can now better understand how to evaluate. And going into day 2, they still have matches to play today, so there is many more things that they're going to learn and have to adapt to moving forward. But now they can start looking at the strengths and weaknesses of how their opponents played and what they need to really level up moving forward. And being able to evaluate those things and in the short run, be able to make those changes for tomorrow, that's what you really have to look forward to.
Again, it's on that flexibility, that adaptation, who is able to learn the most from their mistakes and their successes alike. And it's not to say that DuPage, they still looked really good on their own mantra.
Yeah.
When we did see it, it's just that Minnesota and Vind being on that Junker Queen was one step above. And I want them to take a look back at what went well today, the few dives that they did manage to execute and gain significant value from, and understand how that happened and how they can replicate it.
Well, and even just understanding, like, when it came to the mirror as well. That was, I think, a part that I did at least like to see, where you're trying to go toe-to-toe, especially with the Winston play, because there was still some dive-centric dynamics to the way that DuPage played, and I think that did favor to them, but it was always behind the 8 ball. You already had 2 or 3 ultimates that were already online, a couple of abilities had already been expended defensively in the neutral engagements that were coming through, so they just could never find themselves getting the early advantage to actually apply as much significant pressure as you had from Minnesota. So with that, that's, again, that timing, that tempo, and that understanding of how this fight and just the overall match is progressing.
And it's going to be a testament of that, because you're not going to get one team that isn't willing to flex around as much, even if it's maybe a Ramattra to a Junker Queen. It's a whole new game that they're attempting to play, Rich.
And with that being concluded for now, we still have a lot more Overwatch ahead of us, and who knows what those compositions are going to look like. So it's going to be a whirlwind ahead of us, friends. So we're going to head to a short break before we get into that next one, so don't go anywhere, because I know we're all looking to see what's going to unfold.
Best Esports Invitational returns for yet another match of Overwatch. I'm Time to Light, taking the spot of Rich, and Tiny technically taking his seat. I gotta say, we're getting into semantics here, but Tiny, moving into game number 2, what may be game number 3 later on, we have to start with Carthage.
Yes.
Team we haven't seen, team we don't have a lot of information about as well. They are the unknown variable, and I hate algebra, so we'll get to that later. But you've already seen DuPage. You just watched him absolutely have some difficulties, but against a very good team. Talk to me about DuPage.
So DuPage in particular, as we just saw, they like to play it fast. They like this dive. They pulled out the wrecking ball. It did not work out. It was very shaky. They had a few successful dives, but getting 2 eliminations on said dive throughout the course of an entire 4-minute attack is not ideal, especially when you're playing against a team that is very well knowledgeable in how tempo should be run in various compositions. So they like to play it fast. On the other hand, when we looked back at Oasis, their control point liked the Ramatra a ton. They had this great idea of aggression. The Maywalls were on point, but same idea. Once things dragged out for a long time, they got lost, they got confused, and that's where they're able to strike. Yeah,
I was sitting behind Minnesota when they played that game, at least back on Dorado, and it seemed like Minnesota was just clean and clear in front.
Absolutely.
They had, especially on the defensive side, everything going their way. They played the choke on the bridge properly. They made sure they eliminated that risk of the ball more often than not. They played with confidence. Now, DuPage needs to maybe carry over something that they have learned. They say you either win or you learn. Hopefully they learn some confidence, because coming in this game, it's not a must-win. Yes, everybody gets to go to winner's bracket tomorrow. This is mostly for seeding in the group stage. But if you seed yourself higher, you're playing up against an arguably worse team from our second block of the Overwatch groups. You have yourself an easier way through the upper bracket. Yes, you're still going to have to play a number 1 or a number 2 team in the second round, but you give yourself the better shot. And more importantly, you give yourself a little bit more confidence, which we just saw DuPage maybe lacking.
And confidence is one of the most important things, to a degree, that you can have in competition, right? If you're not feeling good about how you're playing, then you're not going to play well. It's seriously as simple as that sometimes. And when DuPage came out into that game, it looked very confident, right? They came out with the Ramatra. They won the first couple of fights great. But as soon as Vind and the rest of Minnesota started to figure out their patterns and took them down at their own game, it kind of fell apart from there. And I want that to just leave it a next game. We're on a new map against a new team, and it's time to let that go and bring it ahead to a new round, because as you said, these seedings are so important.
Yeah, it's a new game. You've just played a game, you've lost it. Whoop-de-doo, who cares? Maybe you a little bit later, but we'll get into that.
Well, yeah.
You're coming into a new game. You're playing up against a new team, and we've talked with Carthage a little bit. They seem about as confident as Minnesota just was. We also talked with Loki, the coach of Minnesota, earlier on, and Loki seems fairly confident in how the group will play out. Minnesota is going to take that number 2 spot just behind Illinois State, because it's Illinois State. Let's be real with each other. Everybody else is playing for that 3rd place spot. Or they're trying to contend with Minnesota for second. DuPage just had difficulties doing so. Carthage still has at least a small opportunity to do so. This is a first-round bye. Second place, first-round bye with 6 teams per group. So you're still playing for a heck of a lot into these last couple of rounds of play. And for Carthage and DuPage, this is their last round of play, barring if they need that possible 5th game. Again, could come through. We talked about it at the desk earlier. Probably not.
And especially if you're DuPage, who played against Minnesota. And, you're not one of the teams that people, say, hey, I've seen them before. They're terrifying to look at. I mean, no, they're DuPage. They're a new program that's been around for a little bit over a year. Them being in this more comfortable environment, yes, they have that home field advantage, which has helped them look calm, cool, and collected at certain points. And we just need to see a little bit more of that as they head into Carthage. Just again, we don't know what Carthage is going to pull out, but Carthage may not know what they're going to pull out. It's all going to be put down on paper as that map comes through, and that's where we need to reevaluate on that terms of, are you willing to be flexible? Do we want to pull out the wrecking ball? Do we stay away from it like it smells like stinky cheese? I don't know.
Well, I was talking with a DuPage Valorant just before this, because they still have some time. They're finishing out a couple of their games. And we're trying to get an interview with somebody maybe on the desk later on, get their thoughts of the first round, get the groups out of the way, and at least get the player or coach perspective. We were talking with Asher from DuPage, and I'm like, oh, yeah, if you don't have to go back to the hotel. He goes, I don't have a hotel. I live here. You're talking about home field advantage. You get to sleep in your own bed. You get to come and go as you please. Some of these teams drove here on a bus as a full squad, so they don't have their individual cars to, I don't know, go get Starbucks between matches. There's no easy opportunities for some of these teams. The home field advantage, while it may not be concrete, a couple of these teams are within 20, 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And other teams are as far as 7 hours away for WIT. So that's Western Illinois Tech. So you don't have the easiest of drives back to your dorm, maybe.
No, and it's a lot to think about, right? I mean, there's some teams that left, like ISU, when we were talking to them earlier, they left at like 6 a.m. this morning.
Gross.
And exactly.
Gross.
And, like, sure, you can sleep on the bus, fine, but you have a full day of competition that is upwards of 8 hours of games that you have to play and hopefully win out to guarantee yourself good spot moving forwards to Sunday and a chance at that prize pool.
And more importantly, we still have Overwatch bracket play later.
True.
Now, it will not be streamed. I'm letting you know this now, but we will play Winners Round 1 and Winners Round 2, both after Valorant broadcast and Overwatch bracket 2 ends at the end of the day. We'll have all that seating done. We'll have some of the teams come back. So some of the teams that live within 20, 30 minutes, they get to go back home for literally 4 or 5 hours while the entire other pool is played, and then they get to come back of their own volition. Other teams, they have a 3-minute drive, but it's to a hotel. You're less comfortable. You don't have that same ability to practice maybe at the comfort of your own home with your own PC. Some teams maybe didn't even bring practice PCs to play inside their hotels because hotel Wi-Fi being as consistent as it is, it's not. I was trying to just download Excel files last night for stats, and it was great.
Well, the nice thing about being at the Scrim Center is that we have some of the best internet connection around, and we have not had any technical difficulties with internet. It is just that good, and especially when you're playing on LAN, I feel like that's part of it too, right? Is you're not trying to connect with a team on the other side of the country where you might be playing on like 50 to 80, 90 ping, which is significantly different for your reaction time. You're sitting right next to each other. Like, you could be staring them down if you really wanted to.
We've seen some teams actually stare each other down.
It is hilarious. I really hope we get to see pictures of that later, because it is awesome. But like, it's a whole new environment. Now the game responds as quickly as it possibly could, being here with that internet connection, and now you're looking to head in against an opponent that have been playing all day. I mean, round 4, right? We're getting a little tired. You can't let off the gas just yet, especially as we just have our first map pick in for this series. It's going to be New Junk City.
I love it. I love Flashpoint.
Really?
I love Flashpoint. It is arguably my second favorite mode. Control is at the very bottom of the list because it just doesn't. Okay, Control is always played first. All right? Hear me out.
It's not this time, though.
True. Control is most of the time played first, and then it just gives you like a complete misnomer on the series. We've seen teams pick up map 1, 2-0, easily walk away with Control, and then they get 3-1 and don't score another point. So there are cases where Control just is not the round deciding or series deciding factor. Here on Flashpoint, it gives a lot more variability. You still have movement on individual points that will stay static, but you also have that variability over longer periods of time because the points move quicker. At least 1.4 times the speed of normal Control, so it's a lot quicker to actually capture something. More importantly, you still have to be mobile. You still have to work on your ultimate usage between points because it carries over. Unlike Control, it's not as individualistic.
There's a lot more decisions to be made in
love
a Flashpoint map.
So many decisions.
So many decisions. But they're not easy decisions because they need to be made, like, just snap. Like, it's it. That's it. If you're deciding to commit an ultimate to contest a point, you have a flash, a moment to think about it, whether you're going to or not. And when you're trying to move through it, I mean, you need to set yourselves up like, all right, do we forfeit this point to try to go to the next one? Do we want to try to commit these ultimates? Like, all right, this is winnable. We're going in. We know if we win this, they're not going to come back and contest. Like, all right, cool. We're going to do that. But Flashpoint, at the end of the day, is a big map of positioning, rotations, and ultimate management, and 3 big tactical pieces that all rely on communication.
Yeah, and sometimes you have that communication of just moving into a Flashpoint. You say, hey, we're down 99-0. We will try to recontest this, but we're going to take it as a dry fight. Regardless of how many check marks we have at the top of the screen, we're going to take it as a dry fight. Maybe force some ultimates out of them, give us a better opportunity later down the line. And that seems to be the case more often than not. It is making sure you manage your ultimates, but you also force a lot more out of your opponents. You give yourself a better opportunity down the line. There's still a lot of variability in a map like this, like New Junk City, or a game mode like this, like Flashpoint.
Yep.
I'm still waiting for another Flashpoint map to come out, though.
Hey, we'll have to wait and see. We have 2 solid options out
Honestly,
there now, and teams have already played Saravasa throughout the day, so they will be getting another look for New Junk City, which the flashpoints are relatively similar when you look across the maps. I mean, Suravasa is a bit more open in terms of the points. The biggest things with New Junk City that you want to look at are going to be Refinery as well as the Ducks. Both of those take place indoors and force teams to filter through very small choke points, whereas every other one, Arena, Junkyard, and Bomb Flats, allow for more of these positions to be taken and those off angles, which we're going to see plenty of today.
I feel like the Arena is a nice little mean between the two. You have Junkyard, Bomb Flats very open. You have the indoor sites very closed off and isolated. Arena's like the nice median. It is the nice mean between them. Not the golden mean. We're not getting into any Aristotle points here. But Carthage will move in on the blue side. DuPage, we just saw now on the red. It needs to be a good start for DuPage. No beating around the bush. They did not have a great start to their previous series. They have to turn the tides here in their 4th round.
Yeah, DuPage right now will be doing a completely different look from what we saw in their previous 2 maps. They're going to go to the Junker Queen. Truly have a lot of compositions under the belt. But will this one be the actual one that they can find success on?
So mirrored Kiriko, mirrored Tracer, and a mirrored JQ on New Junk City. But what ends up being the deciding factor at the end of the day, great Jagged Blade, but nothing consequential off the back of it. And you have the Genji, that being the difference maker between them and the Sojourn, just the jump in off the commanding shout. They want to try and hunt down this Sojourn. You can hear the calls behind us. It is everybody yelling Sojourn. Now Junker Queen, who will fall shortly thereafter. It is an outstanding start, and more importantly, a turn of the tides for DuPage, as they will almost certainly cap first.
And that's all it takes is communication, target calling. You see a Snowstorm out on their own with no slide? All right, you're going to pounce on him, squish him to a pancake. Carthage Fire now down, and the big difference here that I'm seeing, Time, they don't have a Lucio. They don't have a Genji. They're moving so much slower.
Yeah, they do have their own speed and individuality as D.Va Online is on that Moira. She has to be mobile herself, but Shinbone caught out early. Awful start, already losing first point. You do a decent bit of damage, but DuPage is still more than happy to aggress as a squad because they still have all 5 members. ZXC needs to be careful and will fall immediately thereafter. It's the Tracer to hunt him down, and everybody wants to disengage, but it's not that easy. Seems like everybody will fall just of their own time, and that time is going to come back to bite Carthage as it's now 70% for DuPage.
They'll have an opportunity for one more contest here, both Pulse Bomb and Coalescence and Toe. DuPage, they got plenty to work with on their own side, and you got to be snappy if you're the Carthage Fire. That point ticked up so quick, you already have 10% left.
Oh, and in they will go, immediately popping just about everything. Rampage surprisingly used. It will not be contention on the point, but it'll be contention outside thereafter. They'll use Coalescence, will D.Va Online, and they'll be lucky to get away, but Flashpoint 1 will go the way of DuPage. Oh my goodness!
Mean.
Dude, Cool Hat just stole a health pack and sent D.Va Online back to their new spawn room.
Oh, I mean, it's one of the best parts of playing Tracers, like, haha, I got there first.
That's mine.
But, that's just brutal. And not to mention the stagger. You're not pushing in without a Moira, so DuPage Esports are going to get to this objective first, and only using 2 of those ultimates in the previous engagement has set them up perfectly with the first part of Junkyard.
Yeah, they still have Sound Barrier, and more importantly, they still have their own Dragon Blade, which is committed extremely early in this one. You swipe a little bit quicker, but do negligibly less damage overall. Snowstorm will fall early, you lose your arguable hit scan, and that's just a disengage. They're gone.
Yeah, Carthage Fire, I mean, they're still hanging around a little bit, getting some chip damage in, but yeah, you need to have your DPS back. I'd like to see Snowstorm get on an off angle here, add some additional pressure to DuPage, because right now, trying to fight them head on has not been it at all, especially with where Cool Hat has been.
Fellow popping that Dragon Blade, now just looking to poke and build up an ultimate once more. They'll probably have it around the end of 3rd point if I'm doing my guesstimations correctly. ZXC has their own Rampage, and here comes yet another Kitsune Rush. They don't couple it with the Rampage right away. Carthage Fire will force DuPage to disengage, but a Sound Barrier to re-initiate, and there's the opportunity. Crazy Mage down, your main support taken care of. A Rampage does find 2 players, including Zhongi, who will fall directly thereafter to yet another D.Va Online Coalescence. Who needs a D.Va? You just run the Moira. Who needs speed? You have the Colt.
And that's why you run the Moira, right? Is to have those coalescences constantly online. It's more damage, it's healing. It goes through literally every barrier in the game. So Carthage, for the first time, will have percentage built on their side with the swap over to the Zenyatta, which is great if you wanted to play a longer poke game. But now, you essentially are just at the top of the hit list here for both Dude Cool Hat and Fellow.
Yeah, it seems like it's just a push-in for DuPage. They want to hunt down individuals if they can. It seems like they're finding those opportunities. Shinbone's on a little bit of a flank here. Nice couple of headshots from Snowstorm, but nothing consequential. And they're now being hunted down. By no means are they safe, and they're pulled right back in. Come back here, my Sojourn, and quickly taken care of. ZXC falls off the map. Jungi will find 3 separate kills. DuPage, they're in final fight territory.
Zungi is disgusting on this Junker Queen. My goodness, the jagged blades, the bleeds that you have coming out, and just the rampage to top it all off. I mean, there's not going to be a touch here. Time delay. They can try all that they might, but it's looking to be a reverse sweep of our Flashpoint map to get Carthage Fire on the board.
And we'll head over to the bomb flats, and something has to change in the more open opportunity for Carthage. It does become a more individual fight, close range, but Jungi just sends themselves in. Crazy Mage quickly dispatched of, and basically the rest of the team will shortly follow suit. The Orisa switch here seems to be decent. They find a follow-up onto Fellow. This fight now far from over. Kaiser's taken care of. The Flashpoint has yet to unlock, and the Tracer's very lucky to currently be alive. It doesn't seem like Jungi will be able to be so for much longer. Yet another Javelin hits its mark, and Zungi on such low HP, down to virtually 1 as their Lucio comes back into the fray. So many people low. How do they win the fight? ZXC's dead.
You have a faster return time. You have the Lucio, the Tiriko to teleport, and then Tracer and Genji, they already move faster on their own. I mean, DuPage, they have more uptime in these fights. Carthage didn't close it out quickly enough, even with the opportunity that DuPage seemingly handed them on a silver platter. Not to say, though, their opportunity this next fight can be big.
Yeah, not with Crazy Mage dead so early, and you have nothing to work off of with it. Terra Surge is available here for Carthage, but you're not going to want to dedicate that, at least not in this 2 versus 4. Why do you put it through when you're so alone? ZXC basically throws away the heroic ult that they needed to. ZXC will also fall to a returned blade. Valiant effort on the back cap, but unsuccessful, and DuPage are up to, again, nearly final fight territory.
You'd have to think that Carthage are wanting to swap and, like, yeah, all right, you're on the Doomfist. You kind of have to at this point. You're not going to have the Tracer in time to get a final touch. And DuPage are on 3 ultimates. They're not even going to let Carthage Fire get near the point.
There's all 5 ultimates available now. Everybody will press Q. The Dragon Blade looking to close it, and it almost certainly will. No way out for Snow, and they will touch spawn doors on Flashpoint. DuPage will 3-0 New Junk City, and they have redeemed themselves from their previous series already.
Tempo control.
Yep.
Literally, tempo control. Who was initiating these fights? Who was going in with the speed, with the axes? It was Zungi, and you can see how much DuPage was behind him on the leadership, the initiative that was taken, and I'm shocked we have not seen this Junker Queen until now, and oh my gosh, now that I've had a taste, I want the whole dang meal. Get this guy back on the Queen for our future maps. This is a whole new DuPage team that we're seeing, and I'm loving it.
Okay, McDonald's.
Okay.
No, it's a great first map from DuPage, and more importantly, they just bring everything back immediately. You said it, tempo control. That Junker Queen was basically the pivotal part of that tempo control. I also think the lack of a Lucio
that too
did not help by any means on the Carthage side. If you're going to make an adjustment, that's probably #1 on the chopping block. Yeah, the Moira was good, but only when she had Coalescence, and she had, what, 3 Coals all game? Maybe 2.
Which isn't bad for 3 flashpoints.
Yeah, but you're only winning 2 or 3 fights. That's the problem.
Yeah, and like the thing is with what Cartridge wanted to do, I understand the idea of running the Moira. You're more survivable. You have greater outputs of burst healing, and the Zenyatta, sure, you can put the Discord Zords on people, and you can temple that, right? I would say that if we ever saw a clean fight without somebody going down first because of how far up that we saw DuPage playing, and it comes down to where are they wanting to hold on the map. They never let their opponents get near the flashpoint, so they would have to win essentially 1, almost 2 fights to even get towards for one, to get to the objective, and the second, to actually flip it in their favor.
You were talking about that positioning advantage, and that's
Yeah.
really where I want to harp on from
Yes.
here. You have, at least on bomb flats, we saw a full fight before bomb flats started taken off the actual flashpoint. And because the flashpoint didn't unlock immediately, it meant that the stagger was there for so long for Carthage. They could not find the final blows that they needed. They could not find the full eliminations they were looking for. And after that, the return was just so much quicker. Yeah, you're running a Moira. Yeah, you have your fade. Yeah, you can get out. But you can't get in as quickly. The rest of your team is still relying on you, and you have to have close proximity to them to find as much healing or damage. And that's the main difference maker. You're running a Lucio where there's a much more wide area of effect, and the Kiriko who just needs line of sight. And line of sight maybe not easily as come by for most players, but in that case just was not something that we had to worry about. DuPage, a much better first map here than we saw as the last map against Minnesota.
Absolutely.
I can't speak for the entire series of Minnesota. I was otherwise occupied. But you have to say it is DuPage looking like a different team and a more game managed based team.
Yeah, and like I want to take a moment of what you just said to highlight that in that first fight that we saw on bomb flats where it was 2 picks that went over to DuPage first, right? And then Carthage backed off a little bit, but they managed to grab them like, all right, hey, this is winnable. But what happened during that time is after it was evened, there was the call like, hey, we are even, we need to back up, we don't have health, we need to get healed before they engage. So they let Carthage get onto the objective where the Junker Queen is sitting and waiting for you to just swing an axe and slice them down because, hey, that's what you do. And after that happened, you have all of your cooldowns back up, and because they're made such smart calls to make that happen, they built up this momentum into a wave that eventually became unstoppable, and that is what we need to see from Carthage. You cannot allow yourselves to fall that far behind again. Our next map type, though, is really going to put that to the test.
Yeah, we're going to Hybrid as our second, and we're going to Eichenwald. And I gotta say, Eichenwald, I think this is the first time I'm seeing this since Open Division Finals, when Open Division was still a thing. Because all the collegiate leagues that I've been working, Eichenwald's either A, not in the pool, or B, nobody gets there. Because it's Hybrid 4th or 5th map in some leagues where you don't get the Hybrid because it's collegiate. Sometimes it is just 3 Overwatch and first to 3 maps. And you're not seeing Eichenwald all that often, maybe once every 3 weeks, and that's assuming the teams get there. It's in the pool. Some series have predetermined pools, others losers pick. Here it is losers picked with predetermined map types. And I like the decision from Carthage to go to this Eichenwald map. I'll go for 2 reasons. Number 1, they lost every single lateral point on Flashpoint. They did not get to any enclosed maps whatsoever.
Kind of unlucky.
Yeah, sometimes it is that random draw. That one you're going to want back. But now into Eichenwald, you have not only free roam on second point where you can play for the high ground and not have to worry as much about lateral play, but if you get to third point and you're better in more close range scenarios, there's your opportunity. There's a third point to decide it, rather than the third point or first, second, and third point to open it up.
Yeah. And Eichenwald in particular is unique in the regard that teams will switch compositions depending on the objective that you're on. Particularly for that first section where you're going through around that castle. You need to go up there. If you're going to let the defense have free real estate, I mean, like, all right, hey, we'll rain bullets down on you from above. There's nothing you can do about it, and you're not going to be able to take any reasonable fights, right? So Carthage needs to be keeping in mind. They'll be on this attack. Perhaps you can run something a little bit different with that brawl style, pull out the Junker Queen again, maybe change the direction completely. Whatever they think is going to work for them, but they need to be cautious of where DuPage is holding up. If you're going to let them make the first move and you're allowing yourselves to react, you're automatically at a deficit, and it's incredibly difficult to come back from that.
Yeah, especially on a map like...
No,
they're baiting it. I've seen this so many times.
They better be.
You hold a Malga in spawn room, and then you swap off. I don't even think they're going to stick Zarya. I sincerely believe you're going to run a Junker Queen here.
Just
the only situation where you don't run, they're running the Zarya here? I mean...
Sheer buff.
She has... Okay, that's fair. But against a Ram, that's a problem. You're running into a situation... Again, we didn't have much information on Carthage coming into things. I'd presume DuPage, other than a couple VODs they may have scraped from some Twitch stream 2 weeks ago, they don't have much either. So you're running into the realm of the unknown, especially with your opponents being on the attack first, because you chose the defense. What works here for the Zarya as they see everybody just, disengage?
Yeah, you got to get out there. Once those bubbles are gone, Zarya is in trouble. Doesn't understate the amount of damage she's able to do. And I'm assuming that's what DuPage are wanting to lean into, is the idea of you can get this charge up for Zungi, then your backline isn't going to stand a chance. But instead, it's them who gets caught out early.
Yeah, you lose your Genji right off the bat, and it's still D.Va Online playing the Moira. We were a little bit concerned about this, but DuPage will disengage almost right away. They don't want to play for this 5v4, so instead they'll give away a tick, maybe even 2, and now's where they want to push in. The problem is that Nemesis form, they'll just walk straight through. They will touch before the point is fully captured, and with those bubbles available for Zarya, she'll run out of her second one. Immortality field available, good usage of the cooldowns, but how long will that Zarya stick around? That's the real pivotal point. They'll actually find a couple kills in the process. Crazy Mage dispatched of, and that opening kill is not the decisive factor of first point. Good re-engage, good positional advantage from DuPage, and more importantly, they stay alive on the first hold.
If you're Carthage, you take that. 2 ticks, almost a third. That is a change of momentum you wanted to see, and now you have that pulse bomb. You're going to get a coalescence up here momentarily, and all of those are going to be great tools to help dislodge DuPage, force those bubbles out of Zungi. At Zarya, this will charge just more damage than a purple Echo Beam. You got to be staying far away from it.
90% charge on the Zarya, who's been very, we'll say, judgmental with their bubbles, getting through proper utility usage and making sure they get their abilities in. There's that flank behind. The grab will be inside the closed-off room and elevating everybody they can find. Coalescence dedicated. The bubble onto Fellow does not find anything lethal, and they're actually extremely low. 98% on their ultimate, though. Close to trying to lock things out, but again, Crazy Mage dying is basically that Achilles heel, and they'll lose the Lucio on a little bit of a late kill as well.
DuPage did exactly what they needed to do there. Z Hungry is getting flashbacks of Overwatch 2. Fellow on the Genji is now your Reinhardt. You give them every bubble that you can to allow them getting this damage in. Now has the blade up, you grab one target, take him out of the equation, have it be the tank, awesome. Now you're still in control, and they're going to have 4 more ultimates to push through this.
It's really 4 to 1, maybe 2, depending on when that Annihilation comes through. Both sound barriers dedicated alongside the overclock and that amplification matrix. Dude Cool Hat wants to try and use the overclock. We'll find it through the amp, and we'll find the kill in the process. Kaiser will find the final blow, but semantics not meaning really anything at the end of the day. It is a fight win, and that's the only intricate detail that DuPage care about.
It was an expensive one, though. Both support ults and the overclock, kind of brutal. Carthage, they're going to make a similar commitment, but being this far up in the spawn, only about a minute to go, it's going to be your best shot. Annihilation, you managed to get close to DuPage. There really isn't an answer for this unless your whole backline gets sliced and diced.
Grav could be used to just section off that Annihilation. It seems like that could be the case. Dragon Blade used early. They'll throw it to the back line, but so too is both the Overclock and the Annihilation. Deflect is there for Fellow. They'll mostly avoid, and it's a game of spacing.
Genius.
Crazy Mage does absolutely nothing, and now goes the grab. It'll find all 5 members, and Fellow finds 2 in the same process. Crazy Mage left on an island will be staggered till they cannot breathe, nor can they recontest. 25 seconds on the time bank. This will be with a pivotal moment.
I mean, you don't have a tank for at least these final 10 seconds. Carthage Fire will have to worm their way on through DuPage Esports, who are taking the fight to their spawns. D.Va Online, incredibly low, cannot heal the Hanzo on up. Time to light. This just might be the full distance that Carthage has been able to take. We'll see Shinbone on the side of the Lucio, but no, it just doesn't get there either. They're going to have to be happy with that initial success from the first fights, but it's not a full cap.
So Fellow dies almost immediately off rip, maybe within 30 seconds. Then, directly afterwards, 94% is locked in, 93.9 to be exact. After that, Carthage Fire find absolutely nothing. Nada, nil. Nothing to work around. They don't find an opening pick afterwards. If they do, it's immediately countered by a fairly well-timed ultimate. And DuPage, extremely judicious with their ultimate usage. Yes, they did dedicate a couple in maybe a less than ideal scenario, but the Grav was left over. They had good spacing to work with. The fact that they brought the Lucio was the difference maker. Now Carthage Fire need to nearly full hold coming into this first point. Otherwise, this is a quick Ike involved in a quick series as well.
Yeah. I didn't mention this earlier, too, is that Carthage Fire made a ton of role swaps. ZXC's on DPS, Crazy Mage from support to tank, and Shinbone from DPS to support. So now they're in entirely new positions where that communication strategy has to change, which I'm assuming is for the benefit of having a Lucio on your side. Yeah, it looks great, but it wasn't enough outside of that first engagement to actually get any notable progress. Now, that being on this defense, Zarya, a notable counter to a Junker Queen. How can Crazy Mage manage to play this hero?
Crazy Mage, you have to call something into this. You swap from the Ram to that Junker Queen against what you know as a Zarya, but they will just circumvent the high ground. A swap from Fellow onto the Mei, and a full dedication onto Snowstorm, who's very lucky to be alive. I believe the Suzu was dedicated onto them, but it's not going to matter. Kaiser already finds the opening engagement. ZXC needs to find something before they fall in the same breath, and they won't find anything to write home about. Crazy Mage will fall just the same. It seems like everything's falling for DuPage, and that home field advantage, maybe the home venue advantage, will give them a extremely clean 2-0 in this final round of groups.
What a turnaround from DuPage in this match today. Perhaps it was, they saw what exactly Minnesota did to them, holding them close, not allowing them to make any sort of move that was their choice. They decided, all right, hey, this worked. Why don't we try it out here? And it paid in dividends because, my goodness, Carthage were just held essentially at the mercy of whatever DuPage wanted to do. Carthage, while they thought they were making swaps to counter, that's what DuPage wanted them to do all along. You're thrown off your rhythm, you're thrown off your tempo, and that is where your opponents is. That is who is in control of the game, and DuPage certainly happy with how they're closing out the round robin.
They should be more than happy with how that specific game went as well. Eichenwald was basically entirely under their control. I'm going to say it. Even losing that opening pick against Elo, they controlled their own tempo disengaging. They got out. They did not overstay their welcome. When you're losing your primary DPS, or maybe secondary, depending on how you view your roles, you cannot find a way to get back in. Just don't play for the fight. There's so much time available for Hybrid because of the fact that they had to take so many fights at the same time. Carthage was forced to put too many eggs in different baskets. They didn't have the same amount of wicker that they needed, and at the end of the day, they over-dedicate to a single fight, and the Zarya just pops a couple bubbles like, hey, I'm here, and they find a couple kills afterwards. It was, 3 minutes for 7% of a hold, or technically 33 because it ticks back. That's a great defense for DuPage, and they just find an opening kill, and they turn into a game.
And it just kept going from there. We questioned at the beginning of this series was, will DuPage recover from that last loss?
Yes.
Can they find that initial confidence they roared out in their third round robin? Well, we can answer that now. They did. Probably more than confidence towards the end of that game, playing a Zarya of all characters, which while she is incredibly deadly to play against with her high damage, she's not great at controlling tempo or longevity, so a lot of those weaknesses teams tend to lean away from her. But when you're able to support your DPS, the Zarya doesn't have to do much at all. Time to Light, they figured out what is going to work best for our team, and we're going to run it regardless of what any of the opponents manage to think.
They say play to your own strengths most of the time, and that's exactly what we see DuPage do. I think there was a little bit too much variation in that series against Minnesota. They tried to bring too many different opportunities, and they had to swap because it honestly wasn't working. Sometimes a team will just outmatch you, and that's why we have not only the group stage for seeding, but then the winners and losers bracket for double elimination. Sometimes you make an adjustment that just does not work, and you now have an opportunity to go VOD review, replay review, whatever is required to change that into your next opportunity, because there are still many opportunities for both of these teams. Both of them will make winners bracket tomorrow. They have at least 2 more losses between now and being eliminated from the tournament, and that's assuming they're eliminated, assuming they're not playing Illinois State.
Well, even if you play Illinois State once, you probably won't have to play them again.
You'll avoid them till grand finals.
You're putting a lot of pressure on Illinois State here.
I've been doing that all weekend, though. I saw Illinois State was on the roster, and honestly, they put the pressure on themselves. Okay, I'm not going to lie. You're coming into this with a bunch of former contenders or arguably OWL talent. And you're coming into a college regional event as a team that will be favored to win most college national events. I'm going to put pressure on you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You're favored to win this for a reason. I'm going to lead into it because as soon as somebody beats you, assuming it's going to happen at some point eventually, it's going to be that much cooler.
It really could be. If anybody manages to take down ISU this weekend, you have all of us getting ready to watch for that day. Yeah. So, and we still have plenty of more competition. I mean, this is just Group A after all. The entirety of Group B Overwatch still has to play this afternoon. Yeah,
speaking of this afternoon we'll swap over to Valorant. Rich, Danny Dunzo, and myself will open up the desks. We'll let Rich and Danny open up our first game. And after that, it is more Valorant action. Overwatch will still be playing. All of Group B, which we talked about earlier, will still be playing off-stream, similar to Group A of Valorant that's been going on for the entirety of this morning. But we're going to swap some things over. We're going to make some logistical changes in the back end and swap out some teams. You can see even some squads popping up behind us. We're going to take a break. When we return, Valorant and more first-person shooter action.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are here to continue on for this amazing 2-day event. Again, the Midwest Esports Invitational. We've got Overwatch already concluding earlier on the broadcast with some amazing matches. Time to Light was actually there for part of that. And then now we're going to have the Valorant segment of this, and we've got a brand new partial desk here. As you can see, we do have myself, Rich Rad, we have Time to Light, Danny Dunzo, and then we actually have a special guest here, Blade, who is coming from College of DuPage, where they're going to talk a little bit about themselves in regards to how they organize themselves and function with the university, and then also just really their contribution to the college.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Blade, or Catherine Wolf. I'm the student president at College of DuPage for our esports program. I'm an analyst for our Valorant team here, and I'm also a substitute player for our varsity Overwatch team.
So a lot of hats, really. a lot of hats to have involved with that.
I would say, ironically enough, we had a team wearing a lot of hats earlier on today as well.
We did have it, yeah. I saw them.
Team was that Carthage?
I think it might have been Carthage, yeah.
It was like a cowboy hat,
no,
and then
there
was
was
a couple
like
other ones, a top hat, yeah.
There was like some farming hat or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Somebody had a top hat. I was like, I mean, well, this is the land of Lincoln.
Oh, yes, with class and style. But no, as we were talking about, just, really wanting to get to hear, like, your, opinion on your experience so far going into this weekend. And then I know both Time and Danny have some really, like, in-depth Valorant questions that'll also
absolutely. I mean, it's been a great experience overall for us this weekend. We do a lot of these events in the area, and this is kind of a home event for us, so to speak, being, College of DuPage, having an event here in DuPage County for us. So it's kind of nice to, be the home team for once. So we've had a really great time overall. All the teams have been fantastic.
Well, speaking of the teams, you guys have played a couple games thus far, both in Overwatch and Valorant. We're starting the Valorant segment, so I'll focus on Valorant. You've already played your group. You're looking forward to tomorrow. You went 2-2. What are your thoughts out of day one? Yeah,
absolutely. I think we played some really great teams. We had a nice and close game that could have gone either way against Michigan State. Fortunately, that one didn't fall our way, but we were able to go 2-2 out of our group. We feel pretty solid about going into tomorrow, and we're going to do our prep work and come back stronger tomorrow.
And speaking of your prep work, as you move into day number 2, you've been looking at some of these teams. Obviously, you're going to play one of the teams that are currently going on now. Is any of the team watching some of the VODs online? Or are they coming back to maybe watch them in person because you all live maybe within 10 minutes?
Yeah, I'm 15 minutes from here.
Easy.
That's pretty much my job as the analyst. So depending on how the bracket falls out tonight after the other group here is done playing, I will be doing a lot of homework tonight on who we're playing tomorrow.
So you will be burning the late night oil.
Very much.
While wearing many hats.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, so as part of being in the Midwest, there's obviously a lot of competitive schools. You have DePaul, for example, that is in the Pac-12. I'm sure people confuse you guys all the time. We were having a little bit of trouble with that just now. We're kind of to remind ourselves to do DuPage, not DePaul.
Yeah.
Because being able to in a big metropolitan area like Chicago, does that help breed like rivalries, and does that rivalry make you guys better? Is that something you guys talk about all the time? How does that go for your school?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're one of the bigger community colleges in the area, so sometimes some of the community colleges get looked over a little bit for some of the more private universities or bigger programs. But we've been steadily growing our program for the past 2 years here at College of DuPage, and we are really enjoying getting to compete with all these great programs.
Speaking of, I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead. You can finish.
Speaking of that, when it comes to a lot of the great programs and your school growing, how is the staff at DuPage? They're honestly helping out. They're really involved in the program, making it easier for you guys to grow, even though you guys are a community college?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're under our athletics program now at College of DuPage, which is fantastic. We've gone from being a club to being fully a part of athletics now, which is really exciting, and they have been absolutely great for us. We have jerseys now. We have I'm wearing merch under this, so we got lots of good stuff coming that way. Our production team is phenomenal and also run by students, so it's a lot of very student-focused program at the moment, but athletics has been great for us.
Well, and I would think that, being a community college, again, kind of like a stepping stone for students to then transition into, let's say, a 4-year university or to another opportunity. That's got to be something that is really important to those, because you have over like 26,000 students that participate in your university. To have that accessible to then transition to a 4-year university must be really nice for them and interesting for them to be able to also participate and just be involved in that sector of your esports program.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have, like you said, 26,000 registered students at College of DuPage. Our esports program, currently we have over 300 members in our Discord, 50 of those who are actively competing students at events just like this. Yeah, we have a very, very large program for the college that we are, which is awesome.
Speaking of your program, I want to talk about the program type. You said community college, it's a 2-year program.
Yep.
I want to talk to you more about how you're transitioning some of these students into more 4-year universities or outside of college opportunities, because most schools started a freshman year, finished senior, you have all 4 to build. You don't have that same luxury. Talk to me about how you will, say, mend your program for that.
Yeah, so for us, it's very much kind of we're constantly in motion in our program.
Welcome to esports.
Yeah, welcome to esports. Yeah, that's the world. But for us, we have pretty much every semester we'll have tryouts right at the beginning of the semester, and then we get teams rolling right away. So for us, it's kind of just there really is no break time for at least the people who are on the back end. You know, myself and our director, Alex Grossman, are constantly working on getting teams set up. You know, what leagues are they going to play in? How are teams going to practice? All that kind of stuff. So it's very much just the pieces are constantly moving.
Yeah, awesome. Well, that's really awesome to hear, and just to see how it's so important, not only just as the two-year university for those students that are participating, but also how it allows them to advance further on when they do depart that sector of it. So it's been an absolute pleasure to be able to speak with you throughout this, time. Blade, we don't want to take up too much more of it. I know that there's going to be games going on that you want to be taking a look at as well. So thank you so very much for your time and just being able to communicate that for those who are not only just wondering about this Midwest Invitational, but also just about the universities and schools in of itself.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
Absolutely, not a problem. It's been a pleasure. So, with that being said, we will just kind of dive in a little bit further to what we did touch on earlier this broadcast, where we did discuss how it's going to be the remaining portion of the Round Robin Valorant segment, where we do have it all being best of ones. And when it comes to specifically more so of what we've seen in the Overwatch side, a lot of competition. We talked a lot about the group stages. There's also a lot that we're going to be having going into this one. Major schools that we're looking forward to, just like DuPage moments ago. Are there any within the overall spectrum from what we have from our A group and our B group that's most interesting to talk about, or ones that you're looking forward to seeing perform?
So 2 starts. Number 1, Michigan State. We talked about it with Blade. Very close game with College of DuPage. But Michigan State didn't get out of this group unscathed. They had a very close comeback that they wanted to pick up against, I believe, WIT, Western Iowa Tech. Also a community college, by the way. So community college is really stepping up.
Yeah, for the Valorant one, there's 2 of them.
Yeah,
so.
and on the other side, in the Group B, you have CGC UIC, who we may see in a few minutes, and Columbia College, a team coming all the way from Columbia, Missouri. It's where Mizzou is, for all of you familiar. you got to say, a lot of these schools all looking to redeem themselves outside of their conferences, because all of these schools play in leagues. They play in outside tournaments as well. Here, it's an opportunity to not only do so overall, but to do so on LAN, which is where a lot of people really prove themselves.
Absolutely.
For me personally, the 2 ones I'm looking for, especially in Group B, is DePaul University, because they're very selective about which lands they go to. Out of all the lands I've been to, have been a pleasure of being able to host or cast. They have never been there as often, and they're actually called like the mythical school that might not even exist to some of these people. So the fact that they're here, a team that's part of the Big Ten, it speaks a lot. And Northern Illinois University, I know they also have a lot of other sports that they play well in, other esports. They're constantly ESC, and they're honestly a good rival with Ball State, where I'm from. So they're actually someone I'm looking forward to being able to watch play.
Yeah, NIU, my alma mater, I've been able to kind of watch and take a look at, at their Valorant play, and they've really tried to step up and compete when it comes to their performance, and we might be able to get to see them today. But again, there's a lot to be played over the course of this evening. Again, we'll be having 4 round-robin matches that is going to be best of 1 before we enter, as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, where tomorrow it will be continuing those best of 1s all the way until we get to the grand finals, which is that best of 3. So there's a lot of Valorant for us to go through. We've touched a little bit on some of the universities that we're most looking forward to seeing in competitive, and I can't wait to get that underway, as we had a wonderful interview as well coming in from Blade. So we'll be entering into that match in just a matter of time, so we're not going to be going away too long for you, as we'll get that set up and get our first game underway, which is going to be both St. Xavier and then University of Illinois Chicago. So those 2 are going to battle it out first before we get to see what the rest of the round robins are, so don't go anywhere.
been through Overwatch. We've been through our interview with Blade. We are now moving into Valorant at the Midwest Esports Invitational. I'm Tom Delight. Joining alongside me here, Danny Dunzo. Got to say, Danny,
timing.
Moving into this next game, moving into our first game of Valorant, a lot of unknowns for a couple of these teams. And if we've been looking at ranks, maybe a little bit of an unbalanced first game in this first.
Well, hey, ranks will tell the full story because, of course, there's also teamwork, there's also coordination, there's also LAN experience.
Yeah.
I've seen some Ascendant players really take it to a lot of Radiant players, because there's a difference between playing in your room in a comfort with your own setup and then just coming here representing your school, having that jersey on you. You know, there's all those different factors. So there could be a lot of upsets here. Rank only goes so far, really.
Yeah, well, remember, we do have a full round robin in this second group. We've already had the first group play earlier on today. We talked with Blade about that, how DuPage did, how Michigan State beat them narrowly, and then lost a little bit later on to, I believe, Carthage, and then follow up a loss to WIT. So a couple games to talk about there. We'll get some stats on those later on today. But our first game, we start off with CGC UIC, the competitive gaming club of the University of Illinois at Chicago. Can't believe I didn't start it through that. And going up against, honestly, a very dangerous opponent because of the unknowns, St. Xavier in this first matchup.
Yep, Xavier, not X-Xavier. You made sure to let me know that this is not X-Men.
Yeah.
So one thing I really appreciate about CGC is that they tend to have a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Any LAN, they can sometimes send more than one team. And it's almost like they pick at straws randomly. For example, one of their pug teams, quote-unquote, as they very elegantly put it, actually made it to Campus Clutch, defeating their main roster. But St. Xavier, who knows, because, again, they're a mystery. They're not someone who tends to play on LANs compared to CGC. That's honestly in every LAN I've ever been to. So let's see how the mystery factor plays into this. And speaking of that, we are now heading towards our drafts. We see already a couple of mirror matchups. We see Tony with Omen and SXU with Omen as well. Very good smokes in this map.
Yeah, and you got to say CGC UIC, or UIC as we'll call them for most of the broadcast, are the more known quantity coming into this game. Most of the time it is Radiant or Mortal players across the board versus St. Xavier, who I just talked with, Plat Diamond-ish. So this is a very big rank disparity. This first game could very well be a blowout, or because it's Sunset and the unknown still very much there, St. Xavier could make that up extremely quickly.
Okay, correct. And to continue on what I was saying previously about the mirror matchups, we see Omen on both sides. We do see a Cypher on both sides. Cypher is actually very strong in this map, considering that mid is often a point of attack. Whoever controls mid has a much easier time going A or B. This is a two-sided map, so having a Sentinel like Cypher allows you to completely take over one side on defense, so that is a lot of the rest of your team to be able to control the opposite side as well as mid.
Yeah, and you're looking at this map of Sunset and saying, what are more common agents? Outside of collegiate, obviously, sometimes college play can bring in more unique agents. Today, that's not the case, especially considering it is Sunset. This is a map where there are a lot of different viabilities. The number one staple of this map, and something we're seeing today, is the Omen on both sides, picked about 59-60% of the time. The Rays also being brought only, however, for CGC UIC. You gotta say, a little surprising to see a lack of a pure duelist on St. Xavier's side. They're only bringing the Phoenix, which, I'm gonna be honest, not the biggest a fan.
I'm not gonna lie, that's my main, so I have full faith in the Phoenix. On top of that, I have full faith in the Omen, the Phoenix, and the Sky, especially because, and Cypher, because they have that SXU on their team.
Yeah.
That is showing pride for his school. Meanwhile, I don't see no CGC or UIC in any of the defending side. So I'm supposed to be unbiased, but I might be liking St. Xavier a little bit more. But speaking of that, here's the start of the game. I would hope maybe we can see the weapons. But first round, bit of a coin toss, who goes where.
Yeah.
So we definitely see on the offensive side, it looks like they are starting to group up around. Never mind. Just thinking about my bad. First few seconds, honestly, we're just running around. We see ghosts, pistols, and small shields. It's the usual.
It's looking like a toss-up, and obviously it's the bonus. It's the buy phase of the pistol round. A lot to leave up in the air. The one thing I do want to bring up, I was talking about the Phoenix, the lack of, I said, a quote pure duelist. Yoru, Reyna are even picked more often than Phoenix. 1.8% of the time you will see a Phoenix on a map, the Sunset. Fairly surprising overall. Or sorry, 1.8% of the time you'll see a Phoenix overall. It's about 12% on Sunset, so a little bit more reasonable here. Nice combination of utility inside with the Aftershock, the paint shells as well. All in all, well over 300 damage done in totality, and Foe will find at least an opening kill, plus some damage onto the unhealable Penguino.
That's correct. We see all of Cypher's util on the A side, so as long as Cypher gets close enough, they will be able to stop this A rotation that St. Xavier is doing right now. So, but now they're trying to play it slow. They're probably expecting the opposing Cypher lineups there. So let's just see if they're to gather some information, hopefully find out which way to go.
So you got a cam set up on the site, a tripwire as well, but that's the extent of utility or players on this side of the map. St. Xavier cuts sound almost immediately. You lose an extra player, you can't afford to make obvious notions. They will have to walk through that trip, they'll take it out, dark cover thrown, but Monkey wins the first fight. Great start back into the round and an opportunity with a dark cover thrown towards the back side of site. It's actually a cyber cage by their own Cypher, so they will be able to get the spike down safely and with some information as well.
Right there.
That's true. As soon as you, of course, plant a spike, you suddenly go from being offense to defense. And that is going to help, but right now it is just Breach. And now Xavier with the first win. That's the underdog team going. I have a lot of respect for them starting off this first round.
Yeah, they need the start. They got it. Pistol round will go their direction. We were talking about some statistics. I've got a couple more for you. On Sunset, the attack will win the pistol round about 53% of the time. The problem they may run into, they being CGC UIC, is that second round conversion, usually just noted as a conversion round, is picked up nearly 90% of the time. This is a completely different game now, especially considering UIC's just not buying whatsoever. They can't afford to invest, so naturally, they're just not going to.
Yep. You know what they say, if you can't buy it twice, you can't afford it.
I feel like that's just more life advice.
Yeah, well,
but
you know.
fairly accurate.
See, they're going to have to play a bit slow on the offense because, of course, you don't want to full rush and maybe lose your weapon advantage to like a shorty in the corner. Thankfully, when you have the full buy, you get to actually play a little bit slower because as long as you don't do anything crazy, you should get the victory.
So the question I have for CGC is, why are you not stacked? You're running exclusively pistols, very narrow points of utility. You are not going to win straight up 1v1 or 2v2 gunfights. You have to take multiple players versus, well, say less than multiple players, and that's just not going to be the case for them. You're setting up a classic A main, we'll say less than ideal.
I would say maybe it's because since it's a pretty small map, relatively speaking, Omen could smoke B from A, but I guess we're not going to be seeing any smokes from him this round, to be honest.
Yeah, no, not a great start. You're already losing that possible player advantage. St. Xavier, great start for them, not only into that pistol, but now a conversion going their direction. They're taking a site. There is a 4-player stack in CT. They've thrown 2 cyber cages in that direction. There goes the engagement. Great flash. Foe will only find 1, though, and BQ with 3 of their own. It is indeed St. Xavier to lock in that conversion round. Stats don't tell the full story, but 90% statistics, fairly easy to follow if you're SXU.
That's true. But I would say that considering that this is a full buy round for CGC, I would say that the pressure's all on them. Because even though they should likely win this round, if they don't, they've dug themselves a very deep hole. So it's kind of like St. Xavier is playing with house money right now because they're kind of expected to lose a round. But if they're able to pull Thrifty, this is going to put CGC in a really tough spot. But maybe the rank disparity is looking like so far is not as big of a deal as we thought it might have been.
Yeah, we talked to them. Again, Plats and Diamonds for SXU. It is almost entirely Immortal or Radiant peaks for CGC USC. The swing there, unsuccessful for Foe. They'll throw a follow-up paint shell. They see 2 players. They note them through that same cyber cage. He does somehow, without even information nor the vision he was looking for. That should at least be the opening pick. Looking to disengage. Pat20 finds a refrag, but he'll be traded back just the same.
Yep. Sometimes the best information is actually seeing where the bullets are coming from.
Yeah.
That's all they needed. And, of course, raise that grenade. Very deadly against people who are grouped up like that. But let's see now try and play a bit slower. Sova still does have the dart and the drone, so that he can still go for information. So curious to see how they continue from here.
One thing we haven't seen from Xavier is at all walking through mid. We haven't seen them go for that control. They tried B for about 4 seconds at the beginning of pistol, lost a player and almost 200 more HP, and we're like, absolutely not. So they're looking still towards this A side. With lesser weapon rate becomes more of a difficulty to take these longer range engagements. Zarko just disengaging entirely. They still have the aftershock and a couple flashes if required. But a way in, now an opportunity. Spike plant is still reasonable as it stands. Zarko may want to try and get in here. A flash to pivot themselves. The aftershock should have been seen there by RMJ. So too the flash. They'll only go for 1. The flash through the second time around. That's Zarko with the difference maker, and Cobalt will throw through. They are just about as lethal as their metal name supposes. It will be CGC USC to deny the bonus.
That's true. But one thing I do like that you mentioned the middle. That might have a lot to do with the fact that you mentioned no true duelist.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to penetrate that area, especially when all you have is Phoenix. You can be creative, maybe put a wall from mid straight into the I don't know how it's called, but the door that opens and closes. Yeah. I think they call it market often. So that is one thing that they could possibly do. So it's curious to see if Phoenix will try to be more creative. Right now we do see Sky and Cypher holding towards mid, so maybe a Bird try to get some information or maybe push it in.
Yeah, you do make up for the lack of your, well, say, Raze or otherwise with that Sky. It gives you some more flexibility. Cobalt will close the door and just disengage entirely. This is that mid control we were looking for. I feel like premonitions are working out for us, at least to start things off here. But you have to wonder, where's CGC UAC at this point? They've just disengaged entirely. They're waiting over towards A, waiting on B. They're giving up that control, and now that giving up the control, they're looking for the kill back. Cobalt somehow wins a fight in through the door, wants a second, and Monkeys run it back, finds nothing at all. He'll even die in the process. So a 3v5 in the first 35 seconds of the round, and your Sky's alone on the outside of B?
Well, maybe the
What?
Down. Well, maybe the point of that Phoenix pick was that ult is a bit of a counter to Cypher. Unfortunately, wasn't able to capitalize too much, but did get rid of the Cypher trips.
Foe just jumped in with a judge. Double blast pack will work, but Monkey noted in the close corner. Where's the communication? There it is. Tonho will find the shot. 2-2 it stands. Seems like just the piston conversion were maybe the difference maker for St. Xavier.
Oh, let's see where to go from here. Of course, now St. Xavier not only has momentum going against them, but now has to do a save round. So now that they are the ones saving, let's see how they play things. On offense, usually if you're saving, you might actually want to do something kind of risky the opposing team isn't expecting, because in a straight up 1v1, it probably won't go your way. But maybe they're doing a full push A is what I'm probably predicting.
That's what it looks like. Smoke is being set up and or a paranoia. You could nearsight the entire opposition, throw in a bit of utility, and bang, Bob's your uncle. But St. Xavier, very hesitant to start. They're learning from their mistakes back in the first round on the pistol. Over dedication towards a single direction without information could be a lethal presumption at the end of the day. But they're still looking for the stack. It's just a little delayed here, Danny.
That is true. Definitely playing slow, hoping to play around the Omen smokes. But we see Raze with the ultimate. Oh, I think I smell trouble.
Yeah, ult or otherwise, Paint Shell will go through. It's so much space created for the defensive side. The entirety of B main is theirs. As soon as that Cyber Cage falls and the dark cover subsequently thereafter, you'll see easy control of the spike. Assuming St. Xavier just doesn't go to pick it up right away. They still have the ability to do so. The problem is they just haven't gone a different direction. They'll grab the spike, and then they'll drop it again. Pat's dead.
So far, I mean, I know it's a save round, but you're hoping that Xavier can maybe pick up a kill or two. That way to be able to mitigate it. We see the gold emblem, the gold gun buddy. Yeah. Something he has that proudly. Hey, the same color as the Radiant one, so, you know, maybe get a similar look. And speaking of that, Tone Smoke will be coming up right now. Maybe he continues doing the one-way or puts it somewhere else on the map.
Oh, perfect drone from Cobalt. Even with a tripwire in front of them, they still go for the information before trying to take a swing. Bo will swing. Great flash. Paranoia as well. Yeah, there's no way to win that for St. Xavier. Just plain and simple. Outclassed, outgunned, outmanned, and, well, just beaten. Plain and simple.
My apologies. That was great, actually, coordination. If you notice, when Ray swung, they were both blind. That means they were working together with the Omen on that side, with Tone, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's great communication right there. That's something that in solo queue, you definitely would never see that. If anything, you see the Omen blind his own team, if anything else. But now both teams, I believe for the first time or second time, I apologize, are both full buying. So now we see what direction the momentum will shift.
Yeah, this is a real momentum maker or breaker for St. Xavier. They can't afford to give away anything early. That's the problem. It seems like RMJ is aware of that. Will expend some utility. It is retrievable if they want it back. But they want this position early. Whether they play for it, it could just be the phantom pressure they're looking to work around. Oh, will throw out the Roomba and try and clear out that position. And as soon as they do, there goes that phantom pressure. It's really just a phantom.
Yeah, very smart for Raze to hold on to it. Oh, last round, I'm sure he was very tempted to use it, but knew that they were saving, so it was kind of a waste. Now he has more important round. Let's see if he whips out the ultimate. I predict that Raze will.
Nothing early. The problem is you have to do it with information. There is a timer on that bazooka. But as of right now, St. Xavier just not going that A direction as they have for nearly the last 4 rounds, -1. They're headed towards B. There's a decent bit of utility here. There's information as well. The Cypher has help from 2 cyber cages set up above. This could be the difference maker.
Cage triggered. That is true. Here comes the Sky. Oh, and let's see, maybe Omen TP's in. Now here we got a fight coming up.
That's gross. Cyber cage will allow for the one-way, make it 2 kills for Hostage. Looking for a third, but the Shrouded Step ends up allowing BQ forward. Not for a kill, though. Hostage finds a third, has help behind, looking for a fourth, but their help disengages. This could now be a problem. 2 versus 3 makes this very reasonable, but you said it, the ultimate very likely. It will now come through. Foe looking for it, will find onto 1. Information on the Monkey, who re-swings without any ammo. He'll die to Zarko, and it is the University of Illinois Chicago to pick up a 4th in a row.
That ammo is very unlucky. That happens all the time. Right when you need it most, suddenly you're out of ammo. But like I said, now the momentum, unfortunately, starting to look kind of bad for St. Xavier, but what I say is that they won that first round. If you can win at least one round, you can win the game. That's my point of view. So hopefully they are not done yet. Now they're going to start looking like they're maybe forcing every round as opposed to usually save one. But let's say they're talking it through. They might have to force Guardians. Yep, they are forcing right now. So I think at this point, full saving is kind of out of the question due to the loss streak from – the loss streak is now giving them just enough to be able to at least get small shields and an AK.
They've got an opportunity, but St. Xavier realized that it is not now or never, but sooner rather than later, I think is the opinion. And I think the opinion of if you can win one round, you can win the map, it really predicates upon the pistol round. That's what we saw there. They've won the pistol. They won the conversion because you're never going to lose a conversion on the attacking side of Sunset after winning the pistol and, you know, the opposing team's just not buying. It's not going to happen. But here, the problem for them, they're not having that same initiation factor with everybody stacking, everybody holding W onto a site. And even if they did, they'd oddly be walking on a stack on really either side. 3 and 2, it splits.
That is true. At this point, CGC has probably read their play, which is usually just, oh, speaking of that, here comes the Phoenix ult.
And it's dead.
Yeah, they predict the play. At this point, it seems like Xavier is just trying to play really slow, gain information, but at this point, it's becoming kind of obvious what their strategy is. Walk to one place. If they can't get the immediate, then quickly rotate.
So the problem is they've shown so much on this side. 3 players, at least on abilities alone, have shown their position, but Monkey finds 2 kills in the process. At a bare minimum, giving them a player advantage and a way in or out if they choose to take it. It's also forced over that UIC rotation. They don't have as much set up on B, so this mid-lurk could very well pay off in dividends.
Well, this is the first mid-lurk, frankly, that we've seen. Yeah. I know they've tried before, but I believe the Cypher wire was just always there blocking. Now Monkey entering there. That is their name. And oh, wow, getting a pick onto hostage. So that's 3 for Phoenix. My personal favorite agent.
No. And Cobalt, there goes a 3rd kill picked up. Just like that, from a 4 versus 2 to a 2 versus 1. Pat alone, their position duly noted. The flank could go through from Cobalt. They want to re-swing from the site, but they have no reason to do so. Shock dart available. They also have the time in their favor. Down to 5 seconds. You need to plant with 4. There's a swing from Cobalt. He loses the first fight, but there's just no time at the end of the day. Valiant effort for Pat, but no clutch to be had. It's UIC with 5 consecutive.
Here's always that fight. Unfortunately, you cannot get a pick there. But I would like to apologize to Phoenix because I may have given him the caster's jinx, the caster's curse, as soon as I give him praise. But right now, we're looking at the scoreboard. We see Sova 8 and 4, great start when the person's getting information and kills. He's definitely wearing a bit of hats here.
Like Blade.
Yep, that is true. So now we see them spread out. Now they're probably changing the strategy a bit. Now it's not going to be just holding W into one side as we discussed earlier. Now they're going to try converging into mid from both sides, and let's see if hopefully change the strategy changes the game so far.
They need a change of strat towards mid. That's their real problem.
Yep.
As soon as they indicate towards mid, as soon as some level of utility is thrown in that general direction, CGC see it and just back away. They don't force anything towards mid. Recon Bolt will find most things, but so too will the tripwire. The spray could have been lethal there, should it have come through from Cobalt. They won't over-dedicate. Finally, this mid lurk comes through early, and it seems like they may want to split A. Utility available. There goes the initiation, but with only pistols, it becomes just a firing range. Zarko finds 3. That lurk on A main finds absolutely thin air. And BQ in a 1 versus 4. Just not looking good. Now a neural theft to guarantee their position. They'll find 1, and all for naught. Economic damage, and that's all.
I mean, I think it was great that that Xavier tried to change the strategy, tried to play through mid, something they haven't done. But the method in which they did it was very similar to A and B. Kind of the same strategy, just walk up slowly, stop halfway to sign up for trouble, and then give the chance for CGC to converge onto them.
Well, now the opportunity for St. Xavier once more. We've seen them force a couple times. They forced into Guardians with Phantoms and Vandals. They forced into just pistols. It's not been the greatest of positions for them to be in, let's be completely honest with each other. But now, an opportunity. Something they can bring back if they want to. St. Xavier need this round. They've lost 6 consecutive. They've only won the pistol. What's going on?
Well, hopefully things change here. We do see the ultimate on Xavier, everybody but the Phoenix. So let's see how they use that. They've relied a bit too much on the Phoenix ult against the site. I think all the plants have been so far from the Phoenix. Oh, actually, Phoenix now getting... Oh, and speaking of the devil, here he comes. Let's see what noise he can do.
Again, run it back used, and again, it finds absolutely nothing. Into a tripwire, this becomes a problem. They're popping the Viper's Pit, but it seems like they want to back away. That, or at least try and set up a flank over towards this mid position. Foe finds 2 straight through the smoke. Wants a 3rd, but isn't even given the time of day. And RMJ dedicating an entire ultimate only to be stuck inside of it on their own.
That is true.
And they're dead.
Yep, I mean, Omen and Cypher still on into ultimate. Oh. Cypher's ultimate is a little tricky on offense, but speaking of Devil here, finally uses it. Let's see if this information can make a difference. He does have the cam up that he can place it somewhere. And I believe they will rotate, but they don't have... Oh, that's right. Omen's going to ult to grab the spike, most likely.
Yep, that's what they're going to try and do. You have to stand on the spike and make sure you take care of from the shadows before it has the opportunity to pick up the spike. Now should be the trigger. Why isn't UIC looking in that general direction? Watch for the Omen. There goes the spike. They'll try and take him out beforehand, but they won't have the opportunity. You called it, Danny. They have the spike. They now have a plant.
Yep, and Cypher now going to start putting down some wires if he has. I believe he still has the camera at the very least. So let's see how use that. But then again, Zarko has his ultimate, which is going to be pretty easy for them to engage here.
The double stacking CT, they want to play for it. They'll at least find a first to swing for a second, but somehow Tonho 1v2s it at the end of the day, lines up both players in the same spray. And UIC will walk away with a 7th by the hair of their chinny chin chins.
You know, I don't know how I feel about that, because in one way you can look at it and say, you know what, Xavier, they are improving. This was the closest they came. 39 health was the difference between finally winning a round.
That's one bullet.
Exactly. Even from a Phantom, at least from a certain direction, distance. But in another way, you might also look at this and think, man, that was probably the closest they might get for the rest of the series. So this is where the mental toughness of St. Xavier is tested. I hope they can bounce back from this and continue to make it a good game. If you're looking at the ultimates, now the script is unfortunately a bit flipped. CGC now has mostly ultimates and the econ. Let's see if they can get the momentum. But if they get one more win, St. Xavier can force a 9-3 curse.
Yeah, but the 9-3 curse, I'll get into that later. I have a whole bit on the 9-3 curse. I don't think it's a curse. Showstopper thrown through. Doesn't find anything early, but straight through mid, yeah, he'll find Monkey. Standing right next to an explosive. Never ideal for your health. And an opening kill already picked up. They want to try and throw it with a Roomba. Swing off the back of the Rolling Thunder. Foe finds 3 in the round. Make it 4. RMJ quickly dispatched of. And CGC UIC on to 8. They dedicate a few ultimates. You said it's the tone switch and the tone ho into a round.
Yeah, I say switching, people usually think of secondary, but in this case, Foe picked up the weapon on the floor. But we actually looking at Xavier is going to have to save here. That's probably their first half buy after like the 5th round. Maybe they're saving for the 9-3 curse. Nah, I know you don't believe in it, but hey, maybe they believe in it. And as long as they believe, anything is possible.
They need to believe, and they need to get the round. That's the more important aspect of it. They need a round. Again, only winning the pistol, follow up with a conversion, and that's it for them. They are, again, pushing through mid, but as soon as they even make noise in this general area, the door's closed on them. They're smoked off from the top of mid anyway, I believe by themselves. So there's no early opportunity for them to find that position, and as soon as they open the door, there's a one-way smoke sitting above them. You can see Hostages just waiting and holding it.
Yep, here comes, I know you've seen the mini-map, but here comes some information from Sova mid. The drone was shot down, so now they're a bit slow. You know, they do have the next round is the last round, so they don't need to save all their util, because I believe Phoenix had about 2 Tay. So you can maybe use the wall, maybe use the flash, and still have enough to fill by next round.
Hostage isolated as it stands. Basically a 1 versus 4 on the site. He's walked in on it. Cobalt finally gets there for support from CT and finds the open kill onto Penguino on that rotation in through mid. RMJ a refrag, but it's all for naught. 1 versus 4 for BQ, and this would be a near miracle if they were to pick this one up. Paint shells do some damage, but nothing really to write home about. The problem is Spike is down in vision. Zarko wants to swing it, and they will. BQ loses their staring contest with the Sun, and UIC pick up 9.
It's actually a good one. Staring contest with the Sun. I've actually never heard that one before. But I have faith in Barbecue 31 to hopefully make a bit of a comeback, but they win this one's 9-3. Sorry for keep repeating myself. I just love that notion of the 9-3 curse. But here, let's see what they're going to do this time. Xavier, it looks like they're anticipating a flank using that Cypher chip on A main, and Cypher's going to look towards mid. So maybe they're playing a bit more of a default, trying to hold multiple angles, trying to prevent any flanks. So let's just see how hopefully this last round, this half goes.
Something has to go St. Xavier's way, apart from, again, the pistol and conversion. Seems like the players trying to take some control over towards B. Pat will win the first fight onto Hostage. They wanted to try and use the drone for bait. The problem with using a neural theft here, yeah, you have a general inkling of where the opponents are, but what are you going to do with it? It's not very much actionable information. They say info's usefulness at least lasts about 15 seconds. By the time you start to push onto B, that usefulness is gone.
Yep, and here we do have the ultimate still from Sky for St. Xavier. So if they were to use it very soon, they'll be able to notice that there it is. Now they notice that 2 of them are still on A, so this is a fight they can possibly win.
Oh, but the swing off the back of the Paranoia. Cobalt finds 2. They have the wall up, at least trying to get by, but they don't time it well. That's the issue. 3 versus 2. Sight control is there, yes. Paranoia misses, though, and BQ's position duly noted. He's caught by the fault line. Second for Tonho. Runs out of ammo, though, and makes it a 1 versus 2. This is an opportunity, but not one that will be capitalized upon. 10-2. To UIC as they are screaming to double digits in the first half.
Oh, I don't know about 2-2 curse, but now that this side's flipped, let's see, maybe things will be a little different. You did mention that Phoenix wasn't really a true duelist, but now he's on defense, so maybe the lack of offense won't be as problematic. Maybe that's what they were going for, a more defensive comp, but then it says you have a Cypher. Cypher is very strong on defense, so hopefully this changes the fate for them a little bit.
One thing they need to change, more importantly, is how they play around their full gun rounds. It worked on the rush and pistol round. It worked on the rush in their conversion round. Granted, they did have just a pistol set and the better weaponry in conversion, so a little bit of a different conversation there. But the issue they're going to continuously run into is if you can't find these opening duels, if you can't find an easy way in, even if you do find the opening duels, as they did in the previous round, there's no guarantees you're going to pick this one up. They're 3 stack towards this B side. Reswing from the top of the stairs, though. RMJ finds 1, is still contended with by 4 players. The reswing from Monkey, they popped off in the last pistol round. They'll have the same opportunity here, but Tonho now in a 1 versus 2. Both players flanking, one through the far side of CT, the other one at the bottom of mid. They'll win the fight. It's BQ to take out his doppelganger, and St. Xavier to go 2 for 2 on pistols.
So maybe I'm speaking a little bit prematurely considering it's been only 1 round. But I think what I noticed about St. Xavier is that they played the opposite of what side they're on. To elaborate, on offense, they played kind of slow, and here on defense, they're playing kind of fast. So maybe that's kind of a strategy that implemented that maybe they just went a little too slow on offense. But I promise you, CGC was probably definitely not expecting that. So let's see if they continue this. Now they have the weapon advantage. I mean, they won the first round of the last half. So we know that they can converge on it. But after that second one, hopeful win, let's see how the rest of that half goes.
This is a similar situation for Chicago where they don't want to be a little overzealous in a conversion round. They don't have the economy to buy, so naturally they don't. It'll be down to whether Xavier can win this cleanly, A, and whether they can carry that to the bonus, B. It's only a single Sheriff on the other side, but a small barrage of utility in through mid sets up that single Sheriff, and a follow-up for Tonho. Seems like they over-dedicated after we shut down the buy phase, and it looks like it's working. 4 versus 2 on a near full Thrifty round attempted, and there's even more information onto the very valiant effort on a flank from the Cypher as well.
Definitely catching people off guard by pushing through mid. Mid is not usually what we want to push through if you have you're in the downside when it comes to weapons, but then again, St. Xavier was not going to expect that, so that worked perfectly for them.
Yeah, especially with that limited utility, or the massive investment around utility. Oh, Zarko even hits a 2-tap onto Monkey. Low HP, 1 versus 3 for Pat 20. They've got full health. They even have the extra shields should they need it. A Bulldog available, but absolutely 0 utility. No camera, no tripwires as they left those on A, and more importantly, now no vision either. They have a dark cover in front of them. They will find the timing to at least break onto the site, but the issue remains, will they clear their corners properly and find the 1 versus 3? There's the swing, 1 player sitting behind them. That's Tonho, who opened up, will ever so cleanly close it out as well. UIC Thrifty the second round conversion, and St. Xavier sent home in shambles.
Now I'm curious if they're going to save and just try to play for overtime, or they're just going to force it here. It does look like Xavier will likely just buy for next. Presuming that they lose this round unless they pull off a Thrifty, they're going to have to win 9 rounds in a row at least to be able to come back. But this is where teams are tested. Usually that last round does take the longest, what I've noticed in lands. So this match could still go on for quite some time. If you look at their offense, it does seem definitely like CGC will do a hard push into the lone Cypher. Let's see how well Cypher can defend this full push.
Cypher fully isolated, but there are 4 players in mid ready for a rotation should they be required. Pat only has a pistol, and a classic at that. It is a free weapon for a reason. They're elevated off the back of the blast pack, and now this could very well end the game. Penguino the only one to find a kill. They've already dropped off of Heaven, and they'll die in the process. Purple screen as it stands, and a flank for Monkey in the 1 versus 4. Again, heroic efforts required. Herculean attempts now coming through, but will it just come down to the wrong Greek god, the Achilles heel of a lack of weaponry? It's UIC onto match point.
All right, and we're not going to pretend that St. Xavier was not the underdog, but still honestly getting a few rounds. Let's see if they can hopefully maybe get a few more wins to hopefully go on to the next game with some more momentum. Now we're looking at the buys. Definitely no surprise here. CGC has a massive advantage, but at least Xavier, doing a smart play of saving last round, is able to full buy. So like I said, maybe just be able to get a few more wins to stop the first win of this Valorant broadcast.
Will UIC choke at the final hurdle? My guess is no. However, with the better weaponry, this is a pseudo bonus round. You win the conversion after losing the pistol. It means you don't have the greatest of buys second time around. Monkey does invest the run it back. This is the first time they found a kill with it at the same time, and they've gotten the opportunity to close the door in the process. The problem is they're not playing mostly towards B main, and they have very little help in that same process. And more importantly, they're now over-dedicating towards mid without that same level of information. They don't have the Sova on that defensive side, and their Cypher, well, their trips are exclusively set up towards B and the mid door.
And it does not help Cypher's fact that the person peeking through B is Sova, whose job is to get that kind of information. So kind of the rock to Cypher's scissors. Now we're seeing a bit of action here towards mid. Let's see how well Sky can win these fights.
Oh, Penguino wanting to swing, catches him looking the wrong way, but Tonho re-aggresses properly and finds the shot he was looking for. Second opportunity, finds a headshot to a body follow, and Tonho finds a second. Isolated now is the Cypher. Sitting in CT, has an opportunity, and catches out Tonho with the utility, sorry. The problem now, lack of information, lack of positional availability. RMJ sees a player and like, wait a second, panic shot.
30 seconds left.
That's true. I mean, and hey, a lot of credit to Tonho for having that follow through on the recoil. Gets that first headshot, then crouches down to get the guaranteed body shot. And let's see, Cypher's all the way on B side by the time they plan. Cypher's honestly one of the worst agents of champions try to breach a site. So that's still playing other games in my head.
Hey, I mean, hostage already falling here gives at least an opportunity to St. Xavier. The problem is the CT rotation. RMJ needs a heroic play and already has one in the process. Still an opportunity to push in. The problem is low HP, 2-shot to most weapons in the game, and still needs full headshots to most of the remainders. CGC USC basically have this one on lock, barring divine intervention and heroic efforts still required. They shoot at least the recon bolt and remove that possibility of info, but they will not remove the possibility of a shot singular to the head. It's a closeout in 13-3 for CGC UIC on Sunset this map.
Correct, but it is just the first game, and we don't know how the first game goes. Maybe it might take a second just to get adjusted onto this the LAN center. So hopefully they bounce back and, able to get some more wins in this first day.
Yeah, it also doesn't help that you're playing arguably one of the tournament favorites in round one. I mean, CGC UIC, we've seen them in multiple different tournaments across not only the Midwest, but across the nation as well. You talked about it, seeing them nationally. I gotta say, very dangerous squad. This coin flip for CGC UIC in terms of which land to attend seems like it's landed on heads, and that's in their favor.
So we look at those stats real quick. We do see Foe with 20 kills, the most in the game. Definitely, doing his job as a duelist and, really carrying the weight here.
Yeah, 20 and 11, nearly a 2.0 KD. Cobalt positive by 6, Zarko positive by 5. Tonho was plus 10 on that one with a few assists as well. But the fact of the matter is, it was just the entire team of CGC UIC playing better than St. Xavier. And sometimes that is the case. In matches like this, you have a game where it's just not as easily winnable, especially up against arguably a better composition on the better side to open up the game, and you only won the pistol and conversion round of the first half, pistol round of the second half. You're going to lose that one by a very decent margin every day of the week.
And not just that, but if you look at the stats, it also showed coordination, because I know assists aren't really respected that much in FPS, but when you have 18 assists as a breach, I don't know if you guys saw that, that is a sign that you're working as a team. And we saw more of that, for example, when the Omen smoked 2 of the players right when Raze peaked. Again, that was not a coincidence. So we do see a lot more teamwork, a lot more practice. But like I said, hopefully St. Xavier, can still bounce back and still get some wins in this day.
Yeah, now for some context, assists are attributed to both abilities and to actual damage, so you can get an assist by fault lining somebody, flashing them, hitting with a Rolling Thunder, or just shooting them 4 times in the leg and then you die and your teammate follows it up. So you have a lot of different ways as an initiator to pick up those assists. That's exactly what we see the Breach do so, especially in this first game of play. Teamwork always required in the game of Valorant, and it was there for CGC UIC. 13-3, gotta say, very dangerous squad in this group, but that's only one of multiple teams in this group, apart from, of course, we just saw St. Xavier. We'll see if CGC UIC continue their dominance, or if St. Xavier can find a redemption against a different squad when we return with more Valorant round-robin action at the Midwest Esports Invitational.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are here to continue on. Yes, it is looking a little different. I am not timed to, no, I'm really not. I mean, I look a lot older. Maybe he'd look as good as I am.
I'll say his hair is definitely different.
I know, it's definitely different. But yes, I will be subbing in for a brief moment here to get this next Valorant game underway. We just did see some intense gameplay, I would say. Xavier, though, finding themselves a little bit undercut for the moment. They have a lot to really kind of, adjust and change since this is still the round-robin phase, but there's a lot of time for them, as Time to Light was mentioning earlier, and yourself, that this is still the round-robin phase. There is a lot more games to be played, but we actually get to see Xavier again and see if they're able to turn this around against their opponent, which is going to be NIU, my alma mater, so no favoritism at all. Wink.
I'm sure. Well, don't worry. You can be favorite because I love the underdog. NIU is a very competitive program. Xavier, as we discussed, there's a bit of rank disparity. And we promise this isn't switch because NIU actually lost their previous game. So both teams right now are hoping to clinch their first win of the day.
Yeah.
The good thing is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, everybody passed on to Sunday, correct?
Yes.
So
correct.
this is, to many teams, more of a marathon, not a sprint.
Correct.
So even if you lose all your games, as long as you're learning from each game, the main goal of Sunday is still feasible for anybody.
Yes, and since we didn't get to see NIU play in the previous one, since we had Xavier already competing against UIC, is that we're going to have it specifically be them going against Columbia in the previous one where they were not able to win, where Columbia has been talked about quite a bit as a very formidable team. So NIU at this point is looking for that win that they can start to put on their docket as they look to see how they're going to seed themselves into tomorrow's bracket.
That is true. The only problem is that if obviously you don't pick up a few wins, you might be seated very low, so they might just face these teams again if they don't pick up a few wins. So kind of interesting how that works. On that note, do you know what map we're playing right now?
It looks like it is, I believe, still under deliberation, but at the moment, again, still looking forward to just seeing whatever their decision is going forward into this. Again, NIU, I've been talking with them a little bit. They already have like a really confident feeling of performing in this because we've seen them in other tournaments and participating in a lot of others and recognizing some of these teams that they're competing against. It's just being able to find those advantages that's absolutely necessary. And depending upon what the map selection is, it really leans into what type of composition they're wanting to work with specifically. I know there's been a lot of discussion about double controller that typically comes in, or they're going to want to have potentially like extreme initiators that they just like to play a little bit more aggressively. So curious to see if that's going to still hold true here.
That's true. But also something that I'm curious about, because you can ask 100 people and you're going to get 50-50 split. When you just lose a map, do you want to go for that same map since you're kind of warmed up on the map? Or is the idea, since you just lost, let's try a different environment? So I'm curious to see if Xavier, what their thought process is. Every team, I'm sure they'll give you a different response that can go any direction.
Well, it depends, because, I mean, when some of these universities and colleges that we have participating over the weekend, there are some that are very aware of their opponent and know their play style, but then there are also some that haven't been as accustomed to playing against these other universities, so they're really not, let's say, knowledgeable enough yet in the way that they're going to be playing against their opponent. So it's really kind of a toss of the dice. Have they been able to see NIU play anywhere previously or any previous tournament to them, knowing what their strengths are? And even if we talk so heavily about the student participation aspect of this, is it going to be a new roster? But they've kept quite a little bit, as we do have confirmation of the map as well being split.
Yep. Split is actually one of my favorites, and I know it says, but I love Phoenix, so I'm curious to see if Xavier's going to pick Phoenix. I heard Phoenix tends to be a good agent onto, a split map, but now I'm curious to see, like, the rank disparity. One advantage that maybe a lot of teams haven't looked into Xavier, meanwhile Xavier has probably looked at a lot of universities. One downfall to being on the top is that everybody looking up can see you and look at your strategy. So I'm curious to see if Xavier, hopefully I can ask them at some point, maybe they'll allow more VOD reviews and everybody else to try to close the gap and maybe the skill difference or the rank disparity. But nonetheless, I'm very excited to see how this game goes, especially since both sides, like I just said, lost the previous match. They're both desperate for that first win.
Yeah, and it's one of those really kind of pick-me-up moments where when you do take that win, especially after a loss, again, we mentioned everybody's still going to be able to move into tomorrow, but you want to try and give yourself the most advantageous opportunity to continue working through the bracket as best as possible. If you get knocked out really early, even if it is a double elimination factor, there's still that opportunity to try and compete against somebody working your way further along that bracket so you can get into those title moments. Because when we talked about the prize pool earlier, it's first, second, and third place that still gets a reward out of it. The 1,100, the 600, and the 300, along with their medal distribution coming out from DuPage Sports Commission, which, again, that's a great opportunity for them who is still behind this event, that they actually have the chance to promote and really support these teams. And that's just a great response in and of itself, and I'm eternally grateful to see the type of space that we have here with Scrims, where they're offering this type of space for them to compete. And we even got to talk a little bit earlier to some of the DuPage representatives, where they are consistently here to use this space in their competitive esports realm. and now being able to have them a part of this event, everything about this, I think, is just personally a luxury to be involved with.
I'll say that one thing I do love a lot about esports is definitely how a lot of it comes from passion. Unfortunately, it is nonetheless an industry now, so money and things of that nature does come into play. But when I first got here into around the Midwest area, I am from Miami, for those of you who don't know, I went to every esports center and talked to them. A lot of them, they're very understanding in terms of financial, in terms of space. And you can tell that people in Chicago really, really want to have as much lands as possible. And again, huge shout out to the DePage Sports Commission. Trust me, as someone who comes from universities that just started their program and then moved to Ball State that already had a program, you don't have to know a lot about esports to still want to see it grow. The difference between a school that does have a staff or a dean that cares, or a program like DuPage where people might not, you don't need to know anything about esports, but if you want to see it grow, you can make a difference if you're part of that staff.
Well, and just also to take a look at what we have for this weekend, we had the interview that was a great example earlier where community college specifically, even though they function in a very different manner with only the 2 years comparison to a 4-year university and how they have that long-run 4-year plan, there's still value to be had in those 2 years, and then they can convert that knowledge and education and also that contribution to competitive esports into one of the others that revolve around it. This right here is a perfect example of if there are players that are performing at a high level from that community college, one of the two specifically in Valorant, since we do have two, whereas it was only one community college in the Overwatch sector, that these other universities looking to potentially expand. Maybe there's a student that's looking to graduate or move on into their career afterwards, that they can now scout individuals from those community colleges so that they can bring them into potentially more competitive scenes just like this throughout the Midwest.
But this also gives the player a bit of an advantage because let's say you are stuck between going to college or going straight to pro. Now you have community college. You take your associates, only 2 years of commitment, and then you go straight into the pros. Universities, people might want to commit longer. So yes, even though we discussed how university might have a seemingly more of an advantage because you have 4 years of recruitment, for the player, you might feel you have more freedom to go to community college because as soon as those 2 years are up, you have an associates, you go your pro career, maybe you play 1, 2, 3 years, and you go and just spend only 2 years left to finish your bachelor's. So again, esports is really growing, giving people a lot of opportunity. Even if not everybody goes pro, just being part of the collegiate scene, many people, the majority I'd say, or pretty much everybody that's here is from a college team. So look at all the community that's building, all the connections that are made, and this thing that honestly I give a lot of props to DuPage as well as Scrims for being able to cultivate this environment.
And from bringing it, again, not just strictly within Illinois. We talk about Midwest because it really is taking that wide spectrum, and the amount of application that came through from universities was so grand to really see how it's going to continue developing and growing, and the number of teams and participants into this, and with Scrims assistance and their participation, even where a lot of the students are specifically staying at the Hyatt just down the street where they have a location that they can actually house themselves for this weekend event. Everything encompassing this entire weekend, there's just major recognition to all of those that have been participating in this and also really helping to give these students a space to be able to compete at the highest level.
That's right. And Midwest, good thing about region, so many states surrounding us.
This goes here.
returning experience of 2. So they've been truly together since the fall semester in August. So they've got that synergy where I think it's going to really help them understand the methodology behind their play style, as well as having, you know, a new player coming in, 3 graduating the semester prior. There's a lot going into this, with one of them specifically being the IGL. So they have a lot of still hurdles because they're in this rebuilding process.
Yeah, shoot, now we see some grenades. Ooh, some damage, a lot of damage from abilities from Raze, but he got grenades of his own, so let's see how that goes for him. Sometimes, like I said, shots fired is the best information you can possibly get.
Waiting to push through, seeing what value is going to come. As you can see, Agua hiding there, a pincer maneuver. They didn't even need the backline heaven play. His main Mai now looks to get the couple of shots, decent engagement, but they see the paint canister tossed in from a wing, just hidden behind the wall. Smoke still giving some line. No moments for you to even take a breath as Keith goes down.
Gotta check your corners. Always gotta check your corners. Mai had a boarding opportunity because all of them were looking away, but couldn't really capitalize. But this still at least did do some damage.
Now looking to push in. Mai gets one. Could go for the second. Attempts the try shot. Can't quite land it, but gets a final 2-piece here in the end of it. Able to close out this pistol round and give them that radiant boost that's necessary for them to have a more dominant second.
I will say this, maybe they heard me. Maybe Mai heard me. I said, you missed a golden opportunity when none of them were looking in your direction. And I was like, oh, really? Bet. And just pulled out that triple right there. 4,400. Honestly, they can go for Vandal Big Shield. I'm very curious to see what Mai's going to do here. Looks like Small Shield. Personally, I go for there it is, a Phantom. Vandal? Still thinking it over. St. Xavier, unfortunately, will here have to save, but let's see what they can pull here.
Yeah, they're going to have to go for a save round, looking to see if they can carry it over Eco indeed. As you can see them looking to try to rush in over towards A. There is recognition of this already. Still a nice spread. Hippo going to get those couple of extra stars just tossed out in time to see how this initial engagement goes as a deep smoke comes in the back.
Let's shoot here. Xavier's going to do a hard push, although that orb might have just given away their location. This is usually how you play the save rounds. You have to do something a little bit bold, hoping they catch them off guard, but they're giving them way too much time to be able to rotate.
There's a big opportunity. It's a 3-2 split, 2 favoring A, so there is the numbers advantage. This rotation coming out from Astra in the back position gives them the opportunity to re-engage, but a nice recovery. Mai gets one, but trades out for a second. Still numbers advantage for NIU as it's equalized a moment later. Pushing now down through ropes to try and attempt this middle position. Still has Spike in hand, but there is Agua waiting in the wing. Gets 2, wants the 3rd through the wall, but can't quite find it. And again, looking to clean this up since it was only a pistol round. A worthy attempt. The jiggle to deny it. And I have to give some major credit here, though, to BQ31 to see if they can try and turn this back around. Still a hurdle ahead of them, though, with 47 to go.
Well, you can't go wrong with barbecue. That's what I say. But one thing I do admire.
You really can't go wrong with barbecue. Now I'm hungry.
Honestly, if they did just a better job checking the corners, I think St. Xavier could have pulled a Thrifty already. I mean, it's still possible, but we do see Ippo is holding that. That fall may have given them the heads up to where they are. And now you see both Cypher and Astra making their way onto barbecue.
Going to make sure that they hide into the corner, waiting to see how both from Northern Illinois are going to move in. Smoke active, denying vision, but also in return, Barbecue has to be cautious pushing out into this. Slowly but surely with 30 HP and a dream here to be able to come out. Does have the weapon upgrade though, so they have the advantage. Looks to try and get him into the neutral, knows exactly where that plant is, gets 1, and the second still in the sights.
Definitely a miscommunication.
Seeing if he can try and bait it out. Goes for the first half. There's the second, but again, with the reduced health value, it is not going to guarantee a even trade, making it now a 2-0 score. Again, you would lead to believe that that was going to happen when you have the massive advantage economically, but I have to still give credit to St. Xavier where they were able to come back and hold that out and almost win the round regardless.
Yep, just because you don't win the round doesn't mean there was not a win within that round. Now, scratch what I said about miscommunication. Maybe Ipo just assumed that Omen was going to come from heaven, and that's what he was looking at. But made the right choice going into main. Definitely was not expecting him to be there. And like you said, you still got 4 kills. So now they have a massive weapon advantage, but they are down 2-0 nonetheless. Northern Illinois is definitely playing with house money here. So the pressure might still be on St. Xavier, even though they have the weapon advantage.
Ooh, goes for the blind, doesn't quite get it, but it's still aggression, to say the least. Nice counter to attempt a 1-for-1, but you still see NIU abandoning ship. They've sacrificed a lot of health, both on the Sky and the Rays. Contribution into this. Defensively, though, able to hold back and resist before going in. Not losing the spike either with the Omen since they kept it into the Nook, and now look to wait to see if NIU is going to still protrude forward.
That you're playing through mid. Now, you can hear St. Xavier's strategy of usually playing it slow. This gives them a chance to converge. And unfortunately, you do not want to converge near B, as that's what Cypher almost always has a setup. Maybe they might consider playing A, rushing A a lot, because that seems to have been what is working for them thus far. Now we see Raze and I believe Astra on the map is heading around A, but that smoke gives the location away. And Astra will already be anchoring A just in case they go for mid through A.
Attempting to collapse up through heaven. Seeing what Pat can get here. Swing in the corner, reposition with the satchel, gets out of the way, but they are fully aware with the smoke coming in, blocking the sightline. But as they move through the bottom, the pincer maneuver, not quite as formidable. Shots, goes for the peak, can't quite get anything out of it as Mai still plays reserve. Looking for reinforcements in the back. Cleanup comes in by St. Xavier, though, wanting to put a point on the board. Reduced health, a jump, and an attempt from the high ground, but can't quite get it. That is feeling like Anakin attempting from the low ground onto Obi-Wan as Pat now comes back in. 10 seconds to go. Spike to be planted, and now it's all onto Ippo.
Spike planted.
They're shooting right now, both sides. Again, all the pressure on St. Xavier. If Northern Illinois were to lose right now, that's kind of expected of them. So again, all the pressure on St. Xavier. That drop from Omen kind of let them open to a Stinger. They say Stinger is actually the best weapon in Valorant, believe it or not. And I don't think that's just a meme. People definitely taking all the time of the bomb allows him to get as much opening as possible.
Patience is a virtue. Ippo in the corner, steps out too far, unfortunately. A cautious movement forward to try and take it, but having the disadvantage, and St. Xavier able to get a point on the board and give themselves an opportunity of recovery, not only in the mental, but also generating quite an additional eco so that they can actually buy quite heavily in this, almost getting full armor and a decent buy. A couple of light armors as well from RMJ along with Monkey. So we'll see how that pans out because they've got the currency to do so.
That is true. However, it's kind of like in the second round, even though Northern Illinois won, they lost too many people for a round that should have been an easy win. This is the same situation but reversed. So even though they won, their econ's not that great. Frankly, I think I saw Omen having a Stinger. I mean, Stinger went well for him last round, so hopefully, you know, it goes just as good this round.
Mai with the bot looking to go through the smokes, get some early advantage, firing instantly to know where one is. Second goes for the canister. Couple of decent bodies, but gets the follow through. Although it's a 1-for-1 trade. Minute 15 still up on the clock, still residing that spike towards the mid as they are hyper vigilant in moving through this smoke. But in the wings, you can see that Master Keep able to get one onto RMJ. So they've got the numbers advantage for Northern Illinois.
Sure, here putting on smoke. A lot of smokes on this side. Might be a Kuiper. Oh, but I might be mind the position for that one.
Oh, no. Gets
and
the
has
flank.
the ultimate too as well.
Catches them off guard. Will they look for the showstopper? Pan canister comes in again. Grenade active. Doesn't quite get any chip damage onto them. They were hugging the wall closely enough. And now it's only one. We've seen the Omen play come through with a lot of value already on a round of pistols, but Barbecue can be able to do something. No, a quick response and action time coming in from Mai to clean it up to make it a 3-1.
3-1, but hey, maybe Xavier pulls the Cleveland Cavaliers and comes back 3-1. We're looking at the Mai really putting in a lot of work, being aggressive, really being the one to create a lot of openings as a duelist should. Meanwhile, looking at their side on St. Xavier, they're going to have to save here, so it does seem like Northern Illinois is going to be able to continue to stack some momentum here, but again, hopefully St. Xavier, I say this all the time, I believe that they can always make that comeback.
Big focus here over towards B. They've opted more so for A previously to try and split to mid, so they're changing up the strategy, but Info is right there ready for it. Same thing with a guiding light to come in for a blind, but they've actually instantly shifted away from this, still looking to push towards this mid position. Jet dashing forward. Pat looking for the pickup. Showstopper whizzes by the Achilles heel, and that's going to be Pat able to get the elimination. Mid-animation on the ultimate, and now we'll be able to take the numbers advantage for a moment until it's equalized by NIU. Agua up top holding the angle. Looking to see if anyone walks into the danger zone. But with this 4 stack up here, that's a chance now to push onto A and plant the spike.
I will say that maybe St. Xavier maybe just needs more confidence, because whenever they play aggressive, look at that. Whenever they play aggressive, results tend to go well for them.
Nice job, though, with the trip. Able to get that vision and intel, but CJR now in a sticky situation, goes for the shot, gets the dome, attempts the second, the reload, the swap to the pistol can't be fast enough, so they are brought down. It is a 2-for-2. The positional advantage here for Xavier as they now drop the spike and look to try and hold with Agua. Sneaking in, though, around the corner. Will look to get Penguino. Can they get it? Finds it, and the second comes short. It's only now onto the Jet, the shoulders. Will get the pick on the Thrifty, able to make it a 3-2.
Nice 4K by Jet, showing off that their duelist is just as capable of carrying rounds. On that note, you did mention the positional advantage, but Sky's ultimate kind of counteracted that. Thank God they were still able to come away with that. But like I said, maybe St. Xavier just needs more confidence. Maybe they're the ones that letting the ranks get to their heads. When they play aggressive, look at the results. Both Breach and I believe Omen swinged at the same time. And was able to make the Omen have to switch weapons and was able to get the Breach into sight. So again, hopefully just more aggro. Meanwhile, both sides pretty unique. Seems like both sides, I'm sorry, Xavier will be able to full buy. Sorry, I got confused. I saw Jet has ultimate, therefore did not need to buy a Vandal. So now they're at the advantage and have a good chance to tie up this game.
The one thing that I'm looking at is the ultimate. Oh my goodness, the pistol round comes out blazing. Ippo with a two-piece and now is looking to just continue throttling forward. Mai repositioning with that pack so that they can come back, play defensively, and at this point, it's a numbers disadvantage to play into 4 on the attack. So this is a great opportunity here for Northern Illinois to hold on this defense.
I will say thrifties are actually common in LAN events. That's something I've noticed. That goal
quite often
was
it
crazy.
seems too.
That's what really separates Valorant from like Counter-Strike, for example. There's a lot more chance of thrifties because, frankly, Riot said that they want to make sure that the save weapons still had a lot of potential.
Yeah.
Goals at that distance, one head tap is a one head tap.
My camera is this.
Camera down, so CJR no longer has the intel of pushing in, but with how many were there, it guarantees that they've moved into it. Trip also going to solidify that information that was not yet fully gathered. Planting in the same position as we've seen prior, making sure that they are defaulting to their strategy. CJR within the smoke knows there is one to that left side. Can't quite tell, though, if BBQ is up top. And will we see them move into it? Mai stepping out, looks for the corner. Wasn't ready for it. Easy pickup here by Mai, who we've seen consistently do that with the reaction time. And now underneath the Viper's pit, looking to cover it. I think that was an overextension by CJR too soon as the pit didn't come out fast enough. Spike in the corner gets the pickup. They've got to move in and get vulnerable. Penguino waiting with that control to try and block the vision, but it's still not over yet. 1-for-1, attempting to defuse. They know where it is. Will they look to lean into this? Gets the shots, but he turns it. Agua gets it and will be able to deny it just in the nick of time with a clutch.
That definitely was a miraculous play. Got it right to half. I don't know if you noticed that. Any less or any more would have been detrimental. If she had let go, they had let go a little earlier, they would not have gone to half. If
Absolutely.
a little later, they would have been killed. So that was so perfectly timed. An amazing swing there. Most people would have just given up on that situation.
Well, and the part of it was, too, the default position for what they've done has been 3 times now on this side. So the fact that you didn't have the Brim look to try and spray into that, or the breach, correction, that it could have been an easy opportunity to deny that halfway point, to force them away from it. But it still comes out where it was just that nick of time that grants them this as they move into A site once again. 4 versus 2, the disadvantage for Xavier, and they're seeing if they can turn this around. And there is a lot within that nebula.
That is shooting, and they're playing A very slow, but here comes the Rays ulting in.
Showstopper.
Let's see what they can
corner.
find. Ooh.
Quick work coming out by Northern Illinois University. That was an absolutely blazing round with a flawless completion. And that's what we had from Xavier earlier. They had all 5 ultimates available. Their economy was so much that they could contribute into that. And now they've still at least resided and holding 2, where realistically, Pat's almost about to gain another one of their Blade Storms.
That is true. And I think we've gotten to a point where the neither side is going to really be also full save for a while, because we see that Xavier is still here, still full buying, and they do have the losing streak to make sure they still have a decent amount of credit at the end of each round. So there's probably going to be a lot of action for the second half of the first half. Or I think we call it a quarter, actually. It probably should have half of a half.
I'm good with that. I'm good with the quarter. I think we're good with that.
A quarter is good, yeah. Okay, so you see here a lot of util being used early on here onto mid, and we just see Mike ready to throw that grenade. Probably has no idea just how many people he's attacking with that grenade.
Grenade, not going to find anybody, unfortunately, as the smoke vanishes before their eyes. A second one going to be placed with also the snake bite as well. So there's no opportunity to engage that just yet. But that's so much utility put into this middle position. If they ride it out, they've got this positional through that lower position, where Keith is going to now enter in from behind. Nobody quite yet ready. And you can even see in the distance, there's no sight lines on this specific position. No one ready for it. If they get it, a long-range shot moving out into the open, cleaning this up. And once again, NIU is able to completely outmaneuver Xavier, where they, at this point, are trying to recover. And they're just playing back. Xavier can't do anything about it.
Xavier, I mean, this time they have 2 duelists, but that's not really making their ability to entry sight easier at all compared to last game. So, like I said, maybe it's an issue of confidence. or planning, but maybe they might want to start thinking playing more default. If they're not going to really full push, maybe at least, again, play default, which is everyone kind of spread out. Try to see if they can get some picks, kill people on the flank. Because their strategy of just huddling in one spot and just kind of standing there, it's like getting the worst of both worlds.
BBQ going to go for the pick, gets it. I have to give major credit to BBQ in these moments with these very, very outnumbered plays. 4 versus 1 isn't going to be able to have the time to get out and be able to grab the spike, but still have to recognize their efforts in these very difficult
that
moments.
ping, he knows he's there.
Potentially gets it anyways, and steals a little bit of credits there for him. Not going to have the gun buy into this one. Can't carry it over, so they'll have to spend a little bit, but they've got more than enough credits to really work with to get a full buy here anyways from CJR. So now that we're on, again, close to an even playing field, light armor is something that you're going to gain mostly here from Xavier. And we'll see if that small margin of defensive capabilities from that armor pack is going to be the difference maker for them to take this round.
I think we can agree that cred-wise, I think Northern Illinois has just enough for the half. They don't have to worry about that, so they can probably take those one-on-one fights because they really have nothing to lose. In fact, they have a lot more to gain. So even when the round is virtually over, going for those 1v1 fights may actually be working their advantage.
Tripwire active. Has complete intel onto it. It's going to rush in. Can't quite find it initially, but gets it just through the wall and around the edge. But a punishment now, still, for Xavier to drop this spike. They are holding their angles confidently and waiting to see how Northern Illinois University is going to swing into this. BBQ waiting for someone to walk into the open space. But there is awareness of it. Aqua goes for it. Instant takedown, though, holding that crosshair right between the eyes. As the reposition comes out, has to get back swiftly, 4 versus 2, and now the shoe is on the other foot. Master Keep looks for an engagement, but unfortunately can't quite shoot in 2 directions, and that is now a 6-3 scoreline where Xavier is attempting to close the gap.
That is true, and you might be wondering, why is Cypher the only person on that site? Now, Cypher is pretty, if you're going to have one person hold a site, Cypher is probably the best agent, but I think what's going on is that because they're so used to Xavier kind of huddling up, like I know probably says a million times playing. So when they do play aggressive, it catches them off guard. Yeah. Cypher can hold them off until the rest of the team rotates, because usually they give them a lot of time to rotate. So agents like Cypher or KJ, they are able to essentially hold sites, but they can stall. They can't really kill 5 people. Frankly, him getting 1 kill when he's being dived 5-on-1 was actually rather impressive.
Blades unsheathed to unleash onto Thou, who is close. Drafting their way down, dashing available to see if they go into this. A very methodical and patient play to see what else crowd control-wise they can get from Northern Illinois University on the defense. A patient engagement is the engagement they want. Satchel going to try and drop it out. Smoke active, second as well to hold the back. NIU opening up with shots from CJR. Nice counter though, 1 for 1. They have to get onto this A site and go for the plant and get into their default post plant and really see if they can do the same as they had in the previous round.
Jet does pick up that Vandal, therefore does not have to fully rely on the ultimate. Speaking of that, like you said, Omen doing a great job. Not just Omen, but Jet also helping out. Now it is a 4v2, a massive advantage for St. Xavier since they are now the defense.
Nice wall to come out by NIU, seeing if they can play into this. Ippo gets a crazy shot with the wall bang as Agua follows up. Decay now setting in, 7 HP in a dream, has to abandon ship, can't quite stick any longer until they can regenerate the health, but Agua jumps in despite the toxins, swings the corner and gets it, takes the advantage once again, and NIU puts themselves at a 7-3.
That was definitely some Mission Impossible stuff we saw from Ippo, having to dodge the breach grenade, and then going into the Viper. Smoke, but still able to hold off, stall on to the rotation from Agua. For those who don't know, that means water in Spanish. Bilingual skill right here.
Oh, I know, right?
Right?
I only know, like...
No one would be able to guess that.
I only know, like, biblioteca and, like, no habla inglés, or no habla español.
Biblioteca.
I know, like, a few things. I'm really not good at it.
Well, it seems like Northern Illinois has a biblioteca worth of knowledge onto St. Xavier's plan at this point, but both sides are, ulting full buying. So St. Xavier has one of 2 options. Either lose these 2 and force a 9-3 curse, or win. So really, Xavier, there's no loss for them. Either 9-3 curse, or they win these rounds.
Guiding light out early. Gets a good blind on the initiation. No one going to move out, though. NIU playing very reserve, especially having Mai hug this corner, ratting it out to see if anybody moves in. This is a lot more methodical and slow paced than what we've typically seen. Xavier wanting to get an early advantage, or NIU doing the same. but both respecting each other at this point. Before they go in, showstopper, there's so many together, gets an instant pick. Thankfully, the rest are able to stack out fast enough away from Mai. Ricochets that paint canister off the wall, looking to get that damage onto the two that were remaining in the back. Jet and Omen fleeing from the spike. You've got the Hunter coming in to blind their vision. They are a sitting duck as the pack jumps them forward, knocks BBQ back, and they've got this multi-angle where realistically there's an attempt in the flanking position. Pat actually pulls it off.
Now it is a 3v1. Let's see what Pat can do here. Mai is definitely feeling it this round, but does have low health. Curious to see how that zone. Oh,
it's so hard. It's so hard to be in a position like that. Again, that's the thing that's actually really exciting whenever you see Xavier. When they're down, they can make some really interesting change-ups. And their ability to play when they're backed in the corner is like, what is it? What is it? It's like a, it's not, is it a badger?
I don't know what it's called, but I think what you're trying to say is like a wounded animal on his last leg is usually most dangerous.
I wasn't going to go wounded animal because I figured that'd be like not as cool. Like badgers are kind of like, you know, little vicious like when they're like in the, I don't know. Have
you played Monster Hunter?
Maybe that, you know.
Yeah.
Well, that's neither here nor there,
yeah.
But regardless, yeah, we're going to be seeing them be able to do quite a bit when they are at the deficit.
Right. I think what you're trying to explain is that it seems like their technical ability and their mechanics are actually on par. It just seems like maybe it's more about coordination that's really throwing them off.
Now, so much being funneled through that initial choke. 2 still being held in mid and B for NIU, not fully committing. The question is, will the Sky look for the lurk? There is a block with that Viper wall in the back, and now they have the initiation for NIU. Mai waiting to see what type of knowledge they can gather. Pat is there, so they are guaranteed 1 to move through. Quick jump up top, but CJR is ready for it and looks for a second, but as they redirect the focus, that's where Mai moves in. CJR moving into their own cage, finds the pickup, collapsing into this. It's like a swarm of bees focusing in to defend the queen. NIU comes out from all angles and completely eviscerates with a flawless round onto Xavier.
That was the most Looney Tunes action I've seen from Cypher and the opposing Viper. Right when they turned, the other one turns behind the structure, and they turn around, they flipped again. They were right next to each other the whole time, but they didn't really see each other. That is crazy. But now 9-3 curse. Hopefully this works well for Xavier. Now is Xavier, no, sorry, I keep saying Xavier. I'm sorry. Xavier, they are the team with 2 duelists, but now they're on defense. So that'd be interesting to see how they can transition into defense with that comp. But I would say that Jet is doing an amazing job so far, so hopefully at least that still finds a way to play good on defense.
And with NIU specifically being on the attack side now, after going on a defense, it'll be extremely important to understand the differentiation, because when you're on the defensive side, you have such a large, massive ground to cover when it comes to split in comparison to some other ones that you really need to have your points of position so that you are not spread too thin. And if you are, you have to have a very quick avenue to reconvene so that you are not at the disadvantage, even and especially if you get picks with that nice paranoia coming out onto 4 players, if I'm not mistaken. Spike has now been regained. Agua from NIU comes in instantly to try and counteract this, gets 2 out the gate, but through the wall, Mai being punished. Now a complete redirect here to try and bait this out defensively, and you're going to see with Master Keith looking to move in with the rest of the squad, and no one is ready for this rotation.
I believe Ipo might have actually been body blocking Sky that for a quick second. Now CJR does pick up that kill onto Viper. Now it is 4v2. It's still pissed around, so anything can still happen.
Ooh. Lines up, almost gets the double there, but they are fully aware with the communication that they are partnered together, so you can see how Xavier on this attack is going to look to correction defense is going to look to try and play.
Well, they are on defense, on offense, really, since of course Northern Illinois did just plant the bomb. We do see that Omen does have a smoke, so let's see, curious where he puts it. We do see there the E still up. One of you is aware that Owl's behind those boxes. Probably not. Isn't he even aware that he did get the stun onto her?
Gonna try and go for the defuse. Has to be quick here. Time's running low. What a reaction time onto that. But now needs to for sure commit into this, and they can't quite find the time. The blinding light comes in. A quick shift at the cam denies the full duration, but it still won't matter. Master Keith gets it and puts them at a 10-3.
That bomb almost went off.
Yeah.
Now 10-3. I'm curious. Will Xavier do save again, or would they try to force it now that they're down by so much? And let's say they will save. That way, you know, they might try and make a comeback when it's 11-3. Personally, I like trying to make it so that I'm full blind when the opposing team has 11. That way I can start my hopeful comeback And even if you lose a round in between that time, the game isn't over yet. You just need to go overtime. So it gives you a little bit of a cushion. So saving here is a good idea in my personal opinion.
Yeah, save round, absolutely. Gets a little bit of light armor onto one due to them just getting an extra pick there for the credits. Now, Ippo being very aware of where they're playing. Hyper aggression coming out from Xavier, moving into that middle position. Grenade does halt them for the moment, not allowing them to move in, and some very light chip damage, most specifically on the Rays play. Mai ready for it if they want to engage this. It's an ebb and flow on this mid position as they are quickly to take down that Hunter to no longer deny them visibility. Lining up once again, Mai with the weaponry to guarantee that they can take this because, again, they have that economy that can really take advantage of this, and there is no real hope here on that opportunity for Xavier. So NIU is going to easily make quick work of this.
All right, and this is pretty much where the game is decided. This is a full round bye for St. Xavier. So hopefully, if they don't win here, hopefully let me rephrase that. Hopefully they do win here, or if not, unfortunately, it seems like the match is more likely over. We do see the half bye, the eco from, bonus, my bad, from Northern Illinois. So this is their chance to maybe hopefully build some momentum. Last game, they won 3 rounds, so I'm hoping that Xavier really does win more, so at least we can see a standard progression game by game.
And it's really getting towards that last chance opportunity here for Xavier, because losing this round when they've put so much into it will put them back at a save round for a very, very low economic buy, which is not what you want as you edge towards the final rounds. Canister out into the middle, can't quite find anything. Master Keith waiting for Monkey to move out, gets a shot, actually takes the advantage. Beautifully done here by Xavier. They lost one in the crossfire though, as it's only 10 HP remaining onto Mai, who has been pivotal and able to turn some of these fights around.
And right now it is 3-on-3. And I mean, hey, they are winning because Rays has low health. But I think if they really want a chance for a comeback, it's not just about narrowly winning. They'd have to win more convincingly. So hopefully nobody else from St. Xavier dies this round, because at least that will kind of put Northern Illinois back when it comes to econ.
And Ippo looking to body block if anyone comes from that flanking position. CJR, as you can see to the right, moving underneath to see what kind of angle they can take. Penguino looks for any sort of damage. Can't quite get anything. It's a slow, methodical play here. Again, hugging into the corner. They're waiting for Xavier to push out into this. They want them to make a misplay and a misstep to sacrifice that. But with the 30 seconds now coming to a close quickly, they have to take action. Moving towards A to see if they can get that plant.
Now, I understand why, because from last game, we noticed that Xavier tends to play offensively on defense. But here, they took their time, realized that the time was on their side. Frankly, due to being down 11-3, let's pick up onto Mai. That as RMG is trying to stall and definitely runs away. Asher is going to have to try and plant.
Oh my goodness, makes it a 2-for-2 now. Again, it was a worthy sacrifice, though. You're putting your low health target in the front to at least gain the intel to know where they are. Cam comes out, looks for the information, gets the ping, but the Cam goes down. 71 HP here for CJR. Has a hope and a prayer, only 1 cage available and no neural theft. Looks to get stunned for the moment. CJR having to play so carefully. Swing the corner, gets the pick. 2 go down. Xavier able to come back and get a point on the board. Again, you talked about how they can't afford to sacrifice, and if anything, 2 is better than not being able to take the round at all.
That is true. Now, if you do notice, it may seem that they held that angle a little too close. The breach from St. Xavier doing a good job, quick swinging. Because again, they're probably hoping he was doing a jiggle peek. You know, in those tight corners, it's close, and if you think it's an off angle, usually it's far away. So that unfortunate 50-50 flip did not work in the favor of Northern Illinois. But the scoreboard still is working in their favor. 11-4. At least we can say that St. Xavier did improve from last games, but I hope they can pick a little more kills.
And as we see that they have a very convincing buy. A few with a light armor carrying over. Again, they have a massive adventure ahead of them, down by 7, and have to surpass them. It's looking at Mount Everest, but there are checkpoints on the way there. Curious to see if they can hit them. Nice damage instantly onto the front. That is a huge advantage from Xavier. That's exactly what you want to see, despite them losing 1 from Penguino. They've got the neural theft to gain information in where the remaining members are, so that's a little bit unfortunate that you have that information gathered, so you need to be very cautious in how you move with the remaining 4 to look for this plant.
That is true. We do see 4v3 advantage on St. Xavier, so again, hopefully they keep pushing this momentum. We do see Asher is slowly making his way B, but interesting, Cypher's pushing in deep. This gives him a chance to hold an angle where he's predicting St. Xavier will go, but it doesn't seem like anyone's going in that direction. If anything, they're going through heaven. Something that Cypher does not seem to be predicting. But Omen is not going to predict the Viper. they go into that fight, and Awa gets that pick onto the Omen.
Trades through the wall bang, though.
Remaining.
CJR, all that's left for Northern Illinois University. Attempting to use the cam for the information. Gets a couple of shots. They know exactly where CJR is. 3 versus 1 down the tunnel. And unfortunately, there's no way they're coming out of that, which makes it an 11-5 here on the score as they trade off halfway through the defuse to give the love all around.
The crosshair there was definitely kind of the opposite issue where they predicted, actually no, it's kind of similar where they held it too tight nonetheless while Jet bolted through it, didn't give him time to swing. Remember, a lot of these players play with low sense, but timing that off makes, even by a little bit, makes a huge difference.
Absolutely. As we now see once again, a little bit more restraint here. An eco buy going in with Sheriffs practically all around for NIU. But this is where they have the chance to slow it down a little bit. They've got the round advantage, 6 in total, that they could potentially throw away, which I know they don't want to. But if things go a little bit awry, they have some wiggle room here to find themselves on better footing to counteract Xavier and prevent them from being able to take this win.
You know, so Jet was baiting the ore, but Jet definitely wants the ore because him having the knives allows him to pretty much not buy a weapon, which allows him to really circumvent the econ disparity.
Barely gets the damage onto that boombot quick enough to deny that explosion. Nice takedown again here. Xavier really stepping it up in this later portion again, finding much more strengths on this defensive side. With the aggression coming through, looking to see if NIU is able to find an opportunity. 2 picks now coming through, starting to take the advantage here. Getting a little bit of a firefight underneath. As the spike still being collapsed onto. What a wondrous turnaround here, despite being down 2 at the intro.
Well, I will say that those few wins at least make sure that St. Xavier is in an economically good position, especially since, you know, next game is over for them. They can at least full buy in this last round. So their backs aren't completely against the wall. Right now, it's just mental. And I say that because one thing I love about shooting games like Counter-Strike or Valorant is that as the Vandal, even if you're like 1-18, that Vandal is still going to kill you 1 headshot.
Yeah.
It's not like, say, League where, like, you know, even if you have the good items, if you're far behind in experience, you might not do any damage regardless. So as long as you have equal weapons, anything can happen.
It's all down to the skill of the independent players when they find opportunity. That's why they spend all that time in the practice range. Guarantee that their shots land. As you can see now, CJR watching and firing through that Viper's pit that's been situated. Xavier, though, unfortunately, from RMJ having to play very close into the wall. The bot didn't inform them of anything, so they could look to push into this, which would give a numbers advantage here for RMJ if they get that elimination. Or they could take a risky play moving out of this pit. It's such a dangerous thing to do, especially when you're down 1, and opts to actually play more defensively.
It's true, but those abilities missing. That's actually counterintuitive because now it does give away their location. Now they know the Cypher and Raze is there. Raze is moving on to B, but they're most likely going to be able to predict that.
Double wall over towards A. You can see some trading happening, but there is a quick movement forward, looking to block vision for Pat as they hop into the cloud. Still getting sprayed down despite being within it. Master Chief gets 1 as you have the wall bang to counteract. It is again a moment of sporadic firing, trying to find them through all the sightline denial from the smokes. And now looking to draw back Master Chief. Rolling Thunder comes in to try and deny them presence on this point. Collapsing in, 3 versus 2. One last opportunity, nice equalizer, 10 seconds to go, that's a second Mai, looking to clean it up but can't find the final shot. As Penguino up top in heaven, they completely bamboozle them with 5 seconds to go. A bait and switch here, so they get now the spike plant, and Master Keep is all that remains.
Now, you see that Breach does have a lot of ability to entry sight due to his abilities being up. But again, this is where pressure mounts on Penguino. It's either going to be the hero or the reason they lose this second game. So now let's see where the mindset of this person is. Let's see how much clutch genie he has, and let's see how this round turns out.
It's all on their shoulders. Looks to try and turn this around. Penguino going in aggressively, putting everything they've got into it. They have to rush in. The spike continuing to dissipate. Did not quite check that left-hand side. Master Keith gonna go in for the dome, making it a 13-5 victory here. And it is unfortunately Xavier going 2 games in a row
behind the 8 ball, and we have to give some major credit here to NIU, my alma mater, as I feel very happy to see them take that win.
You know, you're supposed to be unbiased.
I'm I was only now saying my biasy, if that's even a word, towards the victory moment, whereas I was still making sure that we just recognized the professional play that was coming in front of us, because there were several moments where NIU, even when they were at that disadvantage, there's still a moment that, you know, Xavier was able to draw those rounds out. Like, they really still had a chance of coming back into it on 2 separate occasions, specifically when it came from the Omen play.
That is correct. And like I said, it is a marathon, not a sprint. So just the difference between losing 13-3 and losing 13-5 is a bit of a difference, because at least now you're building more momentum. You can turn to your team saying, look, we're playing 0-2, but at least we're getting better. If you look at, for example, Jet, 15-14, someone's actually going positive. I know that may sound backhanded, but just it is showing their improvement. We look at my 19-12, though. We look at our 17-13 with 9 assists. Almost got that triple-double.
I mean, but here's the other thing, too, is Xavier having, like, so much contribution across the board. Yes, they're definitely advancing themselves when we look at how the previous match had went and this one. And again, they are moving in the right direction. And NIU has really been able to develop themselves over the course that they have been continuing to develop their esports program, as they continue to bring on different game titles as well and invest the time into their Valorant roster that they have, despite some of the hurdles that they've been going through. As we mentioned about how many have been reoccurring from their previous semesters, there is still some of that, you know, consistent rebuilding and development from this team. And what we've seen so far has been really, really rewarding, and can't wait to see how they continue to progress through this as they hope to try and put themselves in a better seed going into tomorrow.
That is true, and frankly, that's why I really, really enjoyed this setup, because it allows teams like St. Xavier just improve. Because in most places, 2 losses, all right, guys, thank you, time to go home.
Yeah.
That's why I really hope that these, at least round robins or these sort of formats where nobody really gets eliminated, it really does help cultivate culture. But the reason I'm saying that is because a lot of people simply wouldn't show up.
Yeah.
St. Xavier, I don't think they'd show up if it's a single elimination, like go home after you lose, right?
It's just, again, it's really trying to think back to the students and the competitive play. Like, when you have that type of opportunity to play consistently, we touched on it a little bit earlier, you and I, but also just through the overarching aspect of the broadcast, where it gives them as many opportunities to compete in an organized either event or location that just gives them more opportunity to practice and become better and to really represent not only their school but their players.
That is true. And that's the point of university, that's the point of academia. It is ultimately to learn. Learn things like coordination, teamwork.
Absolutely.
So even, again, I hope they don't, but let's say schools like St. Xavier, let's say lose every game today, they can still go home and say, we learned a lot.
Yeah, and they had a ton of hurdles. I mean, they went through a lot when it came to just like restructuring, still the development. But again, with what they have in the direction that they're going, they're continuing to build those fundamentals and the aspects that can really make them go from a, you know, good team to a great team.
That's right. I 100% agree with that. And on that note, NIU is now split 1-1.
Yeah.
We do see St. Xavier 0-2. And now, honestly, I can't wait for the next match.
Yeah, realistically, I am as well. We've got 2 more coming up here for the best of ones for the rest of this evening before we finally conclude where their seeding placement is into the bracket for tomorrow. So we'll be heading to a short break before entering into that 3rd game, so don't go anywhere because we'll be back on the other side.
2, now halfway complete. We move into our second half of play and our third round of the round robin. I'm Tom DeLight. Joining alongside me here is Danny Dunzo for the Midwest Esports Invitational. We've already seen Overwatch earlier. We're moving more and further into Valorant as both pools now progress. I got to say here, Danny, things are starting to shape up in favor of one of the teams we're going to see in a minute.
That is true. And I don't know if you can see from the behind us, but it is now nighttime. We are here casting from day to night. Overwatch in the day and Valorant at night. Now, this next map is going to be Bind. And Bind is one of those maps that you either really love it or you really don't like it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Mario Kart. You're either really good at it or you're not. That's at least when people out here. I never heard someone say I'm okay at Mario Kart. Just like I never heard someone say Bind is an okay map.
I used to be really good at Mario Kart.
See, there you go. Thank you.
And now I suck.
Exactly.
So
See,
I was never okay. I never really played it well. Okay. And anyway, our match, we're seeing St. Xavier once more, but this one probably their toughest matchup yet. They're playing up against the Columbia College Cougars from Missouri, not the Columbia College. It's like within 20 minutes of here. Very confusing that one drove much further and the other one apparently doesn't have a Valorant team. So anyway, some iron outs of that one. They're from the Columbia side of Missouri, where Mizzou is, or the University of Missouri. It's always called Mizzou. Got to say, they're 3-0 coming into this. This is their last round-robin game on the Columbia College side. They're looking very clean and clear to take this one. I'm a little concerned for St. Xavier coming into this. I'm very concerned for them considering they're taking on a team that is better than the squad I saw them take on in CGC UIC earlier. Danny, you saw them look a little bit better earlier on in their second game, but we'll see how that shapes up into Bind.
That is true, but I will say this. I'm hoping that they win at least 7. That way it's a constant improvement. But like I said, this is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
So bottom left, in case some of you can't see, that is Sky. And we're on both sides. Sky is being picked on both sides. So is Raze. So is Cypher. Notice that Cypher is almost always picked in team play because how useful his utility is. And both sides picking Viper. As a matter of fact, this is a full mirror matchup. So anyone home taking notes, trying to learn how to play the game, clearly this is the best comp to play in Bind.
And I'm surprised we haven't seen Ascent yet. I'm not complaining. However, I'm very surprised we haven't seen Ascent. Ascent has the exact same mirror matchup that you'll see in most occasions of it. But in Bind, the agent stats, at least as they stand, the most common 5 in order are Raze, Brimstone, Sky, Viper, and Cypher. Cypher accounts for just shy of 40% of playstyle on Bind. After that, it drops down to 15% for Chamber, 12 for Gecko, and 10 for Yoru. Everybody else is 8 or below. This is the stock standard composition on both sides. It is the correct standard composition, according to most professional teams and semi-professional teams over the last 90 days, even with the changes to Sky most recently, still very much on the higher end of things.
I love the team names on the side of Columbia College. You're either repping your school or you're repping your own Twitch channel. There's no in between. But, Bind is an interesting map when it comes to playing default because there's exactly 5 openings on offense, which makes it rather easy. But here we see on the defensive side, Cypher is holding on to B with the help of Viper, and we're seeing a slow push on to Showers.
Showers early. Monkey finds the first kill. We've seen St. Xavier extremely good at pistols, but they don't clear the close side. Predzu just waiting for him. Finds one. Looking for a reaggression. Right-clicked his Penguino. Free gun, by the way, is the classic. And they dispatch of that spike. And more importantly, they still have sight control in the same process. Switchblade forced back. Needs to try and take 2 fights at the same time and can't do so. But nor can BQ, as they'll be taken care of just the same. Columbia College, they'll walk away with round 1.
Very, very intense first round. Definitely came down to the wire. I will say, I feel like St. Xavier is getting noticeably better if they can only work on checking their corners. I know I'm kind of repeating myself a bit, but it's just the same mistake I've noticed. Again, they're getting much better each game. Just check that corner. Raze gets that first pick and picks up the orb. Right next to him, Sky. That's all information he needed.
Yep, and more importantly, they need to work on their due diligence overall. I mean, you clear the first player inside of Showers, but you just presume that there's not going to be a second one. Obviously, a problem develops, and it's not going to be the greatest of scenarios. It's a pistol round anyway. We saw them win pistol rounds back in our first map. How'd they do in pistol rounds on Split?
Pistol rounds on Split, I believe it was NIU who won that one.
Okay. So it still needs to be a little bit of improvement from St.
But
Xavier.
it was close. It was close. I will say we do have a pause right now. Actually, I believe the pause may have just ended. I believe Raze is changing the settings on his Twitch to get a better viewing experience. I'm messing. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems like the issue was resolved, and now we're going to start. St. Xavier is going to have to save, of course, and they're kind of huddled around B main with Viper holding a flank. Not the flank, maybe just throwing a smoke, trying to diverge the team onto A side.
Will the fake work? That's the real question. They've got the wall up as we see them rush onto the B side, up with the tripwire. Problem starting to be developed, but the Trailblazer at least clears out that position. Monkey wants to clear out that utility, but the issue you still see is whether Columbia can clear this out properly.
Okay, so now we see him making quite a bit of noise onto that sand. That sand makes a lot of noise for footprints. So we see they're finally pushing up B slow. They could take the TP as we see Raze is starting to rotate onto the B side. But let's see, here's some action now finally.
Oh, and Calvin with 2 in the process. That snake bite dangerous as well. A catalyst to kills, and it turns into 4. The snake bite lethal into BQ, and the Spectre turns into 3 on its own. A flawless conversion round for Columbia College. They are looking clean to start off by.
I will say, while it is obviously Columbia who was expected to win that round, the fact that not a single one of them went down really helps your econ a lot. Meanwhile, looking at the side of St. Xavier, no surprises, although we do see a bit of small shields. So let's see how this works out. Now they're going to be playing towards A. Cypher's going to be going through A as well, but this time from the western entrance. And no one seems to be going shower, maybe Sky.
Camera out just for info. There's a jump in. Oh my goodness, Pat ends up revealing themselves from the camera and finds the opening kill. Predzu a little overzealous in the earlier stages. Calvin D, lucky to be alive, was seen by the camera but disengages safely. And the fact that they tunnel vision too much onto the Viper ends up costing them not only utility but possibly a follow-up kill, as Calvin D actually finds a follow-up. Do they
check your corners?
Oh my goodness, Legend! They tried to hold the trigger, but they end up having themselves dispatched of in the process.
It is Greed that may have got him killed there. Always go for the first pick. But then again, now they're playing towards A. Bomb is finally going down as a Viper takes out the enemy Viper.
Oh, and it's a spray through the wall that ends up killing RMJ. Guiding Light over the top, doesn't find anything, and there is a flank to worry about. Switchblade somehow killed in the process, but the refrag there for Calvin D. Consecutive 4Ks for the Viper. He's even dropped down his doppelganger in the same processes. And Columbia College off to a screaming start. They even take the bonus.
St. Xavier is a little too separated from the bomb, and that's why we got them killed. Did not expect Calvin to go through lamps. In a situation like that, it's probably best to just play Crossfire, especially when you have 2 people alive and you have the bomb on one angle. Just play safe, but it seems like they both were trying to get a quick pick onto Cypher to change that to 2v1. And it seems like that greed may have gotten the best of them. Now we do see that they are starting to play towards B. They're all originally on A, so maybe they're having a tough time deciding exactly how they want to fight this.
The question that remains on my side is, what is St. Xavier doing with these weapons once more? They're buying up because they obviously could, and they want to try and force Columbia College out of the economic scenario they're currently in. They've won the bonus. They've tried to corral that into a second, and they've been successful into a third. This is starting to become a little bit of a snowball, and welcome to third winter in Illinois, by the way. It was 60 degrees out in southern Illinois yesterday, and then I traveled about 4 hours north, and it hit 24.
I come all the way from Miami, so I'm used to 80 degrees.
Missed the heat. Seems like Columbia College is bringing the heat on the B side. Good tripwire. Calvin turns it into 3. What is that from Elbow? He wants more. Carnage will steal it. Calvin will find 3 consecutive 4Ks in 2 of 3 flawless rounds for Columbia College. And it's a 4-0 start out the gates.
Calvin is playing as sexy as Calvin Klein, and a 3-4, like you mentioned, his kills are evenly divided into 3 rounds, which I find fascinating. Getting everything but that ace. But and speaking of that, Xavier, hopefully you can maybe start picking up some wins. We've seen a lot of times in LAN events, a team might start off 0-4, 0-5, and then actually end up taking a half. Hopefully they have that kind of luck, but unfortunately the momentum likely won't start in this round as they will have to save here.
Down to Sheriffs in a classic. We've seen Sheriffs play out a couple times before, notably in the last series that you and I casted together, Danny. But the problem here for St. Xavier's, they're having difficulties putting together opening kills and or full site control with weaponry and player advantages, much less here maybe without. Predzu looks down, dispatches a monkey, absolutely no shot at winning that one. The Vandal just clean and clear. And Predzu's basically fully taken control of this main position. Pat will swing, does damage, but nothing to write home about. And in the span of 35 seconds, it's a 5v2.
Here comes that dog in him. At least it doesn't stun them, but at least lets them know where they are exactly hiding. And there comes the blind, blinding for his teammate.
Predzu looking for a second. Will he find it? Yeah, it's a third on the round. Great guiding light around the corner. We've seen Columbia College fairly clean around one another multiple times over today. That's their third flawless round. And finally, a round where Calvin does not pick up a 4K.
Instead, it is a 3K for Rays. Probably won the chat, told them get a 3K and I'll get you a sub. But yeah, definitely starting off 5-0. Everybody on that team really doing their job well. I love seeing when one team flashes for their teammate. You don't see that in solo queue, and if you do, like I said earlier today, they're probably end up flashing on team by accident. So it's just those little things there that you just really enjoy seeing competitive 5v5.
It seems like a forward position taken multiple times over for Columbia College has just worked in their favor. They've already got a tripwire inside the Viper's Pit, and they're actually putting the Viper's Pit towards showers. It limits the points of ingress for St. Xavier. They don't have that same freedom of movement over towards showers. They also can't even set up a slow lurk in that direction without having to take out the tripwire in one way or another. This is becoming a problem, and one they haven't been able to find a solution to all that easy. 4 players set up in mid here. But the B side of mid is being fully encroached upon. 3 players, the guiding light. There's a tripwire for them as well, but something they should be able to take care of. Do they just walk onto A, though? Oh, they may now with Switchblade finding that kill.
Frankly, that one lurk was probably their best shot. Unfortunately, now win that 1v1. They might want to consider maybe going through teleporter or not Rays playing rather aggressive. Gets one pick off the top double satchel. He does have ultimate, but unfortunately cannot capitalize on it.
But they were trying to rotate. They will over towards B. The problem is still 2 players sitting inside a hookah. They're banking off the fact that this is a fully dedicated A side hold, and they're incorrect in the presumption. A smoke up allows Predzu to switch to the other side of hookah. A guiding light being prepped. No, it's the Trailblazer to do so, but the return of the blast pack. It's 3 for Switchblade on the round. He'll be taken care of just the same. That Viper's Pit on the A side will go down as Penguino gets the spike planted on B. The problem is, not only does he not have time in his favor, but the rotation's coming from both CT and from hookah. And the Trailblazers very much noted his position as he rotates over. He does not have that same freedom of movement. Great guiding light through the window of elbow will at least expose his position, but he's also being walked up on long, and he has absolutely no idea. Great bait from the other Sky as Legend will allow Calvin to pick up yet another. And just like that, Columbia College finds 6.
Great crossfire as well. Now, normally when a teammate has low health, they're usually one of the first to go in to at least be the entry, the bait, for lack of a better term. But Sky's had low health since the beginning. And for Sky, by the way, I'm talking about St. Xavier's. Maybe the reason why they're trying to hold on to her is because, well, she does have heal. But maybe they were too callous on that. In the end, they just ended up with one agent with low health trying to pull off a 1v2. And speaking of that, we do see that they are having to save here.
Yeah.
Game so far not going into their favor, but like I said, I'll continue to say it's a marathon, not a sprint. Hopefully, as long as they learn each round, maybe their fate will change tomorrow during the knockout stages.
That's their hope at the end of the day. Notably enough, Columbia College will get into some stats in a second after this possible rush from St. Xavier. All 5 players legging it through showers. There are 3 people waiting here, and a smoke nearly perfectly timed. They want to go through it. Guiding light being prepped, so too is Aruba and the camera. Everything in the kitchen sink being dedicated to this position. But the problem is they find, we'll say, very little with it.
I don't know if you guys saw, but I think the Rays satcheled his own team in the beginning and Sky flashed. I hope that was accidental. I know it's 6-0, but like kind of playing around like that, I don't know, just not something that I prefer. But they are entering through shower.
Oh no, but the guiding light ends up cutting them off, even with everybody looking their direction and them trying to push as a squad. They find absolutely nothing with it. Columbia College just put them through a meat grinder and find a 7th with it. I was talking about those stats. Here they are. Coming into this game, Columbia College was 3-0. They had beaten everybody else in the group apart from St. Xavier because naturally they have yet to play each other yet. 39-17 is their round differential. Pretty nice for themselves. 69.64% round win percentage. St. Xavier has 2 losses, one to Northern Illinois, the other one to CGC UIC. They were 13-3 and 13-5. They've totaled an 8-26 round diff with a 23.5% round win percentage.
So 39-17 off 3 games. If on some quick maths, that means it's approximately 6.33 rounds lost per game. So definitely not just winning, but winning convincingly. On that note, we do see the entry. Again, I would really prefer to see St. Xavier try to play more default, more spread out. All of their really comps, their strategies just be a hard, slow rush. I don't know if that makes sense, but like they'll all be together, but it's like almost a full push, but not really. Sometimes a one person lurking, but like You know, but speaking of Lurk, we do see Vi going into main, about to bump into the Cypher.
Oh,
There's a trap. He's using his own trap as a bait. Come on.
Oh, and it works. Looking the wrong way is RMJ, thinking that it's clear with the trip up, and it doesn't go in his favor. Calvin avoids all the utility and will just rotate straight through. 4 players through the showers rotate. The problem is there's still two waiting for them. The Odin out for 1, Calvin on the flank, and the reinitiation with the guiding light. Everybody gets involved, and Columbia College will flawless for the 4th time in 8 rounds.
Again, I really just hope they take notes for what's going on, because I feel like you can always learn even from your downfalls, but to me it almost seems like they should be lacking like an IGL or something, because they all seem a little bit discombobulated. Yeah, they all push, but I don't understand why Brim kind of just waited in teleporter and then tried using his ability there, because he knew someone was likely going to come in from the other side, especially since it seems like Columbia College, they're definitely playing more to have fun at this point. 16-1 from Calvin. You knew somebody was going to go into that teleporter and try to fight them. But again, man, the game's not over yet. I still feel like there could be some action here.
St. Xavier still very much have an opportunity to come back. The problem is being flawless 50% of the rounds you've lost makes things difficult. Orbital Strike will be dedicated, but nothing really to follow up on that makes it difficult. I say as RMJ finds an incidental team kill into Pat 20, who had nowhere to go. It was either into the teleporter and die to B, in towards the snake bite and die to your teammate, or in this case, just walk into an ultimate. Speaking of one, Showstopper dedicated. It surprisingly finds nothing. It is still a very 9-point expensive ultimate, but it's not going to matter. 9 rounds still picked up for Columbia College, and nothing's going to stop them.
The issue, looking at the buys, I do believe at this point the econ is set for Columbia College, so I assume they're probably going to try to take every 1v1 fight they can, since there's really nothing to lose and a lot to gain at this point. We are hoping for that St. Xavier 9-3 curse. And it's always got to bring hope for something. So, again, they're playing similar to usual. At least Viper is a little more spread out. So maybe we might see more of an actual lurk. We might see Viper really commit to A to really make them believe that they're on A. That is a nice toss. Definitely practice that lineup.
He's got it down. It is, again, a little bit of a bait towards A. We've seen that a couple rounds thus far, but nothing exposed off of it. Calvin D will fully clear out the front side of mid and just disengage off the back of it. No reason to get overzealous, especially when you still have a pseudo-player advantage on this side of the map. St. Xavier trying to catch him off guard. The problem is that Trailblazer, a telegraph of their call. Paint Shell dedicated as well. It finds absolutely nothing. And Calvin D has been able to move so freely on this side of the map, they just haven't displaced him properly.
I know exactly where.
There they go. At least for one. Showstopper now at least pulled, but for nothing consequential. Somehow Switchblade gets out of the teleporter and just sprints it the other direction. Monkey will find Predzu. Second time around, he's caught out. Viper's Pit thrown through. A flank through long could make things problematic, but by no means is this round over. Guiding Light in that same general direction. BQ swings off the back of it, but walking into his own smoke makes things even worse. Penguino has an opportunity to play off his teammate. Switchblade in a 1 versus 3, though, wants to clear both sides of the Viper's Pit. Oh my goodness, he almost found the kill, but he doesn't at the end of the day. Monkey finds 3. St. Xavier are on the board.
Like I said, sometimes the best intel is the opposing team's firing. They're trying to get that pick. Oh, it's very close to Viper. That's one interesting thing about being a caster. You get to see how close and how far they are from each other, and that kind of gave the St. Xavier all the information they need to finish that off. 9-1. Hey, that dream for a 9-3 still up in the air. Like, now they're playing, again, same strategy. They're playing towards B side with Viper being the odd one out, going to the opposing side. Again, I was really hoping for maybe a change of strategy, but they just won, so hopefully it might build off that momentum.
9-3 would be the best case scenario for St. Xavier. Maybe not a curse, hopefully a blessing in their favor. But Columbia College just haven't had any mistakes made. They haven't forced anything out of St. Xavier just yet. They've really tried to dedicate everything they could. Carnage now the one to move a little bit more compared to Calvin D in the previous round, and it seems like a full 5-man onto B. The problem is, look at the movement all the way over towards A mid.
Calvin definitely tried walking close, knowing that nobody would expect that. And he's probably going to peek. Ooh, nice peek from Monkey.
Do they clear Carnage, though? Smoke will dissipate. Here comes the timing. Carnage picked up and killed by BQ. Looking for back-to-back rounds now. are the St. Xavier Cougars, but by no means are they out of the woods. Monkey playing on the front side of site. 2 players are rotating in from hookah. They've been completely discounted. There's an ability for them to walk in from behind, but the Seekers will give all the information they need. Monkey will reswing, drop down Legend, and both players sitting inside a hookah have now been seen, but they have a way out, especially with the opening kill. Both will double swing. Switchblade will be the only one to find a kill, though, and he'll swing into 3 separate players. Absolutely no shot to 1v3 there. St. Xavier have played multiple rounds with player advantages to near perfection, and more importantly, they've started to pick up rounds in the process.
That is true, but like I said, that first 9 round winning does give you a bit of a cushion economically speaking. Even Rays was only 100 off from not having enough, but nonetheless did have just enough to be able to full buy in this last round. Now, interesting to see how it played. Now it seems like they're finally being a little more spread. This time you have 2 people onto A, 1 heading towards B long, and I'm still not sure where Brimstone and Sky might be heading towards, but it does seem like it's finally 2B, 2A, and maybe 1 towards mid. Though I may have spoken a bit too soon, but we're looking for a fight on B long.
Legend walking through 2 guiding lights to initiate, and he'll find Pat out in the open, dying inside of a cyber cage. Penguino sprinting for the hills, having to put their cross-country shoes on. They'll at least get out of T-spawn, but the problem is they want to go onto A, which is still very much occupied. That rush over towards B could be a very big misnomer. Penguino could think the site is safe, as could the rest of his team, but Lamps still occupied, so too is U-Haul. Calvin D will only find one in the process, but an orbital strike thrown in towards that Showers position leaves Penguino alone, and his position duly noted. Carnage will follow up on his own passive utility, and Columbia College hit double digits in regulation.
Definitely a great start for the round for Columbia. They're on defense, but they played offensively. They pushed it straight down B, and that worked out perfectly for them. St. Xavier definitely was not expecting a push down to B, and once they lost that fight, it seemed like the momentum trickled down to the rest of the map, and they were shut down on A side as well.
Second half pistol. It is basically a winner go home for St. Xavier. Brief reminder. In these pools, the last place team of each pool will start in the lower bracket. This does become problematic when you still have teams that will have to play in the first round, like CGC UIC, like Columbia College, where you could very well play them, assuming they play one another. This is going to be a problem for St. Xavier if they can't escape from this with at least round differential to hopefully help them at the end of the day. They also still have 1 game left to play as well against DePaul. Carnage finds one onto Monkey. Nearly nightmare start as he walks in. This Legend will find 2 of his own, and a 1v4 to virtually save the game for Pat 20.
A little bit of skin shopping that we just saw from there. Hopefully, Pat, let's see what they can do. Cypher definitely isn't the one you want to be on offensively with. Again, now that they've planted, the defense comes offense. But Calvin looks away right when Cypher was peeking. Here goes a fight. Nice pick by Pat. All down to 5 HP, but let's see if we can get at least 1 or 2 more of the opposing side. They're definitely rushing towards them. Now the round's already over. And Legend finishing up that one.
Yeah, nice little 3-piece for Legend in the pistol. Columbia College on to 11. St. Xavier, it is most likely a safer next scenario. They virtually just cannot afford to buy here. Let's be honest with each other here, Danny. There is probably going to be maybe upgraded pistols, but most likely just classics. They will have to win 10 consecutive rounds, straight rounds towards the end of this against a team that has, I think, lost a total of 19 through 3 maps and change. And
I've seen it in LAN events. One time, I believe it was in Kaiju Core's Battle of the Midwest. I could be wrong, but I think I've definitely seen a 10-2 comeback one time, so 11-2. But well, we'll see something like that. But that Cypher trapping all of them, like sitting ducks, like fish in a barrel.
What? But Prezu still wins the opening fight. Legend follows up as well. Regardless of the utility dedication, it just comes down to the weaponry. It's a first-person shooter after all. As Bren said it ever so eloquently, it is a first-person shooter. You shoot them in the head, you die, you lose the round, and they may very well lose the map off the back of it. 10 consecutive match points for Columbia College, 10 opportunities to go up 4-0 in the group.
I believe that if they win at least 4 more, they technically improve from last game.
That's true. Improvements are the important part.
It's true, but let's see. Calvin, Switchblade, Legend, everybody on that team positive. Definitely having a lot of fun this game. even though it's, you might say like this is a big stomp, like what's the difference between winning 13-11 or 13-2? It's that momentum that you can carry on to tomorrow. It's that confidence boost that you can gain for tomorrow. Pushing it straight up to B long.
Oh, they're wasting no time. Gubble guiding lights on either side. Switchblade with one. Predzu the same. They will just hold W on the B side. And 4v2 it stands. Post plant a near guarantee. And they'll walk into CT as well with the now retrieved Vandal. RMJ needs to nearly ace, and he'll only find a single. Predzu finds 3 to close it out. 13-2 for Columbia College. And a flawless group pool stage for the Cougars.
That is true. Also, I just want to shout out Prez because that was some crazy strafing he just did there to get that win. I believe that was the last of the group stage, if I'm not mistaken.
No, we still got one more.
One more. I apologize for that. So, are you looking forward to the next one?
I still can't believe this one's over so quickly. You can see the numbers on your screen now. Switchblade drops 18, has a nearly 3.0 KD. Calvin D has a 4.0 KD and a 344 ACS. This is just a statistically insane game from the top two. The rest of the team was still very much included, but honestly, it was just Switchblade and Calvin stealing all the kills. Switchblade a little bit of a sleeper player there.
That's true, and one thing that a lot of people don't pay attention to is the econ rating. When you get triple-digit econ rating, that's usually a sign that you didn't really have to buy much, that you're just bonusing off rounds, off wins, off wins, off wins. But like I said, I still have a lot of faith in St. Xavier to hopefully, but do a little better tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of deaths there for Columbia College immediately turning into econ and obviously turning into round victories. Clean day overall for them. They'll go 4-0. They beat every single team in pool play to the point where this was their last game of pool play. They've already locked that out. That's how quick their pool play was. Overall, extremely good day for them. They're very happy going into tomorrow. Now, in Overwatch, getting top 2 in your group does get you a first-round bye. In Valorant, it does not. You will still have to play in the first round of the winner's bracket. It does, however, as long as you are outside the bottom one on either side of the pool play, you'll avoid the lower bracket. That's the important part. Danny, before we move on to our final round of play, any final thoughts?
No, just, glad to be here. And again, another huge shout out to DuPage Sports Commission and Scrims Esports Center for having us.
Yeah, DuPage Sports Commission allowing us to run events like this and the Midwest Esports Invitational. Wow, that's not difficult to say. But as we move to the final round of play, it is also the final round of pool play on both sides of Valorant and Overwatch. We will have Overwatch bracket play later, but it will be off stream. So just come out to the Scrims Esports Center if you want to watch it in person. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's the last Valorant pool play round of the day and before playoffs tomorrow here at the Midwest Esports Invitational. Danny Dunzo. And Danny, into our final round of coverage. We've still got a couple games to go towards the end of the day, but these teams across the board are close. Apart from Columbia College, they're still 4-0.
That is true, but right now, speaking of that, we are doing Northern Illinois, a school that I have praised, against UIC CGC, which I believe we've definitely seen NIU play before in the stream. Honestly, those are two schools that I talked about, and I said I really think highly of them. Because frankly, they do a really good job whenever they're lands, and they're very, very involved in the Chicago community as a whole.
Yeah, Northern Illinois looking really good here at the event. Of course, the only loss they've had was to Columbia College, who was done for the day. As soon as that game ended, by the way, 4 of their 5 players just walked out the door. They're like, we're done, back to the hotel, take a little bit of a break before gameplay tomorrow.
Please excuse my layman terms. That's the most giga chat thing you can do.
It's great.
Comes in, 4 wins, refuses to elaborate, goes home.
They were gone. Some teams still haven't played a third game. They were done with 4 and out beforehand. Northern Illinois, by the way, still has only played 2 games. They got to buy round 3 because there's 5 teams. Not all 5 can play at the exact same time. So they still have to play 1 game here against CGC UIC, and they'll play against DePaul to close out the day. DePaul and St. Xavier are winless and playing against each other right now. So that's something to keep note of. And, again, that game could decide the 5th place because 5th place still goes to lower brackets. So everything's still up in the air as we move into our final game of the day. Also important to note, we get 4 unique maps in Valorant. Across the board, we get unique maps. We started with Sunset. We moved into Split. We just had Bind. We'll have Breeze as our map to close out the day.
Breeze is honestly very interesting. I think the map is very skill-based because it's a lot of long-range fights. So being able to op in that map is an absolute must if you want any chance of victory. Right now it is CGC versus NIU. I'm sure those graphics will change in just a second.
Just pretend that NIU's on the left side, CGC's on the right side. We'll also unhide the name at the bottom left. I made the joke. So Ippo does not have an H. I was like, wait, did you forget the H or are you French?
Actually, no, I'm Hispanic. We don't pronounce the H. The H for us is silent.
I thought it was like a J.
Yeah. Actually, no. The H is silent and the J is pronounced like an H.
That's what it is. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, you had me confused. That's my first language. You had me confused for a second. Like, wait, have I been speaking wrong my whole life?
So NIU coming into things need a win here. CGC UIC, if they win, they will completely avoid the bottom 3 in the group. NIU, if they win, they will have a free game against DePaul that will be inconsequential to anything with DePaul and St. Xavier. They will still have to be concerned with their matchup against CGC UIC because, again, if they lose to DePaul, they'll be tied with CGC UIC. I think it'll come down to the game differential with CGC UIC still having a game against St. Xavier. But that's all into semantics. That's all into games for later. We'll get into this one here and now. Northern Illinois starting off on that defensive side. They need a good start. We'll get into a conversation about the agents because we kind of missed out on that. Harbor being brought here today.
It's interesting. Harbor, and you do have Viper as well, so that's 2 controllers who can smoke. And that should be interesting because maybe they're trying to mitigate the whole idea of it this time to be a long-range map.
Hey, you make it a short-range map when you have that vision obfuscation or the Cove that is just completely immune to weaponry. They'll send it onto a split through and through. They'll also completely circumvent the upper side of the tube, but the Recon Bolt, free information through. The spray from Agua, clean and liquid onto Zarko, but the refrag is there by Foe. Agua dispatched of in the 4v4. 2 players fairly close with one another on the mid doors. Hostage will win a fight onto Mai, though. That starts to become a little bit of an issue if you cannot clear the close side of this toxic screen. Foe will walk through. He'll find one. Ippo shuts him down from just behind our current perspective, but still turned into the 2 versus 3 and still mid to contend with. I say that as a Cypher starts legging it over to A main. They have to rush this if they're on the Northern Illinois side, but by no means do they have the information to work off of. The Recon Bolt finds nothing for UIC, but it's not going to matter. Tonho finds one, and there's Hostage legging it around the map just to find their second. UIC win the pistol.
Great job by UIC to make that entry. Not only that, but a lot of times in the first round, this is something I've noticed in most maps. In the first round, people tend not to want to play through mid. This is something that probably because of the weapons is not good for long-range fighting, etc., but they went straight from mid onto doors quickly before they can even react. I do feel bad for Zarko there, who got killed kind of blind. One bad thing about having too many smokes, if you don't see anybody else, that means you know they're in the smokes. If you don't see them outside of the smokes. So, of course, the save for NIU, although we do see a Sheriff, so hopefully Awa is a Sheriff Demon and can maybe make a carry, but we do see a whole Vandal actually on the side of UIC. They are going to try to play around A again, this time more so going through tube and through main.
They throw the 0 point to tube. It finds only the harbor. Mid control still very much there for Northern Illinois. Mid control was very much there for Northern Illinois until Tonho dispatches of that one. Pistol round won by the attackers 52% of the time or so. It is here as well. CJR picks up a kill, is immediately taken care of though. Cannot follow up for a second, nor can they stay alive, so no extra delaying factor as Northern Illinois try and start their retake.
That trade was very important because if not, he would have been able to pick up a weapon and being able to get rid of that weapon disadvantage. But we see Viper using a wall to, well, the wall kind of disappeared, but whenever the wall does come up, it stops anyone from being able to attack them from the tunnel, which makes it, like I said, a short-sided map.
The walk through elbow. Do they clear the front side of main? It seems like they will. 0 point thrown finds 2 players. Agua, their shoulders seen. Cobalt from long range, though, with the stinger finds 2. Who needs long range weaponry when your opponents don't have shields? It kind of helps. Master Keef in a 1 versus 4 finds a first. At least will do some economic damage, but will pick up the Guardian. Would be a little bit too much to ask, I think, to either save this or to find a second. I say that as he does find a follow-up kill. You do keep over a gun here. I think he'll survive. The spike is what he's gonna die to the spike.
I honestly will just bonus
Guardian.
Yeah, Guardian's pretty close. But it's weird that he refused to save the Guardian, but he did save the E. If you're the agent is someone who is based on information, you definitely want to make sure you use your abilities, especially the free E. But maybe he just thought that it was already over by the time he had a chance to use it. Not entirely sure there, but we do see the side of the UIC having an interesting buy. The Stingers, the Sheriffs, you know, the usual. We do see Foe is holding on to that Vandal. And if he can pop off, that Vandal could maybe be more enough to pull a crazy play.
UIC looking for the bonus here. This would be a near make or break for Northern Illinois to start. Reminder, UIC has already played 3 games thus far, is looking for their 4th played and 3rd won. That would decide their 2nd place in the group and would leave Northern Illinois susceptible to taking their 3rd spot back. Again, everybody starts in the same round, apart from the 5th place in each pool as they start in the lower bracket. Opening kill for Foe, in through mid and to the tube as well. He'll actually not over-aggress in through that A side. I'm a little surprised he doesn't push that, but he kind of didn't have that much help.
The reason why I believe maybe he didn't push it is we do see a rotation onto B. He knows that because that's a Vandal on the floor, somebody might go to defend it. So he might be making pointless fights. Now, I think it's a great that he went through Hall because it was narrow, therefore he could force a 1v1 since he's the only person on the team with a Vandal. Now we see also everyone went to A. Now they're rotating to B. Cypher's alone on B side. I mean, if you want anyone to be guarding it by yourself, you would want Cypher. But let's see what happens here. He gets 1 pick. He gets a 2nd pick. A single thing, but unfortunately the 3 does not come. He does not get the thrice on ice.
No, sir. He wanted more. Ippo will help him for that 3rd. And they still have slowed down that spike plant. Because Tonho has absolutely no help until right about now, he couldn't get that spike down as quickly as he wanted to. A flank already setting through. The Jet did wait for the rotation in through elbow and subsequently through A main, or sorry, B main. Mai will just walk through this, even with the poison cloud up, but it seems like UIC want to get aggressive. They want to push in towards the site, but the problem is they lose the fight on the backside. Mai exposes their position and will jump from up above. The high ground meaning just about everything in that fight. Northern Illinois will get on the board.
On the board. Now, to be honest, UIC did take out 3, so that's pretty good considering that it is their bonus round. But now let's see how this matches up. I think, because the reason why is it should be a save round for North Illinois, but one thing I know is that if enough people live, sometimes they force anyway. Let's see if they force. Yeah, it looks like they are.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Especially considering that saving was close to their ultimates. Never mind. But we do see that Foe does have his ult up. So I wonder if maybe he just buys Zarko or something of that nature. Usually people, a lot of times Jet, when the money's low, they won't have both their ult and their weapon, or they might just save it for next round in case they lose or need to bonus. We do see the Bulldog with small shield. That is the college version of buying ramen for dinner.
It's not great, we'll say that. They will just send it through. CJR, good night, right off the bat. And the toxic screen already up. They'll get that spike down nearly safely. But the problem is losing your Viper in the same process. I think that was straight through the aforementioned smoke. They don't have that same freedom of movement, and that Cypher can't get on the site as easily. Master Keef, another from CT, has yet to clear Cobalt from Cubby. So that could be the final gauntlet to get on site. But UIC, they're just waiting. They're not trying to get that spike down, even though they have the safe haven to do so.
Well, of course, it's easy to say that from this point of view, but of course, from their point of view, they don't know what's going on. Not just that, their jet is done, so they can't really be playing more aggressive. So, I mean, nonetheless, you're right. They should plant because now that they can really rotate, since they're not going to have anyone to enter site, they have two information characters, and they have Cypher, which is defensive. So they probably should just plant as soon as they can. Finally, there comes a plant alongside the kill from Master Chief.
The problem is losing too much in the process. You expose too much to that advantage. They'll try and walk through the wall, but Agua will catch Cobalt out straight through the aforementioned wall made of Agua. Hostage will find one, but he'll quickly be dispatched of just the same. Northern Illinois, they just fully encircle the site. I'm going to go back to the previous statement. Why not plant earlier?
Exactly.
You put yourself out of position. You don't play for the what would be time in your favor when you still had site control. And I'm going to be honest, even with all that time they still had, they lose more than they gain by waiting as long as they did. I don't understand it.
I completely agree with you. Like I said, maybe they just thought that there's more people closer, but even then, like I said, that was their best chance. They were not going to be able to pull a rotation simply because they were not going to have anyone to really entry for them. So that was honestly their best bet. But that mistake costed them the round, and now there's 2-2. But still going to force, and that foe is definitely going to use his knife. He did save, thankfully, so that makes it easy. But being aggressive onto B. Cypher, again, the only one really holding that side. We still see Viper is mid, so she will be able to rotate quicker into B. Hopefully help out that Cypher.
So Toxic Screen being prepped here. Again, up the right side, they just want to cut the site in half or just isolate the site player. It seems like it's going to work. They use actually the 0 point and the shock dart to completely eliminate the utility. CJR very susceptible to death and will indeed fall. Now is where you get the spike down, and finally UIC and I agree. Spike will be planted, and they'll use the neural theft in the same process.
Yeah, hit with that shocker bolt. That does take away some damage. And a second one!
No way. Master Keith lines that one up. Acing geometry class, it seems, at NIU, and he'll take full advantage of the lineup he was prepping. Wall now up for Agua. He just wants to send it, as do most of UIC, or sorry, of Northern Illinois. But the problem is UIC setting up a flank. Watch for the Viper at the top left of your screen, now on the map. They still have some time to set up the flank. The problem is the spike is not planted for them. 0 point will not catch Mai as it was destroyed, but there's Toneho on the flank. They'll find 4 kills in the process, and it was Northern Illinois' lack of a flank watch that is their Achilles heel and will allow UIC to retake the lead.
They're shooting now up 3-2. Definitely see how the buys are coming along. This is looking like a save, most likely for Northern Illinois. We're looking for UIC. This is deadly for the side of Northern Illinois because now UIC can definitely start building up some momentum here. But let's see how the offense is going to shape. It looks like they're actually kind of dancing around. They're not entirely sure. Like they're instinctually going to B, but now they're thinking maybe it doesn't work. So we do see that maybe they're going to play a bit slower, try to gather some information. We do see the side of Northern Illinois is a little more split. They're not just leaving Cypher alone onto B, so they're probably learning from the mistakes. Good job on them. Now we see Jet is pushing out through A, so maybe they're trying to cause more pressure by hopefully making a flank.
So they walled it off with their Harbor. They wanted the space. The problem is they still lose the opening fight, and Harbor's guaranteed to be at least somewhere in the general vicinity, and they should re-swing this in the process. Agua's very likely to die. Toneho will win the fight. I thought it was hostage for a second, but he won't find what he was looking for. It's not going to matter. They're walking on to B in the same process. Who cares about trying to take a site isolated? Speaking of isolated, it is foe left alone with CJR, but better weaponry will net you this fight most times that you try for it. CJR just tucking into heaven. There's not a lot you can do here if you're a Cypher. And foe, yeah, he'll clear his corners. UIC put up 4. They'll go back-to-back once more.
I mean, definitely, just look at those X's. They're spread out across the map. That's a good idea to do when you have the weapon advantage because you want to force as much 1v1, as much skirmishes as possible. If you just full push, then you can lose to like a shorty, for example.
Yeah.
So definitely playing it slow sometimes is best when you have a lot of the weapon advantage, contrary to popular belief.
It does come down to maybe some misnomers in the realm of Valorant playstyles.
Yeah.
Notably, Zarko's yet to find a kill in a game they're winning by 2.
He got that 5 assists. He had the most assists in the game.
I mean, yeah, but
he out here playing like Chris Paul.
That's like putting up 0 points in the right general direction. I don't know.
It's true.
Assists on Initiator may be misnomers sometimes. When you have that many, like we saw on the Breach.
Still gets hit with a dart despite getting rid of it. We see foes already pushing up. Now that gives information. They know that Sova is on that top side. They probably figured by now that Cypher is on A, so they are getting a lot of information here. I am very happy that they didn't reopen up the hall. It just adds more variety to the playstyle here on Breeze. A lot of fans were upset when they removed it from the game originally.
Me included.
Me too. I always in solo queue just go straight down there and force 1v1s because it's very narrow, so you're most likely to get 1v1 fights in that situation.
And even if you take a 2v1, you have to take 2 separate 1v1s anyway. It's basically always in your favor. CJR camera of their own set up around A main. Very little noise has been made. Finally, an X position. They'll send themselves through, and a null command thrown through just the same. CJR's position duly noted because they shoot the 0 point. Hunter's Fury popped. Will find a tag onto 1. Wants a second of the hostage. They'll find it. So too will CJR, but in the process, they've lost a decent bit of control, including site control itself. A Viper's Pit dedicated into halls, surprisingly enough, but at the end of the day, you're still happy to play for this position if you're on the attacking side. It'll force Northern Illinois onto the site itself and force them away from the tube, and in the process, you just allow that Viper's Pit to fall. The Vipers since rotated over. Cobalt has found 2 in the same process, and Agua is left alone. Front side of the yellow box, he'll find a first. Second opportunity, but Tonho has hidden and moved themselves around the site. A game of ring around the rosy. They have a cove on top of the spike. They have more than an opportunity to stick it all the way through, but Tonho is holding their trigger. They are holding their line. They're playing for the frag through the same level of the cove, and Agua's own utility comes back to bite him. UIC go 3 straight.
They say pros don't fake. Honestly, he would have just held it there. He probably for sure would have at least gotten half. A lot of credit for the ultimate from Master Keith. The thing about being a Sova is that your teammates, they're all a Sova drone for you, because we saw that even when Mai engaged and lost that fight, at least they know that they're bunched up, and Keith was able to get a kill with the ultimate. So as anybody can be a Sova drone for you if they're willing to take one for the team. We see Mai simply getting a big shield pistol, nothing else. So if they do get a pick, they can maybe just pick up the Vandal. Or maybe they can ult here and try to maybe carry the round, but not having a best start, so I wouldn't take any of those risks.
One thing that Northern Illinois has had some difficulties with is finding a good time to set in for their own Viper's Pit. They've had it for, I believe, 2 rounds now, if I'm doing my guesstimations correctly. And they just haven't found a good way to use it. They could have used it on top of the site, but they can't do anything there. Mai tries to use their Blade Storm, but they get 0 pointed out of it, just barely losing the fight. They will get refragged. Agua finds 2, the spray through the wall. They'll end up being taken care of, but it's still the 2-for-2 trade. And honestly, Northern Illinois, with lesser weaponry, is more than happy with that. Zarko, I believe, finds their first frag of the game, so they're on the board, but Zarko trying to make sure that Northern Illinois will not have that same opportunity. They'll go for 2, and Ippo needs to 1v3. Does he clear Tetris? I don't think he will. He's looking in that general direction. Hostage will go down to 1 HP as this goes up, but will he find the timing to walk through? Ippo's going to walk right into it. Oh my goodness. Ippo at least wins the first fight. Low HP kind of helped in that scenario, but a flash around the corner. Recon Bolt as well. And Cobalt will reswing with Zarko. It is indeed UIC to lock another.
Good attempt from Cypher, at least try to flick, but just didn't get around time. I have to spend a little extra time on the range. On that, I'm just messing. But on that note, we do see Jet once again trying with that op. Didn't really go well last time, but hopefully this can change the game. They are down 2-6, so op, what's very interesting is that it is kind of a wild card.
Yeah.
A lot of teams will wait until they're losing, and if you're winning by a lot, they might not even buy it unless they bought it early on, mostly because that can go in any direction. That is the most expensive weapon, needless to say, in all of Valorant. But this is a breeze, a map that's about long-distance fights. So and Jet, on top of everybody else, is actually a really good opera, so this might be just the momentum they need.
It's what I call a get-out-of-jail-free card. You pop the Tailwind, or if you're in a susceptible position, you could just get out if you need. Owl Drone through the Viper's Pit. I don't know if it's cleared out Agua, but a Cascade used to try and force them away or force them into safety. Agua finds 2, but Ippo will fall. That may very well be the VIP, but Agua will not allow anything worse than that. 1 versus 4 for Cobalt. They have Hunter's Fury. They have an opportunity. Operator misses, so by no means is this an end-of-round scenario just yet, but Cobalt, that cove, only a few seconds left on it. They need to get out, and they will. I don't see a scenario where you continue fighting for this. You still have to go for the round. Saving this gets very little for you, and you have to take multiple fights. You'll win a first, damage onto a second, but nothing consequential. Mai does pick up a kill with that operator.
There are times of Charm that's gonna get a penetration kill too. Let's see, on the side of ultimates, we do see that both Cobalt and Cypher do have their ult available. On the side of Northern Illinois, it's just CGR, so we see both Cyphers do have their ultimate. That matters a lot in a big map like this, see where exactly people are, because that information, with that information, you can honestly rotate anywhere and it'll take forever for the other team to catch up.
Yeah. You're looking for UIC to have an opening kill here. That's the one problem they had in the previous round, that and the Viper's Pit, finally used by Northern Illinois and to full effect. kudos where kudos are due, but an A split looks likely once more. The problem is a lack of utility and ultimates this time around. No Cascade, no Viper's Pit. The walkthrough, they'll go. Master Keith will go 1-for-1 as Agua refrags, but Agua quickly taken care of. CJR now one of his own on top of the bridge. He'll jump off and land in front of the stairs and leave Cobalt in yet another 1vx scenario. He does have some time and space to work with, more importantly, but he wants to go for a kill before then. CJR not looking his general direction. As soon as he turns, Cobalt exposes himself. Timing usually goes to the eye of the beholder. Here it goes to CJR. He'll find 3 in the process.
CJR definitely felt a disturbance in the force and let it just the right time. Let's see on both sides. We do see finally Northern Illinois is trying to pick up. So maybe that op, like I said, it was the wild card they needed. They can still tie the half. And if they manage to tie the half, of course, there's going to be a lot of momentum going into the second half. Meanwhile, on the side of UIC, we do see their offense is putting a bit more split as well. Not sure if anyone's going to cover mid. We do see Cypher using his utility to prevent any flanks coming from A, and will likely play on the side of tunnel. On the hall, I mean, sorry.
4 players walking up elbow. Hostage on his own. Not a great position to play, especially with only a Sheriff and some Cyber cages to work with, but by no means the end of the world. Here you're looking for an opening kill. That is the pivotal mark. If you can find an opening, you're in a great spot. There's the swing, and Master Key finds it. Good night, foe. Refrag is certainly there, but not for that much. I say that, it's a 3v3. A couple guns could very well be retrieved here, and they are. This becomes a completely different round because there's still so much time remaining, Danny.
That is true. And they can go through mid. The only person they're going to find is Harbor. They're going to try to collapse into a 3v1. Harbor will be attacked from all sides. He does have the bubble, so he can at least stall. And we can see that Jet and Cypher are going to start rotating.
Oh, no.
And like I said, that ult, now they know how far they are, and they know they can easily just control Cypher from here on out.
This is the last couple rounds as well. Perfect time to use the Neural Theft. Guarantee that both players are either coming from the direct side of CT or at a bare minimum, the rotate through tube. Mai will see the poison cloud, but will not find anything off the back of it. Cobalt shoulder peeking, just saw Mai, but did not see the Cypher behind them. Still utility to work with. Still that recon bolt as well. They'll expose it and throw it out towards CJR, who's seen just the same. This time, Cobalt not nearly as good with their shock darts, but it may not matter. Toneho holding from the mid doors, and Mai will save the up. It's Jame time for Northern Illinois for the first time this game, and UIC will go up 3.
That's true. That is I believe that's the first round they lost since getting that up. So I perfectly understand why they might want to save it. Hopefully the magic hasn't completed right now. But if Cobalt will keep going forward. Oh wait, Toho, you can do it, you can do it.
No way.
That would have been different. I would have just kept spraying. The time was running off.
Valiant effort. I mean, sometimes the tap fire works, sometimes the spray, sometimes you get confused as to which one you want to go for.
It's true. But let's see, that op is expensive, but the rest of his team does not have money like that, so it's going to be a lot of small shields against a lot of big shields. Let's see how they're going to play this out. It looks like it's going to be aggressive push onto A. We do see Jet and Harbor towards the entrance of A. Now, last time they were both there, they pushed forward using Harbor's wall. So see, they're trying to create space again. Let's see how they're going to play that.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Mai dying early makes things significantly more dangerous. Null command going to be popped alongside what seems like a Viper's Pit later. Agua finds 2 right off the bat. He'll look for a third and find that as well. The fact that he takes down the Viper is the most important part there. They will get the spike down, but they won't have a Viper's Pit to defend it.
2-on-2 now. Cypher and Viper are going to take quite a few seconds to get there. I'm sorry, Viper's right there. But we do see that Chamber is on the top side.
Ooh.
They drop down, trying to push forward. It seems like they both think it's going to be a flank.
I mean, with the cyber cages, they had no information. That's the problem. Both players tucked into A main. There's no info whatsoever. And the Neural Theft still available. He'll actually be able to find it, and more importantly, catch out both players sitting in A main. The information now a guarantee. Snakebite around the corner. CJR needs to win the fight. He'll have help from behind. Flash around the corner. Fragment just the same. They want to make sure there's no possibility of sticking the spike all the way down, and they're correct in doing so. Zarko finds one, wants the second. I don't know if CJR has time. It comes down to very narrow margins. No 5th round, but he does! 5/100ths of a second. I didn't think he had it. 4 HP in 5/100ths of a second. Northern Illinois do indeed get a 5th on the board.
I would like to apologize. I was not aware of your game. On that note, now the sides have flipped. We do see Jet on both sides. Both sides only have 1 duelist, so maybe the offense goes a little bit better for Northern Illinois. Sorry about that. So let's see how the buy is going to come off. But first round, usually just a combination of either small shield and pistol or a ghost.
It seems like it's mostly just ghosts. Everybody wants the better pistol.
Well, everybody on CGC at least. Really, the side of Northern Illinois, actually, it's only 2 ghosts. So maybe play more on util. It's interesting. The offense is playing more utility-based.
That's the thing they need to at least get in. It seems at least that Zarko has invested into some utility. I'd presume a couple flashes and a fragment if they have the availability to use it, but everybody else just going for the guns. Controllers don't have enough viability with the utility they can dedicate. Great recon bolt.
A lot.
Who loves signature abilities more than Sova's? Agua swings. They need to be very careful down tube. They being honestly both teams, and it looks like Cobalt just wants to get out. Shocked out around the corner, wants to play for the kill, but he'll end up dying in the process. Tonho, however, finds 2 from the site, wants a third, has done damage onto Ippo. Great start to this round for UIC, regardless of the real estate they lost because they just took it back.
That's true. That, because like you said, that dart did a lot. And honestly, if I was Sova, will just start shooting shot darts. That's very narrow, so you're likely to hit somebody. I'm surprised they didn't take damage off the Jet, though, but the Jet didn't seem to dash on time. But they're going to go back to A. Most people would think that they're rotating to B side, but no, they're seeming to read their play because they're staying on A. Cypher and Viper are just now starting to go onto B side, and this might be really good timing in favor of Northern Illinois. They're entering. Oh, narrowly misses Zarko. Now the rest are going to quickly start running back onto the A side.
There's a rotation. There's another kill. Foe will find their first of the round. Now the rotation has to go to B, and quickly so. This is a scenario where a spike plant is very likely. But the problem is, how do you defend it with a lack of utility, more importantly, and the lack of information?
And a lack of players, too. If you see the side of CGC, they can keep one person on A and more rotate. Now they're finally all starting to rotate, but they were kind of splitting the team in half because they had that luxury. But here comes the plan. Jet is low. You can argue that Northern Illinois isn't at that much of a disadvantage.
3 players walking in through CT, though. CJR finds a first. Make it a second. This becomes now a reasonable round, but low HP for both attacking members makes things significantly more problematic. Master Key finding the perfect rotation, but Zarko will dispatch of him. CJR, 1 HP as it stands. He'll find a first onto Zarko. Third on the round, and a clutch very much reasonable. But Hostage wants to play for the fight. He'll play for the frag. 10 HP. That's the difference maker. 4K from CJR. And Northern Illinois clutch out the pistol. The margin down to just 1.
I will say both of them had a combined 30 health. That really could have gone either direction. Now, that wasn't as crazy as you think it's coming out from that round because the defense is always going to have the numbers advantage to an extent. And when you plant the bomb, you now turn into defense. So that was a 4v2 with Jet being low health. Northern Illinois knew that they had a legit chance of winning that as long as they held on site properly. Now we're looking at the buys. No surprise, Northern Illinois doing that full buy. We see some Bulldogs, some Sheriffs. Now Maya is holding on to that Sheriff most likely because they are planning on saving for the op.
Can't blame them. Foe going to walk through mid. CJR feeling very confident with their Ghost. I think they swapped to a Spectre, so they still have a reasonable shot at winning this fight. Close range, headshot required. Reswing is there, opportunity to take a gun, and they find it. The problem is, in all their overzealousness to take mid, they've given up the entirety of the A site and subsequently a bomb plant.
The issue, they're playing towards mid side. They know that they're all entering through there.
1 for 1, but it just comes down to the better weaponry. Spectre's available as the difference maker. Yeah, gun has been picked up, but really is it going to matter at the end of the day? Probably not. There's even a mid-rotator coming through on the late side for the Sova. Even if Cobalt can get towards the spike and or on it, the line of sight is still very much there through mid. They can stick this. Recon Bolt, however, doesn't find anything. They want to try and play for the fight if they can. Ippo wants to get out of Snake Bite. It does not matter. Master Keep finds 2. There's that mid-rotator. Saw the same thing from UIC.
And with that, it is now 7-7. But the buy is coming on the side of UIC. Let's see if they start turning this around. They've been doing a good job. Let's look at the stats. Tonehole has just been doing really good the whole LAN of what I've noticed. 16-8 currently. You look at the side. Zarko is picking up kills. 7-12 isn't a lot, but considering he was like 0-6 at one point, he's definitely picked it up a lot. You see 16-11 from CJR. Cypher is a really important. I mean, he's important, honestly, in all 5v5s. His utility is just so impactful. He can honestly hold on entire sites by himself. So no surprise seeing him being top frag.
Comes down to whether Northern Illinois can find an opening kill. That's really just the difference maker here. UIC has a better weaponry. They did some economic damage on that conversion, but by no means this is a difference maker. Flash was prepped. Ippo tries to walk off the back of it, but Foe wins the fight, as honestly expected. Cobalt does the same thing. This is a round where Northern Illinois do not expect to win. Let's be honest with each other. This is not something they should expect to walk away with successfully. However, the damage they can do in the process, not only morally, but economically, could be the difference maker towards the later stages of this half.
That is true. You see Silver starting to rotate onto the B side. There's already been devs onto A main, but yet there's still people holding on to A main. Right now, the only person there is Cypher and Sova, which is kind of a deadly combo. That Sova can get information, Cypher can hold it down. But that orb is all the information they're going to need.
Nice shot of the recon bolt. Master Keef at least avoids that. Throws his own recon bolt. Again, genius in terms of geometry, but he doesn't find any utility with that shock dart. It's still very much susceptible on the close side of the 90-degree hallway. And oh my, Scene inside of mid needs to get out of here. Should be able to do so with the cloud burst, but with 30 seconds, where are they going? It seems like A's the call. 0 Point finds nobody. Now should be the rotation. Now you go to A, and it seems like UIC just got the memo.
Shoot, it does seem, yep, virtually everybody going in from B. I wonder if Jet's going to wait for his team or try to see what damage they can do right now. Going in through mid doors.
It's time. Bo wants the fight. If he takes down the spike, that could be the difference maker. It's at least retrieved. 4 seconds required. He'll get it down. Shock bolt misses. The shot from Toneho will not. They've been the difference maker all day here in this game and before against St. Xavier. That does not change here. UIC reestablished their lead.
Foe definitely was a hero of that round. Like, I was wondering, is he just going to wait? I personally would have waited, but he said, nope, no time. He knew that the time was kind of short for the side of Northern Illinois, so if he can at least stall out, get one pick like he did, that's all the difference it is, because Cypher had to plan because there were only 5 seconds left, which pretty much turned into like a 3v1 when the rest of the team rotated.
Well, that 3v1 still plays towards the 1 most of the time, especially when the time becomes more of a factor. Northern Illinois now guns of their own. This becomes a first full gun round of the second half, and where Northern Illinois can really establish themselves. Problem is, you lose this, you're down 2, probably a third because you have to eco, and more importantly, you're just economically booned. You don't have that much of a reasonable shot in the second half because of how far you're down. There's a lot that could snowball off of what could be a very important round, but UIC's guessing wrong. There's 4 players here.
Yeah, the flank from Jet too. They're playing it really well. Only problem is the bomb's not even there.
No, it's not. Oh, Toneho actually almost dies there as well. The rotation from Zarko. Oh, they've guessed wrong, and they just got the memo. The rotation will still come through. They could deny the spike plant. Agua very likely to die. Get it down. Why doesn't Zarko swing him? He would have had that every day of the week.
The E cannot come when the bomb's already planted. That's supposed to be for information. He could have done that a lot earlier. Any given time, it would make a huge difference. Before you rotate, just toss it to make sure that no one is like pranking you.
Nobody pranking, nobody faking.
Seems a prank, bro.
It seems like Northern Illinois pull it off properly. A return snake bite actually thrown off the toxic screen. Hostage turned into a kill onto Agua, and Ippo left alone. 1 versus 3. Has a snake bite of his own. Still a follow-up the poison orb as well. They need to take this bite.
Oh!
And they will! Ippo finds 3 on a single spray down. The headshot, the difference maker onto Zarko. The 1v3 4K, and Northern Illinois tie us right back up.
Everything from that side was crazy playing from Northern Illinois. Honestly, being able to get that fake off, especially when entering right when Zarko leaves, and finishing it all off with an amazing 3K from Cypher. Now, with resets the opposing team, they ended up actually lining up, which made it very easy. Now, it's not difficult to avoid lining up when one of your teammates is supposed to defuse. You know kind of what angle they're supposed to be, so play a little further away from that. On this point, we see Epo is going to start off predicting perhaps a push, so he throws on the acid. Yep, they know people are on A side. They're all just huddled on onto A. Someone on the hall. It does not seem. Actually, never mind. It seems like they're now going to start rotating. But you know that Cypher is going to almost always be on B side.
So where do you go now if you are Northern Illinois? You obviously have the opportunity to go B, but you don't have that mid control for it. You want to split if you can, but you don't have the information. You're going on to B, but the rotation's already there from Cypher. Sova's going that general direction, but turns tail and goes back. And Jet still here. Agua looking to swing. Wants a first. Finds that. And a second. Damage onto a third, but nothing consequential there. 2 for 1. You're more than happy with that if you're UIC.
The rotation was a bit obvious. Usually when you rotate, you want to get there quickly before a team can react. But they rush onto the B side, but then continued walking, which kind of gave them time to react. Oh, that is bad timing from CJR.
Could be the difference maker. CJR dying there could have gotten them on towards B, or CJR living there to gotten them on towards B. It's not the case. It comes down to the time as well, 35 seconds. The rotation is going to A, so there is a little bit of a vulnerability in the defensive setup. The problem still remains, how do they find anything more? Do they clear out the Cypher as well? It seems like they're trying to play around the information. Hostage has been seen. 20 seconds left. Spike plant needs to come through sooner rather than later, and with Ippo finding that kill, it very much can, but Master Keef overextending, leaves his Viper in a 1 versus 3. Isolated on the site, and more importantly, absolutely no help. He reloads, wants to re-swing, but he's seen, noted, but he still still finds a kill. Second for him on the round, looking for
Knock
a third. He'll
again!
line them up again! What is this from Ippo? Consecutive 4Ks, consecutive 1v3 clutches, and now consecutive rounds for Northern Illinois.
It's crazy. Call him the line leader because he knows how to line him up. But yeah, that's not the first time. I understand
that was good.
Thank you. I understand the point of trying to swing out together to make the trade guaranteed, but at that point, you're just risking that. Now, to be fair, it's not a common occurrence, but something you have to take into consideration, especially when this isn't the first time this has occurred in favor of Northern Illinois. Right now, we do see they have won 4 out of the last 5 rounds, and we see a shorty coming from Jet, but Jet will play with the ultimate. We see a strong push onto B side. Perhaps they threw some util onto A to spike him out. Wow, they're being really aggressive in there. Nobody's on B side. Cypher actually rotated towards mid. Sova's going to try to get there, but he's going to bump into Jet unless the Jet turns around. And nope, there goes the util from Harbor. That bomb is going to be securely planted as Cypher takes on his double ganger.
Hostage dying there may be the difference maker. Foe through the wall ends up finding Ippo. So no clutch factor this time around for Northern Illinois. But the difference, again, is the weaponry available. They wanted to set up a flank, but they think better of it. Everybody rotating through CT or through mid. The CT players dispatched of. A spray down from Mai will find 3. He actually killed Zarko through his teammate. And then CJR killed Tonho, but semantics be gone. Northern Illinois, consecutive rounds still retained, and UIC looking in shambles on the defensive side.
I feel like a lot of these lineup kills could be coming from maybe a lack of confidence.
Yeah.
They're not really getting out to sight. They're kind of just hovering around. And when you're grouped up like that, yeah, trades are easy, but like I just said, you're just leaving yourself open to be shot through your own teammate, especially since the entrances to these sites are actually very narrow. The middle part is open wide, but the entrances from all angles are very narrow, like I just said. So it's things like that are very common. Now they're going to keep playing aggressive onto the A side. Cypher's going to try pushing up towards mid, or at least just holding that angle, preventing the flank. Jet holding that angle. No one to really trade him if that goes wrong, so definitely taking a risk there.
Foe very tucked. Gets clear. Their position duly noted. Tailwind available. They can get out if they need to, but with no KO on the other side, they still have the ability, and they will do so indeed. Good situational awareness to stick around long enough to force out utility, but to not overstay your welcome and stay alive.
I completely agree. Now, Viper's already on B, but they have to wait for the rest of the team to rotate. They must probably figure out that Cypher's there. Yeah, they can definitely see it. Cypher's probably aware that they are going towards him. As a Sentinel, you have to always be ready if everyone's rotating towards you, especially how you see CGC takes quite a while. That is quite some damage.
He's forced out. Cyber Cage popped late, though. He swings off the back of it. Elevated position, and with his tripwire as well. He knows the Harbor's close, but he needs to win the fight and cannot do so. Peeker's advantage. It is swing or be swung, and Hostage is taken care of in the process. Nice 0 point finds 2 players. Master Keef cannot plant safely with the fragment down, but the Harbor utility actually gives UIC a way into the site, at least a way over towards mid, and Mai's rotation very nearly seen, but instead they'll try and favor the rotation in through elbow. On the backside, though, CJR has been seen. His position neutered. So too is Master Keef's. And CJR, they're still worried about the window, and rightfully so. CJR, however, thinks he's safe, thinks he's not been seen, and he's wrong in his presumption. The timing may not go Zarko's way. He sprays for damage, but he cannot spray for the kill. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. Foe up against Agua. The water needs to be liquid and move just so, but he tries to stick the spike. He has no idea Agua's on the other side. It is a backstab of generations, and Northern Illinois, they will stay consistent on their attack.
Yeah, that peek Cypher on that little alley is a gamble. Like I said, because you know they're going to swing wide or they're going to try a jiggle peek. Usually I would assume a wide swing since jiggle peeks are kind of like cliche and easily predictable. So, but what sucks is this is the first timeout we've seen, correct? That's not a technical pause.
Yeah.
Okay, so finally someone's using a timeout. You know, smart play. Actually, TGC in their last LAN were actually known for using timeouts a lot. So, a lot of props to the leadership and Tone, who was probably able to hopefully set the tone for his team. But again, in a kind of a pickle, they have to save here. This likely to go to Northern Illinois. So the idea of winning without overtime, that is mentally draining. And this is only their 3rd game, correct?
Yes, this is only their 3rd game.
This to next one, sorry, go on.
Actually, off of that, this is Northern Illinois' 3rd game only. DePaul beat St. Xavier. So St. Xavier is confirmed 0-4. They will go to the lower bracket tomorrow. DePaul is confirmed at least 4th place. They have secured upper bracket. Columbia College still secured 1st place. That's null and void. But the top 4 teams from each group and pool will play the opposing opposite. So number 1 from Group A will play number 4 of Group B. Number 1 of Group B will play number 4 of Group A. So Columbia College has seemingly locked in a game against the 4th place team in Group B, which is, as I totally refresh my bracket screen that's sitting on the right side of me, give me like 4 seconds. I believe it'll be the ... Comets from WIT.
WIT. Thank you so much for that. And speaking of that, CGC is saving but does have 3 ultimates as Northern Illinois. Let's see who can play bear. Okay, they're going to play in Hall. All right. Try and make it kind of a wild card. So hopefully they can win despite the narrow weapons. And it seems like Northern Illinois kind of run away. They must be, I mean, they should be aware of the fact that CGC is saving. So perhaps they're not taking any unnecessary fights, sorry. And they still seem unsure of what they want to do, though, with the spike. But they have the advantage to be able to play it slow. So they're not going to rush anything that they don't need to. We see Cypher is actually moving quite far onto B main, holding a bit of an off angle that most people don't check. But
Ball through.
Yep.
Are they going to fake a wrap to B and just split A here?
I personally wouldn't fall for it because usually when people engage with wall, they're usually like right behind the wall or a half a second start entering. If you throw a wall and then no one... What?
It just baited out a null command.
Yeah.
He threw a null command. He only caught 1 player with a 0 point. They may think it's a B take, and they're wrong.
It's true. Cypher still holding on to that angle. Viper still chilling onto the B side.
That's massive, though. Foe takes out Mai, and in the process will completely eliminate that lurk towards the A side. Wall through. It will be an A dedication, but the problem is there's so much utility, so many players on the other side, 2 separate shock darts. Somehow CJR lives through them, but a Hunter's Fury now prepped, wants to find something lethal, but does not have the opportunity to do so. 3 separate players, all on nearly 1 HP, but Master Keith lines up 2 in the process. Toneho with 1 of his own, but it comes down to just 2. All 3 players for Northern Illinois, low as it stands, but the Viper's Pit may very well be their saving grace. Not with the neural theft, though. Toneho finds 1, but he's still very susceptible. His information downloaded, his position duly noted, and no lack of info will come back to bite Northern Illinois this time around. The reswing from Toneho, though, that'll find a 3rd, and the neural theft of their own available to eliminate CJR. 3 HP for Toneho, not the deciding factor, and UIC, the saving grace at the end of the day, they'll pick up 9.
I would say that ult might have been a bit of overkill, as most people would have predicted where they were. But then I understand being down 11A, needing to win that round to still have at least a chance of winning in regulation. I can perfectly understand why they chose to take that risk. Although I wonder how the communication was. I wonder if they were aware that the opposing Cypher had virtually no health. Maybe that kind of slipped through their minds. Maybe the person who did a lot of damage to them didn't really communicate that. Yeah. But again, I wouldn't understand why using an ult in that situation. But again, better safe than sorry. They are all huddled onto that B main entrance. They're leaving the bomb onto mid. Okay, that gives them more of a flexibility, more of the ability to play default.
Where's that flexibility for Northern Illinois, though? They still leave a single-player outlier, but they don't put anything towards mid early. I think the spike was just seen by the Jet rotating through mid, so that's a problem. But you at least eliminate some utility early. Shock Dart to eliminate the tripwire, and information very much there for Northern Illinois. They're just poking and prodding at this point. They've kind of learned where the general pieces of utility have gone for UIC, but they also haven't put themselves out of position to take it.
It's true. As you see them pushing up slowly. Oh, now they know where they're at.
Pull the swing, tailwind into an updraft, vice versa it seems. Agua finds the kill because of the distracted foe, but there will still be a refrag in the same process, that being on the backside of B main.
Seems like Sova fixated onto the kill with that Jet. The only issue is that we saw the wave coming from Harbor, so he had to know that somebody else was there. That could be why he choked it, because he knew he had to get that kill quickly. Yeah. But Jet never really saw him, so he could have honestly just kept going forward and actually tricked the opposing team to thinking that nobody was there.
It's one of those knee-jerk reactions. You find a player, you try and go for it. Cascade dedicated towards B main. Oh, this is a perfect bait. We've again seen Northern Illinois pull the chain of UIC. There's absolutely nothing they can do about it at this juncture. The Jet all the way through to bridge, and the spike being planted. No clue for UIC, but they actually find the first kill. Mai's dead.
That is true. Zarko got that pick off with the Guardian. It is 11-9. The offense is now the defense, like I said. So as long as they hold it down, they might have a high chance of winning this. But he has a Phantom. Phantom is not really recommended on this map because that long range is going to make a huge difference when head taps don't kill people.
There's a headshot. He does find one at a Cobalt, but close range, not meaning much. Agua, that rotation, successful and through mid, but a snake bite on top of a poison cloud. It seems like Zarko wants to stick it, but he doesn't have the health to do so. Refrag there from Agua, at least attempted, but he doesn't find the opening kill, and Ippo still has their health remaining. Zarko just no shot to pick up the round. He wants to at least do economic damage. He can't do so. Northern Illinois, match point to tie things up towards the top of the group.
Oh, Ippo getting hit with that bomb. That is true.
He should still be able to buy.
Yeah, he shouldn't. I presume they're going to buy. Sova does have the ultimate, which should be easy to hold on bomb. To play post plan, I'm sorry. But you still got to sign a CGC. Not good in terms of the buys. This is likely the last round, but you never know. But, man, this second half has been complete domination in favor of Northern Illinois. They have won 7 out of the last 9 matches played so far.
They've really stayed consistent.
They've
needed the attack, and they've got it. Viper Spit used, if I'm doing my math correctly, this is only the second Viper Spit on the defensive side in the half for CGC UIC. They've needed more, and finally as they use it, the walk through on the backside of a Blade Storm, 1 blade left. Master Keef actually finds 2 in the process. Still tucked on the Tetris side of the ropes. He'll find a double and basically clean UIC out of the tube.
Holds onto that spike. They're starting to leave Spike behind. At least they tucked it in more. That way the opposing flanker couldn't notice the bomb was still on site. But now we see an ult from the Viper. Not entirely sure what the game plan is. Of course, this isn't going to make the opposing team think that they're invading A or not. They would have ulted it much closer. And now everyone's there bunched up. We see Hostage probably predicted properly that they're going to be there. Puts up that wall. But yeah, Mai just dashes in instead.
Oh.
And now they have sight.
They have sight. They have player advantage. Low HP for 1. That may very well be all that they're risking into this one. Hostage stuck on the backside of the half wall. They still have to hold mid. This will be a very late rotation, if anything at all. The problem will still remain, can they clear out the entirety of the site and the front side of B main and B window? That is so much time required and so much utility that, let's be honest, there just is not available for the CGC UIC. Reswing from Mai, they will lose their first fight. The first gauntlet, at least the first hurdle, gotten. CJR jumped over, finds a second. Hunter's Fury, however, popped. That could be the difference maker. They want to stick the sight all the way through, but no, Hostage caught inside of it. Master Keef will find 2 in the same shot, and a 4K picked up to give Northern Illinois breeze.
A lot of multi-kills. I ain't talking about just double kills and triple kills. I'm talking about literally at the exact same time. Yeah. That is interesting. And to end off on one from Sova Ultimate is crazy. He probably, I know for sure, he definitely wasn't expecting that.
No.
But it tastes just as sweet anyway.
Yeah, and unfortunately, just the Viper jumping into that line of sight, it forces the Cypher into, we'll say, a less than ideal scenario. There's nothing you could do. You can't move. Your Viper's trying to get out of there. There's nowhere else for them to go. There's nowhere else for you to go because you just jumped off the ledge. Hunter's Fury catches you, game over. We've seen that multiple times from Northern Illinois. Multiple players lined up in the same spray, twice from Ippo, if I remember correctly, on 2 separate 4Ks in nearly consecutive rounds. And now a completely different game moving into this. It could be 11-11. We could have a completely different game, but we don't. The game's over. Speaking of this game over, that's our coverage for the round robin done as well. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the desk to close out day 1 of the Midwest Esports Invitational.
When did you take my pen?
Welcome back, my friends. We are here for the final segment of the day 1 of the Midwest Esports Invitational on the desk. It has been a thrill for these last few games that we just had. Most specifically was that last one. It was quite intense, and the just level of competition continuing to accelerate and grow as we look forward to tomorrow. But we want to touch base on what we've had over the course of the today as we've just ended the Valorant segment of it, and we'll be on off-stream moments looking to try and refine the Overwatch segment for them to start that tomorrow. But Time, we were talking a little bit just before this, and you were doing the hard crunching math to really kind of break down what we're looking to see so far, at least for the setup and the potential seeding and placement for the Valorant segment tomorrow, and are really curious to see who is in that top upper echelon going into that competition.
So believe it or not, we still have one game left, just one, but only one game is guaranteed for tomorrow. That being Columbia College's up against Carthage on the other side, or a WIT, one of the two teams that's number 4. Now, you have to remember, with that one game remaining, and Northern Illinois winning their first game earlier against CGC UIC, they go up to 2-1. CGC UIC is 2-2, and DePaul, not DuPage, DePaul is 1-2. If DePaul wins this game, Northern Illinois will be tied with them at 2-2, and CGC UIC at 2-2. So it'll come down to round differential. The long story short, if you don't want to get into the statistics, is Northern Illinois needs to win, period, or get a bare minimum of 9 rounds. If they get 9 rounds, they've guaranteed 3rd place. If they win, they guarantee 2nd place. If they lose 13-8 or worse, they go down to 4th, and they lose that 3rd place position to DePaul. The long story short of it is 48% versus 48.05% of round differential, and those stats, even very intricate numerical stats, come down to the round differential. At the end of the day.
For those either a part of NIU or alumni like myself, 9 more, better, good. And anything other, bad. So, that's how you look at it in the simplest terms.
It's 8 or less, and you go down to 4th. 9 up to a loss, and you have 3rd. And you win, you get 2nd. So just win.
Just win.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, for us Americans, we're not used to the round differentials, but I bet if any of them are used to, like, I'm serious, if any of them are used to, like, the Premier League or, like, European
that's where you're going with that.
Soccer, then, you know.
I feel like Salt's just going to come out with that comment right now.
Yes. Then, you know, then they're used to all those kind of things.
Yeah.
They're used to round differentials and things of that nature way more than we are.
But, I mean, overall, between the two of you, I mean, Danny Dunzo, you were watching and part of that last segment of it. I got to cast one of them with you and just be able to see. We had a lot of great opportunity to see Xavier College, specifically with a few of those rounds, to see how they were also not only just able to play in different functions against different teams, but also learning some of their strengths and weaknesses that they can hopefully carry over as they find their placement as well going into tomorrow.
Yep. Again, like I said, probably the 18th time. It is a marathon, not a sprint. So you can debate all these rankings that we're just listing. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, they're indicative of the potential of these teams. But for all we know, the first seed can easily lose to the 4th seed in the next round. You know, there's no guarantee. There's not even a home court advantage like they would be like in, you know, most traditional sports.
Absolutely.
That's really true. We haven't seen a number 1 seed versus a number 4, 3, or 2 seed all day. Columbia College, we only streamed them against St. Xavier. And honestly, an 0-4 team going against the subsequent 4-0 team, kind of a blowout. It was kind of expected. But apart from that, CGC UIC, Northern Illinois, they're all very reasonable teams to win that. And DePaul even showed their prowess earlier on. Yes, they all have already lost to Columbia College, but they were much closer games.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, going into that, as we've highlighted really the Valorant segment of this, we are still excited to see the Overwatch side. We get to have the bracket filled out most specifically, so we know how the rest of that is going to move on, and just being able to continue on those best of 3s, winners portion of that bracket will be the best of 5, so there is that more long-run type of competition as they work through it, and then the losers that we kind of work through until we get to the grand finals, which we get to have both of those featured on 2 respective streams, which will be exciting. So if you are favored more towards the Valorant segment or the Overwatch segment, you're not going to miss out on one or the other before entering into the award ceremony, which is, again, really nice that there is that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd prize pool that they can still really contribute towards their program or towards the students as well.
Yeah, and for me personally, what I love most about, I'm sorry to interrupt, about the falling through the lower final, I know we talked about this, we get to see every single team is going to be in the lower finals except for whoever wins it all. You know, so we pretty much get to see every single team, and every single game is going to have much higher stakes considering that it's literally win or go home.
Yeah, and you're also looking at these games and saying, where's the schedule going to be for some of these squads?
Absolutely.
A lot of them have the unknown as it stands. A couple of the teams that went 0-4 today in both respective Valorant pools, they are still waiting in the lower bracket. We have teams playing right now for Overwatch. We just heard Johnny yell at, hey, Overwatch teams, games start at 8:20, or if you're ready, earlier than that.
Coming up in only a few minutes.
We've got a couple minutes before those kick off. Again, they're not going to be on stream. Rounds 1 and 2 of the upper bracket will not be, but teams who are placed 3 through 6 in their respective pools, they're playing right now, 1 and 2 of each, including Minnesota and, you guessed it, Illinois State.
Yeah.
They're all waiting on a couple of those teams for the late game tonight.
And with that being really refined out and just the space in today, like realistically, we've been around since this morning to a capacity being able to talk to the teams, talk to the coaches, be involved in all of this competition, and really just have to thank the opportunity not only for today, but what is going to unfold tomorrow for the DuPage Sports Commission, where they've just really allowed this opportunity for so many players and everyone across the board. And the experience that they've had here has been delightful. And with a lot of them now, they're starting to wind down. Of course, the Overwatch part of it gets to play a little bit more, but they're going to be heading on to the Hyatt and probably getting some significant rest as they prep for tomorrow morning, which is going to be a great level of competition. Yeah, I cannot wait for it.
You saw it on our little ticker there. 9 a.m. Central Time is when Valorant starts tomorrow. That's the same time as Overwatch's lower round 1. So both of those will kick off. You lose here, you're in a very difficult position because if you lose either first or second, you will play in that first game tomorrow morning. Similar scenario for Valorant where upper round 1 starts tomorrow. And some of these teams, Columbia College got to leave like an hour and 45 minutes ago. They were gone. Some of these teams earlier on, like Illinois Illini, they were gone even further because they finished in that first pool. Some of these teams are playing advantages. Some of them have been watching VODs. It's all coming down to some scheduling and taking advantage of the fact that you got to play a little bit earlier today.
It's nice to have that when you get to have that moment of reprieve and an opportunity to self-reflect on what competition is. And again, these are just kind of leaps and bounds when it comes to teams, and also the mental fortitude going through that to still be competitive in a big picture weekend like this.
That's why I definitely said don't be too fixated on ranks, seeding, because trust me, that mental fatigue makes a lot of difference, especially traveling. I mean, I can't really blame them from leaving so quickly because they kind of drove a lot to get here.
A lot.
That is one thing I really admire about the Midwest, is that they're surrounded by so many states. One thing about Florida, I love my state, don't get me wrong, but I drove 6 hours north. I was still in Florida. Like, here you drive 3 hours anywhere, you're probably going to be in a new state.
And again, when they're coming from such, I think it was you mentioned it, 6 hours for Minnesota, 6 hours I think for one other one. It was Cincinnati or
Western Iowa Tech drove 7 hours.
Yeah,
Columbia College,
crazy.
that's 6.5. Michigan State drove 5.5. Minnesota is actually fairly close, all things considered, because they're in the southwest side towards St. Paul, so they got lucky. But a lot of teams are just right around here. Kenosha, Wisconsin, just across the border into Wisconsin itself. A lot of teams from Chicago itself, a couple teams from Indiana. You've got a lot of close-ish teams, and then like 4 teams that are all 6+ hours away.
Right. And then just realistically being able to culminate into a space like this, Scrim's extremely grateful here in Lisle for them to give this opportunity to play and compete against with all these PCs behind us, as you've seen throughout the broadcast, and just their contribution to the bigger picture here alongside, like we mentioned, the DuPage Sports Commission, who is behind all of this, really wanting to facilitate this as a long-run investment to these students and to their schools across the Midwest. So it's been an absolute pleasure here today. I know we're going to have a lengthy day tomorrow for sure. The games will start early. They will be played out where they are not specifically being casted, but on stream where they are able to just really have the opportunity for viewers at home to be basically immersed in the competition until we get to the afternoon portion, where we will be taking you through the remaining portion of both the brackets of Valorant and Overwatch for those amazing prize pool and award ceremony. But that closes it out for us today. Again, I am Rich Red here with Time to Light and Danny Dunzo, as we hope to see you tomorrow and are super excited to see how it all unfolds.